Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Although Christmas at the Granger family is not as grand as Hogwarts, it is still warm and important enough. On the day before Christmas, Qin Yu and Hermione helped the Grangers decorate their home. They also made a small Christmas tree and hung stars, snowflakes, ribbons, and other decorations on it. It looked very nice. Then the two slept for a while, and when they woke up the next day, Christmas Day, they saw a gift placed beside their bed. What Qin Yu received was a red and yellow scarf which looked very warm at first glance, while Hermione's gift was a set of paintbrushes with a full range of colors, which surprised her so much that she asked Qin Yu to be a model. Draw him a picture? Early this morning, Mrs. Granger started busy with the Christmas dinner. Since it's Christmas, roasting turkey is a must. Through the advocacy of King Henry VIII and the promotion of King Edward VII, turkey, a delicacy from the New World, has become an essential Christmas main dish in the UK. A 10-pound turkey is the main ingredient today. When nothing happened, Qin Yu helped Mrs. Granger. Every family in the UK seems to have a secret roast turkey recipe passed down from their mother or grandmother, and Mrs. Granger is no exception. It is said that her secret recipe has been passed down for 4 generations. Of course, Qin Yu feels this is somewhat exaggerated. After cleaning the turkey, Mrs. Granger skillfully separated the skin and meat of the turkey with her hands, then spread butter mixed with thyme, sage, sea salt, and other spices in the middle, and then placed it on the fire. The outside of the chicken was evenly coated with a layer of this secret butter, and then she stuffed stuffings such as chopped carrots, onions, and celery loosely into the belly of the turkey. Finally, the processed turkey was put into the oven for roasting. During this period, Mrs. Granger had to open the oven every 30 minutes and carefully brush the dripping soup over the turkey to prevent it from burning. The skin of the chicken was dry and cracked. After waiting for 3 hours, the fragrant turkey was placed on the table. Together with some other delicacies, a sumptuous Christmas dinner started at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After the festival and the delicious food, it is definitely necessary to open up the food. In short, the Grangers, Qin Yu, and Hermione were all very full. After the meal, another Christmas pudding is served, and it's complete. During Christmas, in addition to having a big meal at home, the Grangers took Qin Yu and Hermione around to see the Christmas street lights, visit the Christmas market, and even went to a Christmas carnival held in a nearby park. Qin Yu and Hermione played like crazy for 2 days. And on the 3rd day after Christmas, a man wearing a black uniform and a black top hat appeared in front of Granger's house. This man was probably in his 20s and looked very polite. "Mr. Qin, Miss Granger, hello, I am a staff member of the Minor Wizards Registration Office under the Department of Magical Education of the Ministry of Magic. My name is Wade Brooke," the man introduced himself. Registration Office for Minor Wizards. This was the first time Qin Yu had heard of this department, however, Hermione knew it. When the little girl heard this, she frowned and asked curiously, "Didn't May come here before? Why didn't she come today?" May went to the International Magical Cooperation Department and was promoted. "Now I am responsible for the registration of underage wizards," Wade Brooke explained with a smile. "Oh, that's right," Hermione nodded. "Mr. Qin, your previous registration was reported directly by Professor Dumbledore, so it is normal not to know that the Underage Wizard Registration Office is also normal. Our department is mainly responsible for the management of underage wizards, and I am here this time. We will further verify your information and remind you and Miss Granger of some precautions outside the school," Wade Brooke explained his purpose. After listening to this, Qin Yu roughly understood what was going on. His previous identity issues were all handled by Lao Deng. Naturally, he did not understand this department, but Hermione was different. She had a dedicated contact person to register her identity. Yes, and judging from Hermione's tone, she was not unfamiliar with the Ministry of Magic employee named May. It was probably May who introduced Hermione to many things in the magical world, and she had an understanding of the magical world before enrolling in school. Qin Yu secretly guessed. After checking Wade's Ministry of Magic badge and confirming the authenticity of his identity, Qin Yu and Hermione let the man into their home. At this time, Mr. Granger was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a copy of the Times, while Mrs. Granger was in the kitchen tidying up the cupboards and refrigerator. They were all a little surprised after seeing this guest. Fortunately, as the guardians of the little wizards, they were somewhat mentally prepared, so they asked the man who claimed to be an employee of the Ministry of Magic to go to Qin Yu's room to talk. Of course, little Hermione also followed. "That's right, Mr. Qin, Professor Dumbledore only registered your current home address and guardian information and very little other content. Can you tell us about your situation in detail?" Wade asked in the room. After sitting down on the chair, he said straight to the point. Next to him, a paper form was floating with an automatic recording quill parked on it, ready to record things at any time. Hermione, who was standing aside, opened her eyes wide in surprise when she saw the automatic recording quill. May came here before, but she didn't bring such a magical thing. Qin Yu was used to this kind of magic items, so he wasn't too surprised. After listening to Wade's words, he pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I actually lost my previous memory for some reasons. I only remember that I was taken in by Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger. Later, I lost control of my magic and I happened to be discovered by Professor Dumbledore, who enrolled me into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is the situation, a situation." Qin Yu basically sought truth from facts and said what he could. After he finished speaking, Wade frowned slightly and said, "Can't you remember anything about what happened before?" "It's not like I can't remember it at all. I can only remember certain things, such as the knowledge I learned and some life skills," Qin Yu said cautiously but calmly. "There is indeed a little information, but it is not too unusual for the little wizard to encounter various accidents. Okay, I will record it first." Wade nodded and said. The feather pen brushed in midair and wrote down what Qin Yu said word for word on the registration form. After the recording was completed, Wade waved, and the registration form automatically rolled up and was put into his arms, and the automatic quill pen was also put into a pen case. After doing this, Wade faced the two children in the room and said seriously, "Next, I would like to remind you about your activities outside school. According to the third paragraph of the law on the reasonable restraint of minor wizards, wizards under the age of 17 are not allowed to deliberately or knowingly engage in illegal activities outside of school. If you use magic in front of muggles in the residential area, you will receive a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. In serious cases, the Ministry of Magic's Office for Prohibiting the Abuse of Magic will send officials to investigate. In extremely serious cases, you will be subject to magic. The director of the Legal Enforcement Department conducts the interrogation, or even all members of the Wisengamot participate in the interrogation. Of course, the last situation rarely happens." Looking at the two children who looked a little serious, Wade smiled again and said, "Actually, you don't need to be nervous. This is just a reminder. As long as you are careful not to use magic casually, there will be no problem." "Then, what happens when you are in danger?" Qin Yu didn't know much about this minor restraint law. Hermione also showed concern. She really hadn't thought about this before. After all, her life was quite ordinary and there was no danger at all. According to Article 7 of the Binding Act, when the lives of the wizard himself, other wizards present, or muggles are threatened, magic can be used appropriately even in front of muggles, Wade explained. "That's good. Well, thanks to Mr. Qin and Miss Granger for your cooperation today. Today's follow-up is completed." Wade Brooke stood up and said, "You're welcome, Mr. Brooke. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Yu and Hermione also stood up. Then, the young employee of the Ministry of Magic was sent away from Granger's house. After they were sent away, Qin Yu asked Hermione about her previous contact with May. The fact was exactly as he had expected. May not only came to tell Hermione the identity of the wizard but also enthusiastically explained things about the wizarding world and gave Hermione some books. "It seems that she is a very good person," Qin Yu commented. "Yeah, May is really nice," Hermione followed. What Qin Yu and Hermione didn't know was that the Ministry of Magic employee named Wade Brooke did not return to the underground of Whitehall in London after leaving Granger's house. Instead, his figure suddenly disappeared at a certain moment. Not long after, appeared in an ancient and luxurious manor in Wiltshire. Soon, he was taken into the study of the manor owner by the house elf here. Wade, how is the investigation going? Asked the blond, middle-aged man sitting behind the desk. Mr. Malfoy, after I checked the archives of the Muggle world, I found that this person named Qin did appear in that Muggle community in the spring of this year. There are no records going back to that time. I still call the Department of Magical Education today. I met the child in person, and what he said is basically consistent with the results of my investigation. This is the record I made, Wade said, handing over the registration form. The blond middle-aged man, the owner of this manor, Lucius Malfoy, took the page and browsed it quickly. So, everything is normal, right? Malfoy said quietly after pondering for a moment. That's right, Wade replied calmly. Humph, everything is normal again. It seems that our principal really wants everyone to think that he is a normal child, Malfoy said coldly. Although he didn't find any evidence, he knew that everything was normal and that was the biggest abnormality. I think so, Wade said calmly. Thank you, Wade, Malfoy said softly. It's all what I should do, Wade bowed slightly and said. Qin Yu's Christmas vacation lasts for more than 10 days, but adults' vacation is not so long. After resting for a few days, Mr. and Mrs. Granger started working. The two children were left at home and left to make their own arrangements. After answering some of Hermione's questions about magic learning, the two of them had nothing to do. After all, after being reminded by the Ministry of Magic employee named Wade Brooke, Qin Yu did not dare to let Hermione touch the wand. Casting a simple spell might not be a big problem, but if something big happened, he didn't want the two of them to sit in the dock of the Wisengamot, which might also be called the appeal dock. So this morning, Qin Yu suddenly thought of a place and said to Hermione with a mysterious face, I will take you to a fun place today. I guarantee you will like it. Where to go? Hermione said blankly. We'll find out when we get there. Qin Yu gave it a small pass. Then the two of them walked out of the house, took the subway, tram, and other means of transportation, and came to a small, dilapidated-looking building. On both sides of this building were a large bookstore and a record store. Ordinary muggles passing by turned a blind eye to this building as if they were blocked from sight. Yes, this is the Leaky Cauldron. Let's go. Start today's journey to Diagon Alley. Qin Yu said this, took Hermione's hand, and walked in. As for the latter, his face had already shown an expression of excitement and anticipation. This dirty bar is still very lively. But Qin Yu always felt that the atmosphere here today was a bit strange. So he held Hermione's hand without daring to let go, and the two of them walked carefully among the somewhat crowded guests, tables, and chairs. Do you think the Wu Kui party will really make a comeback this time? How many years ago did these people disappear? An older guest said in a worried tone. What a witch party, they now call themselves G.A. Grindelwald's army. The name actually keeps pace with the times. I heard it from an auror from the Magical Congress in North America. These people are causing trouble in Brazil, quite fierce, a younger, middle-aged wizard said. When he heard the names Wiccan Party and Grindelwald, Qin Yu had subconsciously slowed down. No way, the amount of information is too much. Hermione took this opportunity to look at the bar curiously. She was very sure that there must be a wizard here. Aha! She even vaguely saw a stick-like object that should be a wand in some people's pockets, which made her a little excited. After all, she had not seen many real wizards so far, including Qin Yu, and there were only 5. Oh, including herself, there are 6. Does the Magical Congress of North America want to interfere in the affairs of the Brazilian Ministry of Magic? Oh, just them. I'm afraid it would be good if they could keep their own home. When Grindelwald was in North America, he caused a lot of trouble for them. However, Brazil is really troublesome. GA is developing rapidly. The Brazilian Ministry of Magic has sent people are looking for cooperation and support everywhere, including the Magical Congress of North America. You also know that the current International Federation of Wizards is not very effective and is not reliable at all. You can only find a way on your own. Hopefully they won't come to Europe. Hey, how could they let Europe go? This. You two should stop talking about this. Be careful of people from the Ministry of Magic overhearing it. Our Minister Fudge doesn't like hearing this very much. Okay, drink, another glass of sherry, Tom. I'll have a butterbeer. A few people discussed it for a while, then changed the topic and talked about something else. Qin Yu was not interested in their chat about vampires and werewolves, so he stopped listening. So he pulled Hermione and continued walking forward. "Should we say hello to them?" Hermione said quietly. Her eyes looked at the various customers sitting around the bar. "Huh, why are you saying hello?" Qin Yu was stunned. "Just, shouldn't we get to know each other?" Hermione said her thoughts. Well, this thought stopped Qin Yu from turning around for a while. However, thinking that Hermione was seeing so many wizards for the first time, she was probably a little happy to meet the same kind and wanted to blend in. Qin Yu roughly understood her state of mind. In short, she is just a silly girl who has never seen the world. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but stretched out his other hand to rub her head and said with a smile, "My little cutie, this is not the right place to make friends. There will be many opportunities in the future." "Yeah, I know," Hermione nodded. She actually felt that her idea seemed a bit too abrupt. "Wow, you are the little oriental boy that Hagrid brought last time, right? How about your experience at Hogwarts in the past 6 months?" The bar owner noticed Qin Yu and greeted him warmly. "Fortunately, my life is quite fulfilling," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Haha, school time is always the best. By the way, do you want a drink? I can make you a kind of wine suitable for children." "This drink is non-alcoholic," the bar owner asked. Hermione promoted. "Well, let's do it next time. We are in a hurry." Qin Yu declined. They really couldn't be out for too long. Mr. and Mrs. Granger would definitely be worried if they came home too late, and he didn't want Hermione to stay in the bar too long. After saying goodbye to the bar owner, Qin Yu pulled Hermione through the bar and headed to the patio where the entrance to Diagon Alley was. However, before he entered the patio, there was a bang in the bar. Qin Yu subconsciously looked back and found that a drunk man had bumped into the table and a young man with a haggard face. "Sao tilde Rui," the drunkard apologized repeatedly. "Be careful next time," the haggard young man said angrily. Qin Yu felt that this person's pronunciation was a bit strange, not like the accent here in London, nor the common British pronunciation. Then, when the young man saw his things falling on the ground, he hurriedly leaned over to pick them up. When he picked up something, his arm stretched out from the cuff, and the back of his outstretched wrist revealed a floating tattoo pattern. It is a black equilateral triangle, and there is a circle and a vertical line inside the triangle. Because the man moved very quickly, Qin Yu could only catch a glimpse of the pattern but did not see it clearly. Then, the man squeezed through the crowd, walked into the patio first, and hurriedly left, entering Diagon Alley. After the man left, Qin Yu took Hermione into the small patio. "Where did that person go just now?" Hermione asked curiously, looking at the patio, which was only filled with trash cans and weeds. Due to her blocked vision, Hermione didn't see the opening of the entrance to Diagon Alley just now, and she didn't know how the person disappeared. Qin Yu can naturally pretend to be X completely. Thinking of this, Qin Yu temporarily put aside what he had just seen, took out his wand, and solemnly said to Hermione, "Hermione, watch carefully. I will only demonstrate once." "Huh, demonstrate what, and why only demonstrate it once? When you taught me various things before, didn't you demonstrate it several times?" Hermione said with some confusion. Qin Yu was choked and speechless for a moment. At this moment he really wanted to block this girl's mouth with something. "Okay, you can demonstrate as many times as you like. Anyway, don't blink, I'm going to start." Qin Yu calmed down and continued. "Yeah." The little girl immediately showed a serious and focused expression. Qin Yu didn't say anything more. He followed the instructions taught by Hagrid in his memory and tapped the specific position on the wall 3 times with the tip of his wand. Immediately afterwards, the bricks he knocked began to move quickly. Gradually forming an arched doorway, Hermione's eyes widened with surprise after seeing such a magical scene. "How amazing!" the little girl murmured. Well, this reaction made Qin Yu quite satisfied. Then, he pulled Hermione through the doorway and onto the cobblestone street. When Hermione looked back, the doorway had closed and turned into a solid wall again. As the two walked further, they saw many wizards appearing on the street, as well as the first shop, a shop selling various crucibles. Hermione happily pulled Qin Yu closer, wanting to see what those crucibles were used for. The crucible is mainly used in potions class, so it's not too late to buy it when school starts, Qin Yu reminded. "Yeah, I know, I just want to take a look and not buy it," Hermione nodded. Then she walked around the store with great interest and then left with satisfaction. Then came the wizard robe shop, owl shop, magic pet shop, magic stationery shop, astronomical instrument shop, alchemy workshop, etc. In short, Hermione fully implemented her principle of "I'll just take a look" wherever she went. Everyone has to go in and take a look, and even if they don't buy, they still enjoy it. At this time, Qin Yu finally realized that girls, no matter ancient or modern, Huxia or foreign, and no matter how old they are, seem to have an instinct to love shopping hidden in their genes. Of course, this does not rule out the fact that Hermione was surprised at everything when she came here for the first time. After all, Qin Yu was also full of curiosity about Diagon Alley when he came to Diagon Alley last time. However, Qin Yu has experienced various experiences in Hogwarts and is no longer as ignorant about the magical world as he was at first. Naturally, he is not too curious about these magic shops and magic items. In this way, Hermione walked around and looked around and occasionally had the courage to chat with the owner of the store. After shopping for a long time, the two of them arrived at a wizard's pharmacy and walked in together. "Boss, do you still have the acromantula venom and the spider abdominal bristles from last time?" A young wizard with messy hair asked the boss anxiously. "Sorry, sir, the last fluid ounce of acromantula venom has just been bought and there is still a small packet of spider abdominal bristles," the boss said regretfully. After seeing the disappointed look on the young wizard's face, the boss continued, "We have the venom of the grimace spider here. It is similar to the venom of the acromantula. Do you want to consider buying this instead?" "Oh, how can the poison of the grimace spider be compared with the acromantula?" "Forget it, I can only buy this. Give me 5 ounces. No, let's have half a pint. The quality of the venom is not good, so I have to buy more," the young wizard muttered. Note: 1 pint equals 20 fluid ounces, where pints and fluid ounces are units of volume. "Okay," the boss nodded happily and then asked, "What about the spider belly CD?" "Come on, a handful, I don't need much," the young wizard replied. After Qin Yu and Hermione came in, they watched the boss doing business with great interest. After the boss handed the venom in a bottle and the spider belly bristles wrapped in tinfoil to the young wizard and collected a bunch of beautiful gold and silver coins. Qin Yu then stepped forward to say hello and called out the boss's name. "Who are you?" The boss was a little unfamiliar with this little oriental boy. "I'm Qin Yu, we wrote by letter." Qin Yu introduced himself with a smile. "Qin. Are you Qin, the sole agent for products produced in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts?" the boss said with some surprise. He didn't expect that the person who had been communicating with him would be such a young child. However, after thinking about it, he was relieved. In the magical world, there are all kinds of bizarre things, and even a 1-year-old child can defeat them. That person, you know who, it is not surprising that the teenage boy in front of him is doing business. I'm just a sole agent for some of the products attached to magical creatures." Qin Yu corrected the boss. "Good guy, if he really dares to say that he is an agent for the Forbidden Forest. If Professor Dumbledore finds out, will he be killed in a matter of minutes?" "Okay, that's a slight exaggeration. Old Deng still loves me, but if Professor McGonagall deducts 100 points, he will definitely not be able to escape," Qin Yu thought to himself. "Oh yes, I made a mistake." The boss obviously understood very well and blinked at Qin Yu several times with a cunning look like a businessman in his eyes. When he sells things, he can of course occasionally declare this to his customers in a subtle way, but if he openly publicizes it, it will cause unnecessary trouble for him and his suppliers. "So, Mr. Qin, when you come here this time, has the new acromantula venom arrived?" the boss said with anticipation. "Sorry, there are no new products of acromantula venom now. I came here this time to accompany my, sister to visit Diagon Alley," Qin Yu explained. "So that's it, then you can just browse around, and if you like anything in my store, I'll give you a 20% discount." Although the boss was disappointed, he still said enthusiastically, "Thank you, boss." Qin Yu quickly thanked him. A new customer came to the store and the boss hurriedly went to entertain him. However, this customer disliked the price of dragon liver and left without looking back. Qin Yu shopped at this wizard drugstore much more carefully than Hermione, paying attention to the quality and price of the items because this was more or less his job. After understanding the market demand, they could supply these stores. Of course, Hermione would definitely not be bored. She pulled Qin Yu and asked him to introduce all kinds of weird magical herbs. It was like having a lively herbal medicine or potion class. Then, when Qin Yu realized that he didn't recognize most of the things in the back, he decisively took Hermione's little hand and left the store. Time passed quickly and 2 hours passed before I knew it. Hermione was very happy throughout her trip to Diagon Alley, and her favorite was Flourish and Blott's bookstore because there were so many books that she had never heard of before, and some of the books could move and even make scary sounds. This is even more interesting. Qin, can I read here for a while? Hermione said expectantly. On the second floor of Flourishes and Blott's bookstore, there is a reading area where guests are allowed to read. Qin Yu secretly thought, little ancestor, you finally need to take a rest. So he immediately nodded in agreement and ordered a glass of Flourish Blossom Bookstore's special flavored juice for each of them. Just like that, the two of them sat down at a table by the window, sipping this juice that tasted different in every bite and looking through the books they found. Hermione was reading a book called History of the Magical World and Magical Management Organizations in Various Regions, and she read it very seriously. Is this girl too ambitious to read a book like this right from the start? Qin Yu thought to himself. Of course, he was just complaining casually. What he had on hand was a book called Some Weird Ideas on Alchemy, written by a wizard at the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center. However, after reading for a while, Qin Yu found that this person's ideas were indeed weird, and some of them were even nonsense. When he saw in the book that the magic stone could be used to provide magical energy to solve the energy crisis in the human world, Qin Yu was very happy. Is the magic stone just a stone from the street that can be easily broken? This idea is too unrealistic. So he simply closed the book, took a sip of juice, and then looked out the window to soothe his slightly sore eyes. Outside the window were numerous shops and bustling crowds. Thanks to the soundproofing spell, he didn't feel noisy when he sat here. Instead, he felt like he was appreciating the various aspects of wizard life. Well, you can draw a picture based on this situation and call it Christmas on the Streets. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. However, this smile did not last long before it slowly disappeared and his brows furrowed slightly. Is it that person from the bar? Qin Yu thought to himself. Yes, there was a pale young wizard walking hurriedly downstairs. It was the man Qin Yu saw in the leaky cauldron. Thinking of the tattoos he saw before, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart. Ding, dear host, the seemingly peaceful magical world has been undercurrent. You have inadvertently discovered a suspicious person and have become vigilant. Now, please make your choice. 1. Proceed with caution and inform others of what you discover. Reward 1,000 gold galleons. 2. Take the risk to investigate and obtain certain investigation results. Reward the high-level casting ability of the illusion curse. The sudden appearance of the system made Qin Yu feel that things were not simple. The illusion spell is a camouflage spell that can make the person or object cast by the spell resemble a chameleon and achieve similar or consistent effects with the surrounding environment, including color and texture. A more advanced disguise charm can also specifically conceal the object being cast according to the needs of the caster, such as removing the wings of the Pegasus, so that muggles will not see the special features of the Pegasus. Wizards who raise flying horses will not be at risk of exposure. As for the high-level illusion spell, it is said that it can achieve the effect of invisibility, which is equivalent to wearing an invisibility cloak. It sounds awesome, but it is indeed difficult to perform. Anyway, Dumbledore can definitely do it. As for Snape's level, it can also produce a certain invisibility effect, but it is definitely not as perfect as Dumbledore's. Qin Yu had practiced this spell under the guidance of Snape, but it was not very successful. He could only manage to make the color similar to the environment. In short, the high-level illusion charm is a very valuable magic spell, which is equivalent to having an extra invisibility cloak. How could Qin Yu not be tempted when the system gave such a reward? You know, if he practiced alone, it would probably take him 2 or 3 years to master it. The system's reward directly shortened this time. Faced with the two options presented by the system this time, Qin Yu would have definitely chosen 2 if he had not brought Hermione with him. However, now that Hermione was here, he was a little hesitant. Maybe choosing 1 is not bad either, Qin Yu secretly thought in his heart. Qin, what's wrong with you? Are you thinking about something? Hermione raised her eyes and accidentally saw the thoughtful expression on Qin Yu's face and asked in confusion. I suddenly thought that I have something to do in Diagon Alley, but it doesn't matter, it's not an emergency, Qin Yu said casually. Well, then just do it, there's nothing to do now anyway. Besides, don't you often say that since some things must be done, there is no need to find reasons to delay them? If you teach me, will you forget it yourself? Hermione said seriously. After hearing her words, Qin Yu was a little stunned for a moment. Yes, there are some things that cannot be avoided and there is no point in delaying them. As a time traveler, he should actually understand this truth because he knows how difficult the future will be. Maybe it was the peaceful life that numbed him, making him almost forget that he had to make a lot of efforts to make changes in the future. So his eyes became firm and he nodded and said, You are right, some things cannot be avoided and there is no need to delay them. Yeah, Hermione nodded with a smile, feeling that she had given Qin a big lesson. Then she asked, Do you need me to follow you? No, just stay here and read. It's more convenient for me to do this alone. Qin Yu shook his head and said, Qin Yu definitely couldn't take Hermione with him to investigate, but it was quite safe for her to stay at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Yeah, okay. Although Hermione was slightly disappointed, she responded obediently. Then she pointed to the empty cup again, bit her lip and said with some embarrassment, Qin, can I have another glass of juice? Of course, it's no problem, I'll go to the boss and ask her to bring a drink, then I'll leave some money with her, just tell the boss what you want to buy, Qin Yu said with a smile. That's great, thank you Qin, Hermione said happily. Why are you being polite to me? Qin Yu stood up, gently rubbed Hermione's head and then walked downstairs quickly. Choose two, Qin Yu thought silently in his heart. Ding. Your choice is full of courage. Please complete the investigation as soon as possible. I wish you good luck, the system replied. After Qin Yu walked downstairs, he looked back at Hermione, who was quietly reading a book by the window. The latter seemed to have noticed his gaze and tilted her head to look at him. Then she showed a bright smile and smiled at him. She waved her hand, indicating that he could do things with peace of mind, go back quickly and don't worry about her. Well, what a lovely, sensible and considerate old girl. Qin Yu waved goodbye to Hermione again and walked down the stairs. After leaving a pile of gold galleons and asking the boss to give Hermione a glass of strange juice, Qin Yu quickly went out to find the young man. In fact, it didn't take much time from when he found the suspicious man to when he went downstairs. In addition, the man's movement track was relatively clear, so Qin Yu quickly discovered the man's figure. Then, he carefully followed the man, keeping a safe distance. Qin Yu followed him like this for a while and saw the man walking around in the crowded streets. However, his expression and movements were a little nervous, and he obviously had no intention of buying anything. About 10 minutes later, the man looked at the magic clock in a certain store, his steps began to speed up, and he quickly left the lively and bustling street and walked to the side, becoming more and more secluded as he walked. Finally, at a certain moment, his figure suddenly disappeared for some reason. Qin Yu quickly approached and found that the man had turned into a narrow, deserted alley. Then, the young man stopped in this alley, looking a little anxious, standing there as if waiting for someone. Since the alley was not long and was open at both ends, in order to avoid being discovered by this person or others who might appear, Qin Yu did not guard the entrance of the alley. Instead, he went to a big tree nearby and climbed up to carry out the operation. Squat and guard. Although it is winter at this time, this tree has dense branches and leaves. It must be some special tree species. Qin Yu is hidden in the crown of the tree, making it difficult for outsiders to detect his presence at a glance. Nearly 10 minutes later, while the young man in the alley was pacing impatiently, someone appeared at the opposite alley and obviously walked towards the young man. After Qin Yu saw it, he quickly and carefully slipped out of the tree, then quickly and lightly approached the alley here and stopped next to a debris pile, using a broken wooden board to cover his figure. And then he carefully looked at the two people not far away through the cracks in the wooden boards. You came too late and have no sense of time at all, the young man said dissatisfied. You insisted on making an appointment here. I was afraid of meeting an acquaintance, so I had to take some detours, the visitor said helplessly. The man who came later was wearing a dark cloak and his face was covered by the hood of the cloak. Qin Yu couldn't see the man's face clearly, but his voice sounded like that of an adult man in his 30s. You can come here in advance, and it is the safest for both of us to make an appointment here, the young man said impatiently. To be honest, both of us should have more trust for the greater good, and so do we, the cloaked man said. Forget it, we are different from you, at least we will not treat our fellow wizards differently because of their bloodline, the young man said with a cold snort. Okay, let's put an end to the dispute over ideas. At least we need to cooperate now, don't we? The cloaked man's tone slowed down. Well, I have no objection to cooperation. Of course, I'm not the one who can decide. The young man stopped tit for tat. Then the man in the cloak stretched out a hand and handed over a key. Then, let's get down to business. We think the things are okay. This is the second installment of money. The young man took the key and handed over a small bag. The man in the cloak took the bag, opened the rope at the top, looked down, and then said with satisfaction, "Okay, happy cooperation." He held out a hand, and the young man shook it reluctantly. However, at this moment, the noise coming from the alley alarmed them. First there was a cat meowing, then there was a cry of pain from someone, and then there was a B***** G sound like a falling board. Who, what person? The two of them exclaimed at the same time and quickly took out their wands. When they saw a figure appearing at the entrance of the alley, they waved their wands at each other at the same time. However, the two of them were only halfway through chanting the spell as the other party's spell hit them first. Expelliarmus. Dang, there were two sounds of the wand falling to the ground. This made the two people in the alley look frightened. The other party was not only very strong but also decisive. At first glance, he was not someone to be trifled with. It's good to talk, the cloaked man begged for mercy. Stupefy. Before the cloaked man could finish speaking, the other party's second wave of spells had already attacked. The cloaked man and the young wizard immediately fainted and fell to the ground. After nearly a minute, the figure at the entrance of the alley slowly approached and cautiously kicked each of the two men on the ground. It seems there's no problem. The voice sounded a little childish. When he removed the camouflage spell from his body, he revealed his face with delicate and elegant features with oriental features. Yes, this person was Qin Yu, who was following and investigating the suspicious man. Fortunately, the place where he was hiding was the home of a stray cat. When the stray cat came home and found an uninvited guest, it immediately attacked him. Qin Yu looked at the two people in the alley intently. Without warning, 4 bloody streaks were scratched on his hand. He shouted out in pain, and the wooden board in his hand immediately fell to the ground. How could this movement not alert the two people? But Qin Yu simply kept doing nothing, relying on his reaction speed trained by Professor Snape, and cast the 2 spells of Expelliarmus and Stunner one after another, quickly knocking out the 2 people in the alley. The restraint law actually focuses on casting spells in front of muggles. In a place like Diagon Alley where wizards only stay, Qin Yu can still cast it boldly. Do you have anything to discuss? What do I have to discuss with you? Qin Yu said coldly. The world is a dangerous place. He needs to kill him first, and he has no intention of chatting with him after taking action. Then, Qin Yu pulled open the sleeves of the 2 men and saw the pattern of triangles, circles, and vertical lines on the back of the young man's wrist. Yes, this is the legendary Deathly Hallows symbol and Grindelwald symbol. On the inside of another person's wrist there is a bright red tattoo which is a pattern of a python emerging from the mouth of a skull. Seeing the second pattern, Qin Yu only felt his scalp was a little numb. Merlin's legs. A Death Eater and a GA, how can we get them all together at once? Qin Yu sighed while picking up the keys and bags from the 2 people's hands and stuffing them into his arms. He heard faint voices coming from his ears. He didn't know if they were pedestrians passing by. Qin Yu didn't stop too much. He couldn't take the 2 people on the ground with him anyway. Then he walked quickly from the alley where he just entered, got out. Wow, Qin, where did this kitten come from? When Hermione saw the little yellow cat in Qin Yu's arms, her eyes instantly became gentle and infatuated. There is no way. It is difficult for girls to resist the cuteness of small animals. Oh, I picked it up on the road. It seems to be a stray cat. I just cleaned it. I plan to take it to a pet store later, but I don't know if they will accept it. Qin Yu said helplessly. Although the cat attacked him, it had occupied the other person's nest first, and it seemed to have crushed the kitten's toy, a very broken puppet. When he left the alley, the little yellow cat looked at him and shivered, probably realizing that this boy was a very powerful and scary person. Seeing that it was pitiful, Qin Yu threw a cleaning spell at it and brought it back. "Can I give him a hug?" Hermione said expectantly. "Okay, but you have to be careful, my hand was scratched by it just now," Qin Yu reminded. "Ah, are you okay?" Hermione looked at Qin Yu's hands and said worriedly, "It's okay, I've bought special healing potions from the potion shop." Qin Yu showed Hermione the back of his injured hand. After being treated with healing spells and special potions, there are no obvious traces left on him. Hermione felt relieved and then began to scold the little yellow cat. "How could you bully Qin? He is a very kind and gentle person, and you see, he even brought you back." After listening to Hermione's words, the little yellow cat purred in his body. He didn't know if he understood what gentleness and kindness meant. At this time, the two of them were on the first floor of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Since Qin Yu left some money and let Hermione watch the purchases, she carefully selected a few books and asked the boss to put them into a canvas bag. When Qin Yu came back, the bookstore owner returned the remaining pile of gold galleons to him. Looking at the pile of gold galleons that had not decreased much, Qin Yu secretly thought, "This girl is really a person who knows how to live a good life. She even knows how to save money for me." Then, Qin Yu carried the bag containing the books and Hermione hugged the little yellow cat and left Flourish and Blott's bookstore together. "Huh. Why did you buy this book?" Qin Yu casually looked at the books in the bag on the way and said with some surprise. "I see that you have been reading this book, and the boss said that this book has been in the store for a long time and no one has bought it. It is on sale, it only costs 5 sickles, so I bought it together." After Hermione said this, she felt a little bit. He said awkwardly, "Don't you like this book?" "No, actually this book is quite good. It has a certain degree of originality. Moreover, 5 Zico is very affordable. We definitely made a profit by buying this book at such a cheap price," Qin Yu said with a smile. "Hee hee, that's good." Hermione also laughed. Finally, Qin Yu and Hermione returned home with the cat. By the way, they had already put the little yellow cat in the magic pet store. The clerk said that the cat had the blood of the cat and could barely be sold. However, when the two of them came out of the pet store and had not walked a few steps, Hermione muttered, "Crookshanks is obviously very beautiful. Why did the clerk say that he is ugly and not easy to sell?" Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this. "Shop clerk," Hermione said blankly. "I mean, what kind of mountain is that?" Qin Yu continued to ask. "Crookshanks?" Hermione said her full name. "Yes, Crookshanks," Qin Yu nodded. "Crookshanks is beautiful," Hermione said solemnly. "So who is Crookshanks?" Qin Yu frowned. "That kitten we picked up, I just named him." After Hermione said this, she looked back at the pet shop eagerly. Well, Qin Yu didn't know if Hermione had mentioned this name just now. However, Crookshanks fits the image of that cat quite well. 2 short, slightly curved legs. Note, crook means crooked and shank means calf. The most important thing is that Qin Yu knows this name. However, he was not sure whether this Crookshanks was Hermione's Crookshanks. At least with its fluffy yellow fur, big face and short legs, it did look a bit like Hermione, of the cat I was going to buy in 3rd grade. If no one wants to buy Crookshanks, will he always be locked in a cage? This is too pitiful, right, Qin? Where is the person?" Hermione said. After saying this, I suddenly realized that there was no one around. Then she turned around and saw Qin Yu standing behind with a bag containing books and looking at her helplessly. "Why don't you leave?" Hermione asked, confused. "Are you sure you want to leave?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and asked. Hermione blinked a few times, then an uncontrollable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Qin, are you?" "Yes, it's what you think." "Really?" "It's not true, you've already given him a name. He will naturally be our cat." Now that Hermione has named the cat Crookshanks, don't worry about whether Qin Yu knows it. He didn't even intend to leave the cat in the store. "That's great, I really love you to death." Muatilda. Hermione ran over, stood up on tiptoes and gave Qin Yu a pop on the cheek, then immediately ran back to the magic pet shop. Well, it's not surprising that a Western-style kiss is a courtesy, Qin Yu thought to himself. Then, with a slight cough, he slowly returned to the store. The two of them got the cat back smoothly. Qin Yu also bought some pet medicines such as meat enhancers and hair smoothing agents for cats. The clerk was naturally very happy and did not feel at all that the two children had just put down the cat. It would be too much trouble to go back again. Hermione was the happiest. She hugged the little yellow cat. No, it has a name now, it's called Crookshanks, and refused to let go. Crookshanks, you will live with us from now on. I am mother, my name is Hermione, and this is father. No, it's uncle, his name is Qin. Hermione walked on the street, he said to the little yellow cat in his arms. Why am I not the father? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Because I am your sister, you are Crookshanks' uncle, Hermione said seriously. Obviously, she remembered Qin Yu's previous introduction to the owner of the leaky cauldron, saying that she was his sister. Okay, let's just be uncle. Qin Yu felt that there was no need to argue about this topic. In this way, a family of three, 2 people and a cat, strolled around Diagon Alley for a while, ate some of the special food here, and then ended today's trip and left Diagon Alley. When Qin Yu, Hermione and Crookshanks returned home, Mr. and Mrs. Granger had not yet gotten off work. Qin, do you think our parents will agree to our raising him? Hermione started to feel a little worried at this time. Don't worry, I will help you convince Uncle David and Aunt Jenny, Qin Yu said with a smile. Great, Crookshanks, did you hear that? Qin will help us, don't worry. Hermione picked up the kitten and said. Qin Yu waited for a moment but did not wait for a polite kiss. Well, it was just because the cat attracted almost all of Hermione's attention. In the evening, when Mr. and Mrs. Granger came home from get off work, they were indeed worried about raising this cat. They were mainly worried that Hermione would not be able to take care of it, and they were busy with work. However, Qin Yu tried his best to persuade them, saying that they had to bring a pet with them when they went to Hogwarts anyway, and it was okay to buy it half a year in advance. He also said that Crookshanks was a very smart cat and no one needed to worry too much. He then asked the cat to demonstrate how to squat on the toilet to use the toilet. Of course, the confused and frightened Crookshanks did not successfully complete this action but almost fell in. However, Mrs. Granger still agreed with her daughter to keep the cat. Mainly because she felt that it was not easy for the two children to come up with the idea of letting the cat use the toilet. There was no need to embarrass them too much. Thus, Crookshanks officially became a member of the Granger family. And that night, Hermione took him back to the room to sleep with him. Trig, who had been resting on the window sill of her room, was arranged by Qin Yu to deliver a letter to Hogwarts that night. Lying on the bed, Qin Yu thought about what happened today without feeling sleepy at all. The topic of discussion among the guests in the leaky cauldron was the young wizard he met who was suspected of being a GA and the cloaked man with a Death Eater tattoo. Also, the keys and bags they exchanged when they met. All this made Qin Yu feel that things were a bit tricky, and he had just confirmed that the key should be Gringotts' vault key and that the bag contained a sealed transparent glass bottle with a red to black liquid inside. So, is it someone from GA who wants to sell this thing to Death Eaters in exchange for money? Qin Yu boldly guessed. So what exactly is in this vial? Qin Yu once wanted to open it and take a look. However, reason told him that it was better not to seek death and there was no harm in being more cautious. At this time, Qin Yu increasingly felt that he had made the right choice to take the risk of investigating. If he had stood still and only told others about the suspicious person he saw, he would not have been able to obtain much information, and there would be no one he could trust. Not many, and it was impossible to notify them in time at that time. Therefore, he did what he could do and obtained a lot of investigation results. The rest was left to those who were more suitable than him. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but look out the window. I don't know if he had the ability to predict things, but when he looked outside, there was a distortion somewhere outside the window, and an old man with a gray beard suddenly appeared outside. Soon, the window opened automatically and the old man walked in. This old man is Professor Dumbledore, one of the people Qin Yu trusts most at present and the most powerful one. Professor Dumbledore came in a hurry after receiving Trig's notice. Qin, what happened? Dumbledore asked curiously. Qin Yu didn't go into details in the letter but just asked him to come as soon as possible. Qin Yu originally wanted Trig to fly to Hogwarts with the keys and bag, but for safety reasons he just informed Dumbledore to come to his place to meet him quickly, so as to ensure nothing went wrong. Well, today I took Hermione to Diagon Alley. Therefore, Qin Yu told Dumbledore exactly what he heard and saw in Diagon Alley. Lao Deng did not interrupt the whole process, but his old face became more and more solemn. When Qin Yu finally handed him the vial in the bag, there was already worry in his eyes. "You mean this is not the first transaction between them but the second?" Dumbledore asked a seemingly unimportant question. "Yes, they seem to have met before, are somewhat familiar with each other, and even argued about ideas," Qin Yu replied. "Well, I understand," Dumbledore said, putting away the key and vial. Then he warned Qin Yu, "Qin, don't take risks in the future. Leave today's matter to me for further investigation. You can enjoy the last few days of your Christmas vacation." "Well, I actually happened to meet them at the right time and I didn't take the initiative to provoke them," Qin Yu said while touching his nose. "Well, your vigilance and courage are very worthy of recognition, but you are still young, so some things should be done by us people. After all, these things are too dangerous," Dumbledore said seriously. "Okay, Professor Dumbledore, I will listen to your opinion," Qin Yu said kindly. "That's good, I'll leave first, you go to bed early." Dumbledore said goodbye to Qin Yu with a smile. "Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore." Lao Deng came and went in a hurry. A phantom disappeared in place. After sending away the things in his hands, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding. The host has submitted the investigation results to the key person. The investigation task has been successfully completed and the reward has been distributed. Please check it yourself, the system sounded. Qin Yu didn't expect that the selection task would be completed at this moment. Then he excitedly verified the reward he had just received, the ability to cast the high-level illusion curse. He chanted the incantation and tapped himself with the wand. After a moment, he found that he could no longer see his body. He seemed to have become a ghost without a body. This effect made him very satisfied. The law for the reasonable restraint of minor wizards has been continuously improved since its promulgation in 1875. Among them, the introduction of trace silk has become a good assistant to the law of restraint. Zongxi, a detection spell cast on minor wizards under the age of 17, focusing on monitoring their behavior outside of school. However, in the actual implementation of the Restraint Act, underage wizards shall not deliberately use magic in front of muggles. Nomads is the most basic requirement. As for young wizards practicing magic in wizard families, many people practice past or practiced and used privately or tried out the wand when buying it, etc. Even if the trace is reported, the Ministry of Magic will not send out orders to arrest the person. As long as it is not too blatant or causes serious impact, the best the Ministry of Magic could do was send a warning letter. As for wizards who are not in school or muggle-born wizards, the supervision of the Ministry of Magic is relatively weak. There is no trace of the underworld, and these children will inevitably lose control of their magic without guidance, such as turning the glass in the zoo. If the tree disappears or the tree is knocked down, it will be difficult for the Ministry of Magic to respond in time. It can only obtain information based on intelligence from other channels. In short, as long as you don't act like a monster, the Ministry of Magic won't come looking for you. Note, this is a unified explanation. Don't delve into the Restraint Act and traces. Look at Harry's behavior from the first part to the last part in the original book. As long as no one is messing with you, the Restraint Act is it's very flexible. I know that Zongxi can't get around it, but there are things that Harry can't do and Malfoy can't do. Just think of me as a demon, and Zongxi is very important and the protagonist will definitely not do it easily. Be a monster unless the plot requires it. In view of the above, Qin Yu carefully experimented with the disguise charm, then did not use it too much, and resisted the urge to go downstairs to scare Hermione and Crookshanks. It has to be said that Dumbledore is indeed the person who can completely reassure Qin Yu. After handing the things to Lao Deng, Qin Yu felt much more at ease. It was late at night and sleepiness gradually came over him. He lay on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the next few days, Hermione held Crookshanks' little yellow cat in her arms basically every chance she got, and the relationship between one person and one cat quickly grew. And amazingly, Crookshanks actually learned to use the toilet. This is of course due to Hermione's persistent teaching, but I have to admit that this cat is indeed very smart, which made Qin Yu once wonder if he was transformed by a wizard, that is, in the animagus form. However, Crookshanks never revealed his original form. I've been teaching him to call mommy recently. Maybe he will have learned it by the time you come back from school, Hermione said with a smile. However, after saying this, she suddenly realized that the Christmas vacation was about to end, and Qin Yu would return to school tomorrow. Thinking of this, the originally happy look in her eyes turned into depression and loneliness. Qin Yu saw this and said, "Wen Yan, I will be back soon and I will write to you often." Unexpectedly, Hermione pursed her lips and said, "I don't want to just write a letter." After spending 10 days together during the Christmas vacation, Hermione felt that simply writing letters could no longer satisfy her, and it would be better to have Qin by her side. However, Qin will eventually return to school. Thinking of this, Hermione felt very unhappy. Crookshanks in her arms seemed to feel her emotions and rubbed his master's arm with his big furry face. Qin Yu didn't know how to comfort Hermione's mood for a while because even he himself had some feelings of separation. Then, seeing Crookshanks rubbing Hermione's arm, Qin Yu felt angry for no reason, grabbed the cat by the scruff of the neck and pushed it aside. "Qin Yu!" When Hermione let out an unexpected exclamation, Qin Yu approached and gently held her in his arms. "So if you don't know how to comfort her, just hug her for a while, as a courtesy." Hermione's body was a little stiff at first, but after smelling the familiar scent of Qin Yu, she gradually relaxed and rubbed her face against his neck. Her originally depressed and resentful mood was relieved. "Then you must write at least 2 letters a week. You can write shorter, but you can't stop writing just because you are busy." The little girl put forward her own demanding request. "Okay, I promise to write at least 2 letters a week. If I can't do it, you can send Trig to capture me," Qin Yu promised. "How can Trig lead you?" Hermione said with wide eyes. "He also has many brothers and sisters who can help together," Qin Yu said seriously. "Then you might be thrown from the sky by them at any time, haha." Hermione couldn't help laughing after imagining a few owls flying in the sky holding Qin Yu. The girl's depression went away as quickly as it came. After receiving Qin Yu's assurance, especially the hug, Hermione felt much better. He went upstairs and helped Qin Yu pack his luggage. Qin Yu, on the other hand, felt inexplicably warm in his heart when he saw Hermione kneeling beside the bed, a little unfamiliar but helping him fold clothes in a serious manner. Being able to enjoy the treatment of the future Minister of Magic personally sorting out his clothes made him quite emotional. "Qin, please quickly pack your things and see what you need to bring and what you don't need to bring." Hermione saw Qin Yu standing stupidly and warned him solemnly. "I want to take you with me," Qin Yu said casually while packing his things. "Is it really possible?" Hermione's eyes lit up with an expectant look. "Okay, this girl is acting weird." "Oh, unless you become an owl or a cat," Qin Yu said angrily. "Then I will change now. I am already a cat, meow tilde." Hermione said this, climbed onto Qin Yu's bed and disguised herself as a kitten. Qin Yu reached out and stroked her head, matching her performance. Of course, Hermione's acting skills were only enough to fool Qin Yu. She was still far from turning into a real kitten. Naturally, she couldn't really be taken to Hogwarts by Qin Yu. The only impact she had was that she messed up the clothes she had just folded. So, after playing around for a while, Hermione continued to squat by the bed and help Qin Yu fold the clothes again. On the next day, Qin Yu had eaten early, packed his luggage, and was ready to leave. The Grangers originally planned to take Qin Yu to the train station, but Qin Yu felt that he could do it alone and did not want to delay their work, so he declined their offer. Then he said goodbye to the Grangers at the door. "Crookshanks, goodbye, Uncle." Hermione held the little yellow cat in her arms, grabbed one of his paws and waved goodbye to Qin Yu. Hermione's performance at this time surprised the Grangers because they originally thought their daughter was going to cry again, but they didn't expect her daughter to be so calm and behave so naughty today. As everyone knows, Hermione had already been depressed as early as yesterday and was coaxed out of it. Although she was reluctant to let go, she didn't indulge in it too much. The little girl is also becoming stronger little by little. Qin Yu left Granger's house, took the bus and subway, went to King's Cross Station, and entered the Hogwarts Express platform at the 9 3/4 station. Then he took the train again and returned to the magic school. The vacation is over and the new semester is about to begin. Familiar mountains, familiar water, familiar classrooms, campuses, dormitories, auditoriums, and Professor Snape's long legs. If you don't wake up from the laziness and waste of the holidays, I don't mind throwing you into the Black Lake to wake up. Listen to this cold voice, listen to this mean tone. It's such an instant refreshment. Mr. Qin, I see that you are in a good mood, so let me demonstrate the grinding of the weasel's dried gland cysts. Professor Snape picked up Qin Yu and said slowly. After Qin Yu heard this, his face fell instantly. Weasel gland sack, are you going to take me away? If you do well, I will consider adding 1 point to Gryffindor. Professor Snape then said calmly, Okay, you're welcome. My pleasure, Professor Snape. Qin Yu smiled brightly. Then he resolutely walked to the lecture table and experimental bench in front of the classroom, took a deep breath, picked up a shriveled, gray, and dried animal organ with tweezers and threw it into the mortar. This gray thing is the weasel gland sac. Qin Yu has seen it in textbooks. He knows that despite its ordinary appearance, this thing has a very light taste, but once it is ground into powder, it will be something serious. After gathering up the courage, Qin Yu suddenly smashed the weasel's gland sac with the pestle in his hand and then pressed hard to grind the fragments. And as he grinded, a stench that was so strong that it couldn't be dispelled quickly spread in the classroom. Ugh tilde. Ouch tilde. It stinks. I'm dying. Help. I'm in tears. Ugh. The students in the classroom were all retching from the stench and calling for help. Qin Yu was the first to bear the brunt and was on the verge of death at any time. Remember this smell? Professor Snape said slowly and loudly. There was no way, the classroom was so noisy at the moment, and even if he didn't speak loudly, the students wouldn't hear him. Remember, Professor, please let us go. Professor Snape, we really remember it. The taste is so profound, I will remember it forever. I can never forget this smell in my dreams. The classmates replied one after another. Snape brand high suction range hood. Professor Snape waved his magic wand and the odor in the air was instantly taken away. Then, he restrained the stench of the weasel glands below Qin Yu's chest so that no one could smell it. Qin Yu saw this understatement and once again admired Snape's magical attainments in his heart and decided to learn it. In this way, if he cooked food in the dormitory, he would not have to worry about being discovered by the prefects. Thinking about these, Qin Yu finally completed the grinding work and passed the weasel gland cyst powder through a fine sieve. Okay, it's quite qualified. Professor Snape looked at the fine powder he finally got and nodded. Then, Qin Yu blinked a few times as a reminder. Gryffindor 1 point, Professor Snape said in a calm tone. The Gryffindor students cheered instantly and the Slytherin students who were in class at the same time were also very convinced. This guy Qin had earned it with his life, so they couldn't accept it. Weasel's glandular sac powder has a very stinky smell, but it is of great use. The insect repellent and animal repellent made from it can provide you with a certain degree of safety in the wild. Next, I will demonstrate the specific method of making this potion. Professor Snape began the formal lecture. At the end of the class, the first-grade children lost their appetite again. The lethality of the weasel gland sacs had exceeded the previous bloody and terrifying images of Professor Swinton. Professor Snape's notoriety quickly overwhelmed Professor Swinton. Seriously, I teach diligently, why do I have a bad reputation? Professor Swinton said rather dissatisfied. At this time he, Qin Yu and Professor Snape were waiting in the defense against the dark arts teacher's office. This is the first time the three have been together since late last year. The reason is that Professor Swinton has been busy with something and has no time to find them. Hey, how do you feel good about yourself? Qin Yu said angrily. Qin, you are my most beloved student, why do you say that to me? I am really sad. Professor Swinton looked sad. Okay, Stephen, tell us what brought us here today. Professor Snape finally couldn't help but interjected. When Professor Swinton heard this, he immediately put away his funny expression and became serious. He didn't speak immediately but took out a vial which contained half a bottle of red to black liquid. What is this? Snape frowned. Qin Yu showed a solemn expression. Yes, he knew this thing. He picked it up from a suspicious person in Diagon Alley during the Christmas holidays. It seems that Qin still remembers this thing. Professor Swinton looked at Qin Yu and said, "Well, I remember, but why did Professor Dumbledore give it to you?" Qin Yu asked curiously. "Leave it to me, of course, because this is more or less my expertise," Professor Swinton shrugged. "What's your specialty?" Qin Yu thought about Professor Swinton's unique skills. "It's alchemy." Swinton didn't give Qin Yu much time to guess and told the answer himself. "Is this thing related to alchemy?" Qin Yu became more and more curious. "That's right." "Would you like to explain to me what's going on first?" Professor Snape interrupted them. "Let Qin speak." Professor Swinton pointed at Qin Yu. So Qin Yu recounted what he had experienced in Diagon Alley. After listening to his story, Professor Snape said calmly, "The action was quite decisive. Professor Dumbledore is investigating this matter himself. He just asked me to study the composition and function of this liquid. This time, after the research has produced results, he asked me to communicate with you," Professor Swinton added. "So what is this?" Qin Yu asked. "A product of life alchemy. I guess it comes from the dark alchemy of the North American witch god cult and its function," Professor Swinton said, opening something covered by a black cloth next to it. It was an iron cage, and inside the cage was a white mouse that looked dull. There were many wounds on the white mouse's body, some of which looked even fatal. "Immortality," Professor Snape said this term that made him a little disgusted. "That's right, it means immortality," Professor Swinton nodded. "What is immortality?" Qin Yu asked doubtfully. "The immortal body means that although the body will die and be injured, it can still move," Professor Swinton explained briefly. After listening to his words and looking at the mouse again, Qin Yu instantly understood what was going on. "Isn't this a zombie? Could this black liquid make animals or people immortal?" Qin Yu said, slightly shocked. "Yes, but it should be much more than this one effect," Professor Swinton said in rather cautious language. His words instantly silenced the room. After a while, he waved his wand and pointed it at the mouse. After a ray of white light, black smoke began to appear on the mouse, and it soon burned to ashes. "It's long dead," Professor Swinton said calmly. Then he continued, "Things seem to be a little tricky, so what Professor Dumbledore means is that we need to continue to train Qin so that he can have more coping abilities. After all, various things will always happen around him. Accident. I don't want any accidents, okay?" Qin Yu thought to himself. "Well, I have this idea," Professor Snape nodded. "Oh, then I thank you and Professor Dumbledore." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said. In this way, Qin Yu's after-school tutoring, which he thought would come to an end, became more and more severe. Professor Snape once even forced Qin Yu to the point where he almost used the power of Obscurus, frantically testing the limits of his abilities. Of course, most of the time, he still didn't train to the point of death. Classes, after-school tutoring, Quidditch practice, and the occasional trip to Hagrid Hut. Qin Yu's life at Hogwarts quickly returned to its previous state and became even busier. While he was busy, he kept his promise to a certain little girl and wrote and sent her at least 2 letters every week. The letter that the little girl named Hermione replied was very different from the past. At least she would directly write the words "I miss you very much" in the letter instead of writing just occasionally like in the past, "We'll miss you" or simply "Miss Trigg." The short 10-day vacation seemed to have changed her a lot. Feeling the changes in Hermione's writing style, Qin Yu's time at Hogwarts also continued to fly by. The cold winter is gradually passing, the ice and snow are melting, and spring is coming, spring is blooming, and everything is reviving. The little wizards, taking off their thick winter coats, begin to have fun in the rest areas of their respective colleges, on the stairs and corridors everywhere in the wide campus, and in the open fields, releasing the passion of young people. Vitality? Even Elvis, who had always been dull, started competing with Jimmy in flying lessons. Since he got used to the position of sitting on a broomstick with his butt on the handle, and his flying skills have improved, Qin Yu even thought that he might be able to become a Quidditch goalkeeper given time. The Slytherin students who took flying lessons with them, especially Jerome, did not dare to cause any more trouble. After all, the last scene of Qin Yu holding a wooden stick in the sky torturing him he could still remember it so vividly that every time he thought about what happened that day, his butt still hurt a little. "Qin Yu, it's a wooden sword, not a stick." And facing Qin Yu, who was killing everyone on the Quidditch field, Jerome had already been convinced and couldn't beat him. He was not so good as others, so he had to admit it. Of course, Qin Yu didn't have much sense of accomplishment in making a little brat give in, and he didn't have much to care about. After all, if he didn't obey, he would probably beat him again. Others were practicing flying while Qin Yu was riding a broomstick in the sky and slowly looking at the scenery. Spring is in full bloom and the mountains are dyed green. At this time, the scenery around Hogwarts has a different charm. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but during this flying lesson, Qin Yu saw Lucius Malfoy with shiny blonde hair and the house elf Dobby following him. But this time, Lucius, an old boy, stopped beside the lawn dedicated to flying lessons, raised his proud head, and looked at Qin Yu in the sky with a smile in his eyes. "Huo, this old boy is definitely trying to mess with me." Qin Yu instinctively said this in his heart. Beside Lucius was Professor Minerva McGonagall, the vice principal of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. At this time, Professor McGonagall, who was wearing an emerald green robe, greeted Qin Yu in the sky with a somewhat solemn expression. "Qin, I have something to talk to you about." Professor McGonagall had already communicated with the flying class teacher, Mrs. Hooch, so there was no surprise to Mrs. Hooch. So Qin Yu pressed the broomstick and slowly flew down from the sky. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy," Qin Yu greeted obediently. "Good morning, Qin," Lucius Malfoy nodded. "Professor McGonagall, I wonder what you want to see me for?" Qin Yu asked curiously. "Qin, it's like this," Professor McGonagall said with a rather solemn expression. "I have something to ask you, Mr. Qin," Lucius Malfoy said first. "Oh, is there anything you need me to answer, Mr. Malfoy? Is it still what happened in the Forbidden Forest last year?" Qin Yu asked blankly. "It's not just what happened that day." Lucius said nothing more. "Is there something else going on?" Qin Yu felt a sudden surprise when he heard this. "Qin, let's go to Professor Dumbledore's office to discuss this matter," Professor McGonagall interrupted. "Well, okay, Professor McGonagall." Of course Qin Yu wanted it. With loud dang around and everything, he would feel at ease. So Qin Yu followed them to the principal's office. Along the way, Qin Yu deliberately slowed down and did not follow too closely because the elf Dobby kept giving him an anxious look. After Qin Yu put some distance away from Lucius and Professor McGonagall in front of him, the elf Dobby deliberately slowed down and approached him. Then Dobby opened his mouth and said one word to Qin Yu in a very soft voice. Qin Yu didn't hear clearly at first, but Dobby raised his volume again and repeated, "Spit the real potion." Qin Yu. After hearing what Dobby said clearly, Qin Yu's scalp immediately became numb. "Paralysis, can't you avoid it?" Lucius wanted to use this thing for Qin Yu last time, but Snape interrupted him and fooled him. But this time he was obviously determined to use Veritaserum. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt like 10,000 divine beasts were roaring past him. What he wanted to do most now was to apply oil on his soles and leave quickly. However, reason told him that escaping was useless. "Mr. Qin, please hurry up," Lucius urged from the front, and then he roared in a low voice, "Dobby, what are you doing? Why don't you catch up?" "Okay, Master, Dobby is following." Dobby trotted to catch up with Lucius, trembling, and followed closely beside him. Qin Yu sighed and followed with a complicated expression. He now only hopes that old Deng can help him, or that Professor Snape can do something with the Veritaserum. Otherwise he may not be treated how he will be treated if he reveals that there is an obscurus in his body. Will he be captured and used as a guinea pig for research? Thinking of this, Qin Yu's mind inexplicably came to the scene of the zombie white mouse that Professor Swinton showed him and Snape some time ago. In the end, the mouse was burned to a pile of ashes by Professor Swinton. That mouse is so miserable. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Yu followed them and read the entry order and stepped into Dumbledore's office. Professor Dumbledore was busy writing something. "Lucius, I'm very sorry, I happened to be busy with something so I couldn't pick you up." Professor Dumbledore put down the quill in his hand and said to Lucius Malfoy, "It's okay, Professor Dumbledore, it's not a big deal for me to come today. I'm just verifying the information of a student at Hogwarts according to the requirements of the school board." Lucius was obviously in a good mood and his tone was bright when he spoke. "He doesn't seem as arrogant as before." Of course, this student refers to Qin Yu. "Well, I roughly know your purpose from the letter and we will fully cooperate." Professor Dumbledore stood up and said, Then he led several people to sit down in the reception area next to them, and without others noticing, he gave Qin Yu a kind look. Qin Yu felt relieved after seeing it. That's right, Professor Dumbledore. Based on the intelligence we collected from the Muggle world, we discovered that there were several serious leaks of wizard information in the Muggle world last year. For example, someone in the reptile house at the London Zoo, a little boy was witnessed communicating with a python, and someone saw a huge willow tree being uprooted next to a Muggle community. We have reason to suspect that the people involved in these incidents, that is Hogwarts student Qin, Lucius said bluntly as soon as he sat down. At the end of the sentence, Lucius looked sharply at Qin Yu, who naturally showed a panic expression. Qin Yu hesitated. Lucius, I think these things are not too bizarre. After all, it is very common for young wizards to lose control of their magic, Professor Dumbledore said calmly. However, I feel that the danger level of these incidents has not received enough attention, especially the incident in the Forbidden Forest last year. There are still many doubts about what happened, Lucius said in a cold tone. Oh. I think I have already investigated the matter in the Forbidden Forest very clearly, Dumbledore said calmly. I'm afraid there are some things missing, Lucius said. So what are you going to do? Dumbledore said calmly. I think our client, Mr. Qin, should give a detailed explanation of the matter. Lucius looked at Qin Yu again. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, Qin Yu stuttered. When he said this, he looked nervously at Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, acting like a confused and flustered ordinary student. Very good, Mr. Qin. Lucius nodded with satisfaction, then took out a small bottle and said to Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, can I borrow the tea you have here? Seeing this, Qin Yu lamented in his heart, Lucius, this old boy, was so incredible that he even brought Veritaserum with him. He just wanted Snape to help, but Snape couldn't help either. This was probably the reason why Dobby just took the risk to remind him. Of course, this reminder was of little use because he didn't have time to respond at all. Well, you can't blame Dobby for this. I guess Dobby had no chance to inform Qin Yu in advance. Okay, Lucius. Dumbledore waved his wand and poured a cup of tea in front of Lucius. After carefully examining the cup of tea, Lucius opened the vial and dropped 3 drops of colorless and odorless liquid into the cup. Looking at the glass of water pushed in front of him by Lucius, Qin Yu's palms started to sweat. What should I do? Does Lao Deng have any backup plans? If I expose the power of Obscurus, I will definitely become a dangerous person and it is impossible to stay in the school. The most important thing is, if I drink the truth serum, will I tell everything about the system and my life experience? Damn, where is the system at this time? Shouldn't there be 2 options for me to choose from? Surrender or run? For a moment, the thoughts in Qin Yu's mind were really overwhelming. However, he can't show it on his face, which is a test of one's acting skills. However, just as his hand couldn't restrain its trembling and approached the handle of the cup, a long-lost familiar voice sounded in his mind. Fine. Just 2 words. Qin Yu was so moved that he almost shed tears. Real or false? Qin Yu asked in his mind. As for my affairs, their abilities cannot be ascertained. The system explained in a short and clear sentence. They. Including everyone present, these words may seem ordinary, but they reveal the system's strong confidence. Brother Tongzi is so domineering, Qin Yu gave a thumbs up in his heart. With the guarantee of the system, he instantly felt confident. Yes, this is a system. If others can detect her existence casually, is that too weak? So even if he uses legilimency, his memories about the system and being a time traveler will not be seen, right? Qin Yu suddenly thought of this. Well, no, the system responded. Okay, I understand. Qin Yu completed the communication with the system calmly, still acting like a panicked little boy. After all, any normal child will feel fear before drinking suspicious liquid. It's okay, Mr. Qin, this potion will do no harm to you. You will even feel relaxed after drinking it, Lucius Malfoy said in a persuasive way. Are you lying? It's not harmful. Then try 2 bites? Qin Yu couldn't help complaining in his heart. Even though he has only taken potions classes for more than half a year, he still knows that any medicine that acts on the human spirit or brain is not harmful at all. However, the matter has come to this and it cannot be avoided. Moreover, drinking it now is the simplest solution. Qin Yu held the handle of the cup with trembling hands, and the cup tremblingly hit the porcelain saucer and cup holder, making a soft clang. The sound was particularly clear in the quiet room. This made Lucius smile with satisfaction and also made Professor McGonagall present, whose expression became more solemn. Principal Dumbledore, on the other hand, was very calm. Of course, Lucius didn't just pay attention to Qin Yu, a little boy from the East. On the contrary, he only used 3/3 of his attention to look at Qin Yu, and the remaining 7/10 were always paying attention to Dumbledore and what Dumbledore had on hand. That quaint magic wand! He was on guard against Dumbledore's sudden attack. Fortunately, until the little boy drank the tea with Veritaserum, Dumbledore never touched his wand. This made Lucius feel relieved. "Qin, let me ask you what happened on that day in the Forbidden Forest?" Lucius asked directly without wasting time. "Forbidden Forest, on the day of the Forbidden Forest." Qin Yu's eyes were a little blurred and he muttered. "Yes, what did you experience in the Acromantula cave in the Forbidden Forest?" Lucius guided the question. What he didn't know was that, somewhere beyond the reach of his sight, 2 old and slender fingers made a slight move, and a white arc of light appeared between the 2 fingers, vaguely implying that they were ready to go. "That day, I want to thank Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore saved me." Qin Yu thought for a long time before saying this. His words made Lucius stunned and his brows furrowed. Obviously, this was not the answer he wanted. The slender fingers hidden under the table also closed gently and the white arc of light converged. "Tell me about your experience. What did you go through before Professor Dumbledore arrived?" Lucius' tone became obviously irritable. "Me, I was very scared that day. I was surrounded by a group of big spiders with 8 eyes. At this time, thanks to Professor Dumbledore, I arrived." "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," Qin Yu said at the end, sincerely thanking Professor Dumbledore. "You're welcome. It is my duty as the principal to protect the safety of every student," Dumbledore said in a warm voice. Seeing the 2 people in front of him being polite, Lucius began to breathe heavily in his nose. Then he asked with some annoyance, "I'm asking you, didn't you do anything before Dumbledore arrived? For example, what special abilities did you use?" This question was very explicit, and it also revealed Lucius's final suspicion of Qin Yu. He suspected that this little boy had hidden extremely dangerous abilities. However, Qin Yu still said in confusion, "What can I do? Oh, I should be trying to control the urge to pee. I was really scared at the time." After saying this, he still looked shy and coy, looking a little embarrassed. Professor McGonagall on the side almost didn't laugh out loud. Fortunately, she stopped laughing at the critical moment and her face returned to its previous serious expression. However, there was an anxious and worried look in her eyes. "Has disappeared." Lucius' temper was already on the verge of exploding and he didn't even notice Professor McGonagall's brief reaction. Dumbledore, on the other hand, shook his head insignificantly. He really had nothing to say to Qin. "So, what about that time at the zoo last year?" Lucius tried his best to calm down and change the question. "That time? I just scared the snake and then it left on its own. I don't know what happened," Qin Yu murmured. "Did you pull out that big willow tree? How could you have that ability at such a young age?" Lucius continued to ask. Maybe it was because the wind was stronger that day." Qin Yu didn't know how to explain it, but he knew that pulling up a tree shouldn't be too bizarre. "Lucius, some children do experience unconventional out-of-control phenomena. However, this phenomenon will disappear during the subsequent magic learning process. Qin is a good example. On this point you can ask the professors and students, please find out." Dumbledore interrupted at the right time. He finally understood that what Lucius mentioned about uprooting trees today was just to find a reason for Qin to drink Veritaserum so that he could find out other secrets about Qin. And Dumbledore himself was actually ready to take action at any time. Just because he left his wand, it didn't mean that he couldn't perform magic. Who knew that Qin, a kid, could still talk nonsense after drinking the truth serum? Well, he was calm and composed and didn't miss the mark. Could it be that Lucius Malfoy's Veritaserum was fake? This thought flashed through Dumbledore's mind. However, he immediately denied it because he didn't think Lucius would bring an unconfirmed magic potion when he came all the way here. Since there is no problem with Veritaserum, then the only problem is the person who drank it. Thinking of this, Dumbledore took a deep look at Qin Yu, who was still playing the role of a confused and ignorant little boy. This child is always full of surprises, Professor Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world, said with emotion in his heart. Do you have anything to hide, for example, your abilities and your life experience? Lucius asked more and more straightforward questions. Yes, some. Say it quickly. I actually sold the herbs I got from Professor Sprout, but I sold them for a good price and didn't bury them. Herbs? I'm not asking about herbs. Seeing that Lucius had become a little bit hysterical, Dumbledore said in a majestic voice. Mr. Malfoy, I think the matter is very clear. There is nothing wrong with the child Qin. I think the inquiry can end here. He must have something he didn't say, Lucius said reluctantly. I'm sorry. I think Qin has answered all your questions very honestly. If you continue to embarrass a poor child like this, I will report this matter to the school directors. I don't even mind stating it to the Ministry of Magic. What an extreme act you have taken on this matter, Professor Dumbledore continued. Lucius glared at Dumbledore, however he was quickly defeated because he really couldn't beat the opponent. Okay, I'm done asking. After saying this, he stood up angrily, took Dobby the house elf and left Hogwarts angrily. Minerva, take care of him, Dumbledore said looking at Qin Yu who was sleeping. I will, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall replied. Just when Professor McGonagall was thinking about how to take Qin Yu to the school doctor to recuperate, Snape walked in hastily. He was just giving a potion class to the senior students. After hearing the news that Lucius was coming to school, he hurried over. So Professor Dumbledore briefly explained to Snape what had just happened. Well, I'll take him to rest. After Snape said this, he leaned over and gently picked up Qin Yu, who was sleeping soundly. Then, with long legs, he slowly left the principal's office and went to the school's infirmary to ask Madame Pomfrey to check on Qin Yu's condition. Lucius Malfoy, after leaving Hogwarts, did not immediately return to his home in Wiltshire, but came to a dilapidated manor alone. Failed again? Didn't you say that you would definitely find out about Dumbledore this time? Next to the collapsed gate of the manor, a man wearing a mask and covered in a black cloak stood there, saying in a deep voice said, I can guarantee that there is something wrong with that child. Lucius's voice was still full of anger and he was also wearing a mask at this time. But what? The man in the cloak and mask said mockingly, I don't know what went wrong. Maybe the Veritaserum has failed. Maybe Dumbledore did something secretly to make the child's answer appear normal. After saying this, Lou Hughes said angrily, damn normal. HMPH, I think it's because you're not doing your job well, the man in the cloak and mask said coldly. What qualifications do you have to accuse me? What are you doing during this time? Lucius said dissatisfied. Of course I am fully preparing to welcome the return of the master, the man in the cloak and mask said in a pious tone. Oh, when the master comes back he should reward you for your loyalty, Lucius said in a sinister tone. Lucius has always been hesitant about the return of the master, however he is happy to use the power of those believers. You, on the other hand, claimed time and time again that you had found an opportunity to overthrow Dumbledore but failed again and again. Do you know how far Dumbledore's ambitions have grown in recent times? He contacted his colleagues in Europe and North America. Students, what are you secretly connecting us with? Our great cause has suffered an unprecedented threat, the man in the cloak and mask said angrily and bitterly. Of course, I understand Dumbledore's ambition, but what can I do? He is the principal of Hogwarts, and for decades his students have been all over the world. Lucius said helplessly, No matter what, we cannot let him ruin the master's return plan. The last blood transaction of the witch god should not have been left to that boy casually. Now we and G.A. Grindelwald's army have already formed a conflict misunderstanding. It will be difficult to have another chance to cooperate in a short time, the man in the cloak and mask said with great regret. Oh, you are not cowardly and worried about being plotted by G.A., so you arranged a small role to trade. Lucius finally caught the opportunity to mock the other party. What's the use of talking about this now? Since we can't get the witch god's blood over there, we can only find ways to find such things. The man in the cloak and mask also said helplessly, That's Flamel's thing. Have you ever thought about how difficult it is to get it? Lucius said quietly. So what about Flamel? He's just an old man with all the bones in his body broken. the man in the cloak and mask said with disdain. Well, I wish you good luck. After Lucius said this, he reluctantly added, if you need my help, remember to ask me. Wherever I can use you, I will naturally look for you, the man in the cloak and mask said calmly. That's all, it's time for me to go back, Lucius said. Well, bye. Goodbye. When the two of them said this, they ended today's conversation and each used apparition to disappear. After they left, the cold wind blew by, making the dilapidated manor look even more desolate and lonely. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster's Office. Principal Albus Dumbledore stood in this circular room, his old face showing unconcealable exhaustion. He looked at the phoenix fox squatting there and inexplicably remembered an ancient poem he saw in the East not long ago. The meaning of that poem was, people who know me well will think that I am full of worries, but those who do not understand me will think that I am full of worries. People will think that what I do has ulterior motives. Yes, since the envoy from the Brazilian Ministry of Magic came to London and informed them that a force calling itself GA was active in the American continent, Dumbledore began to be busy in private. He investigated all information and intelligence about this group of people through his students and friends, and his behavior may be regarded by many people as having ulterior motives. After all, the reputation of Dumbledore, coupled with his students and friends in various positions around the world, if combined in series, is indeed a power that is feared by others. And he always maintains his restraint because he is well aware of the temptation brought by this power. If a person or a group of people is too strong, they will easily lose themselves. This is something he understood when he was still young. And the person who taught him this truth was his closest relative. Her death taught him this truth. However, there are some things he must do to save more people from a tragic fate. I just hope that what I do will have a good result. Dumbledore thought to himself. When Qin Yu woke up from a strange dream, his brain was still a little confused. Then he saw Professor Swinton sitting by the bed reading a book with great interest. And the name of that book is Some Weird Thoughts on Alchemy. Seeing the title of the book, Qin Yu's thoughts gradually began to focus. He remembered that he had read this book on the second floor of Flourish and Blott's bookstore in Diagon Alley. At that time, he felt that some parts of the book were ridiculous. Later, Hermione bought it along with several other books. Then, when he returned to school, this girl very thoughtfully helped him stuff it into his suitcase. Later, when he arrived at school, he would occasionally take out this book and read it to relieve his boredom. Not long ago, Professor Swinton saw it and borrowed it. Huh. You're awake? Qin Yu woke up for a while before Professor Swinton noticed him. Professor Swinton, what's wrong with me? Qin Yu asked, still confused. You drank the Veritaserum that Lucius brought and the side effect was drowsiness. You have been sleeping here for more than 8 hours, Professor Swinton explained. Well, it seems that's indeed what happened. Qin Yu thought of this. It seemed that although the system had protected his memory to a certain extent, the side effects of the truth serum could not be offset. Fortunately, it was just drowsiness and there were no serious consequences. Actually, it was Professor Snape who was here just now, and it was he who sent you here. Professor Swinton raised his eyebrows and said, Well, I will find an opportunity to thank Professor Snape, Qin Yu said solemnly. Okay, if you feel that you are almost recovered, you can leave here. In order to avoid worrying your friends, we did not tell them about this matter. You also know that there are some things that the fewer people know, the better. Okay, Professor Swinton said as he stood up. Qin Yu had indeed slept enough. With the help of Professor Swinton, he got off the bed. When his feet hit the ground, he felt that he was completely awake. The side effects caused by the truth serum are now over. So, the two of them left here together. It was already evening. Walking in the brightly lit corridor, Qin Yu and Professor Swinton chatted one after another just like they had done many times before. Then, they naturally talked about alchemy. This book is good. Although the ideas are a bit whimsical, it is very useful for reference. I want to find an opportunity to have a good communication with the author. Professor Swinton raised the book in his hand and said, Really? I thought you would say this author is crazy and ridiculous, Qin Yu said with a shrug. Ha ha ha, among the great alchemists in history, which one is not crazy and ridiculous? Professor Swinton said with a smile. It seems. There is some truth, just like the Eastern proverb, if you are not crazy, you will not succeed. Qin Yu translated the sentence, if you are not crazy, you will not survive. Well, it seems that human wisdom is similar. Swinton smacked what Qin Yu said and found it very interesting. Then, he suddenly changed the subject and said to Qin Yu, I heard that you made the alchemy material from last time into a sword that has no use other than being beautiful. Hi. Are you so mean? Otherwise I would have thought you were Professor Snape. Qin Yu lost his temper. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Qin, who is not afraid of anything, would be embarrassed sometimes. Professor Swinton joked with a smile. Well, it's true that my abilities are limited and I wasted such precious alchemy materials. How about this? I'll give you the stuff and you can come up with something more useful. Qin Yu simply refused. Who would have thought that? After hearing this, Professor Swinton nodded and said, I was just trying to get it from you. Qin Yu pouted, do you really want it? However, Professor Swinton immediately said, this book gave me a lot of inspiration. I will help you make that beautiful sword into a useful sword. What do you think? Really? Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Of course, Professor Swinton nodded. Can it fly? Qin Yu asked impatiently. It's not impossible. It seems that Mrs. Hooch is right. You have always been thinking about flying in the sky riding a sword. Swinton couldn't help but smile. Professor Swinton, I must correct you. It's not flying on a horse but on a foot. Aren't you afraid of getting your butt cut while flying with a sword? Mrs. Hooch's imagination is a bit too big. Qin Yuxiao rolled his eyes and couldn't help but complain. Well, flying on foot can satisfy. Are there any other requirements? Professor Swinton asked. I want the sword to change size, probably similar to, well, the space expansion spell, just like your bag. Qin Yu expressed another idea of his. Well, changing the size is somewhat troublesome. I have to discuss this with Professor Snape and others. After Professor Swinton said this, he continued, is there anything else? Be sharper, Qin Yu said. If a sword could just fly, then he didn't think it was anything special. It was just a bare broomstick handle. Well, this can be. Also, can we add some special effects such as... Then Qin Yu talked about his various ideas incessantly. When he made his 28th request, Professor Swinton looked at the night sky and said to Qin Yu leisurely, Qin, I suddenly lost interest in making this sword for you. Otherwise, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Let's say goodbye. I'll go and admire the moon. I think this bright moonlight can help me gain peace of mind. No, Professor, I was wrong. Just make it fly, grow big and small, cut people and... Well, just these 3 things will do. Qin Yu quickly lowered his request. Well, that's pretty much it. As a human being, you must know how to be satisfied, Professor Swinton educated. You are right. With these effects, I am very satisfied, Qin Yu said seriously. Then Professor Swinton followed Qin Yu to Gryffindor's dormitory area and took away Qin Yu's sword made of alchemy material that was useless except for its beauty. When it was late at night, Qin Yu lay in bed and fell asleep, probably because he slept too much during the day. Then, I thought about what I once said to Hermione, if you dream about someone, then that person will have insomnia. So, is it because someone is dreaming about him that he is having insomnia now? Thinking about this, Qin Yu didn't feel sleepy anyway, so he simply got up from the bed, took a candlestick, paper and pen, and came to the public rest area. There is no one here at this time. According to the regulations, you are not allowed to come out too late. Well, it's just a violation of the work and rest rules. It's not a big deal. Thinking of this, Qin Yu found a table and sat down, put down the candlestick, spread out the letter paper and started writing with a quill pen. And that piece of paper actually had what Hermione had written on it. I don't know if this girl figured it out on her own or learned it from somewhere. Recently, she began to write some replies similar to Qin Yu's original letters, basically in every paragraph. This virtually increases the interactivity and interest of the letter, as if 2 people are communicating in the letter. Qin Yu was certainly not unfamiliar with this form. After all, when he read novels in his previous life, there would be various paragraph reviews. Seeing the number of comments displayed after each paragraph gave him the urge to click in. In short, Qin Yu was happy to accept Hermione's new form of correspondence. Then, watching her talk about her life in the letter, talking about Crookshanks getting fat again, talking about the spring in her eyes, talking about... I would suddenly miss him at night and want them to sit together. the scene of chatting until late on the cot in the attic. Every time he saw this, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and then wrote what he wanted to say next to him. After writing a reply to each paragraph in Hermione's letter, Qin Yu spread out a blank piece of paper and began to write what he wanted to share with the girl far away. There are lights and shadows, no matter how dark the night is outside or how noisy, there are always some places and people who can calm you down. When he saw George and Fred carrying a large bucket of fermented crushed apples to feed a magical animal, Qin Yu knew that he didn't quite understand what these two brothers were doing. Hagrid looked at the diligent Weasley twins and said with emotion, "If they didn't spend all day thinking about selling things from those magical animals for money, I would really like them." Haha, Qin Yu twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard this. Yes, the Weasley twins are smart and learn everything quickly. After hanging out with Hagrid for more than half a year, they are already very familiar with the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. If it weren't for the impure purpose, Hagrid would really consider these two boys as confidants and friends. Unfortunately, Uncle Hagrid paid by mistake after all. By the way, almost all the acromantula venom has been sold. I have a lot of money saved here, when will we share it? The uncle suddenly thought of this. In fact, they never had any money, they only used it occasionally and didn't do much accounting. Of course, Qin Yu himself also had a lot of money. How many are there now? Qin Yu asked curiously. Probably more than 2,000 gold galleons, I don't know the specifics, Hagrid replied casually. He is not very concerned about the amount of money. I didn't expect there were so many. Then when George and Fred come back, we will divide them up, Qin Yu said with a bright smile. Human beings love money. In many cases, what they actually love is not the money itself, but the sense of accomplishment brought by the labor value it represents. After working hard for so long, when the golden galleons came into my hands, my heart was filled with the joy of harvest. When George and Fred came back, they were very happy when they heard that they were going to split the money. Of course, they knew how much they had earned during this period, which was more than their parents had earned in several years. If there was a broomstick around, the Weasley brothers would probably be able to fly 7 or 8 times in the sky, and then go to the Whomping Willow to vent their excitement. Wow! Wow! Hagrid dumped the 2 buckets of gold coins on the floor with ease and carelessness. Brothers George and Fred had actually complained about Hagrid's careless treatment of these gold galleons. After all, it would be a bit careless to just put such a large amount of money into 2 old wooden barrels. However, later, they got used to it, because they also realized that no one seemed to be able to easily steal anything from Hagrid, and Hagrid's big dog was watching. Of course, the big dog mentioned here does not refer to the 3-headed dog named Luwei, but an ordinary big dog raised by Hagrid. As for the 3-headed dog, it was placed in the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid. Qin Yu only saw it once or twice. Brothers George and Fred occasionally helped Hagrid deliver some food. After all, he sometimes went out of his way, far away, too late to feed. Qin Yu waved his wand and uttered a spell. He pointed the wand at the pile of gold galleons. Soon, the gold galleons were neatly stacked in piles of 100. When Hagrid and the Weasley brothers present saw this scene, their eyes could not help but show admiration. Because the spell Qin Yu just cast was an ordinary life-organizing spell. Molly Weasley, George and Fred's mother, often used this spell to clean up the kitchen dishes, but Qin Yu actually used it. The idea of counting money is neither ingenious nor ingenious. This made both Hagrid and the Weasley brothers feel like, why didn't I think of using it like this? Of course, they can't blame them, because before this they never thought they would make so much money, and naturally they couldn't. It's impossible to think of counting with a life-organizing mantra. A total of 24 piles and 86 coins, which is 2486 gold galleons. Just as the other 3 people were sighing, Qin Yu had already finished counting the pile of coins. This money, of course, is not only the money from selling the acromantula venom, but also the profits from other things. Wow, so many. That's really a lot. George, Fred and Hagrid couldn't help but marvel. They had never seen so much money. Especially George and Fred, although they came from the ancient Weasley family with a long heritage, they were poor since they were young. Even their books were inherited old books used by their brothers Bill and Charlie. Then, I suggest that the 2,400 gold galleons be divided equally and the remaining 86 galleons be reserved as reserve funds for various expenses, Qin Yu said to the three of them. Well, I have no objection. Hagrid was the first to nod. He didn't worry about how much or how to divide it, he just waited for it to be divided. After the money was divided, he planned to buy another moleskin coat, a pair of rabbit fur gloves, and a pair of beaver fur boots. The ones he had before were already too old. Of course, there is no rush to buy these winter coats. Hagrid just has this plan. When George and Fred heard this, they looked at each other and Fred said, George and I discussed it before, and we think the money should be divided into 3 parts. 3 copies? Qin Yu was slightly stunned, but after a moment's thought, he roughly understood what they were thinking. Why 3? Aren't there 4 of us? Hagrid was completely confused. That's it. We feel that the profit this time should be divided according to the amount of labor and contribution, George continued. Yes, the one who contributed the most this time is Qin. If Qin hadn't killed those acromantulas, we would definitely not have harvested so much venom, Fred followed. Although they didn't know the truth behind Qin's killing of the acromantula, they also knew that it was probably his secret. They had never mentioned it too much. They mentioned it this time to tell Qin Yu that they had never forgotten it. Who has made the greatest contribution to the matter? Then, Uncle Hagrid, he is busy and often goes to Diagon Alley and other places to deliver things and conduct transactions. This contribution is also quite big. George looked at Hagrid and said, haha, I didn't do anything. I actually like going to Diagon Alley. I can drink a beer every time, Hagrid said with a silly smile. Hagrid's words made several people present laugh. As for what the 2 of us do, it's nothing more than packaging the venom, organizing the goods, and communicating with customers through letters. These things combined are not as much as what you do. Fred said that they did it themselves thing. No, I can't do those things you do, but I feel that you have done more than me. It is also more important than me. Hagrid listened and said first, dealing with other people is really not something Hagrid is good at. Well, I also think what you are doing is quite important, Qin Yu said in a sincere tone. The Weasley brothers were a little satisfied after hearing what Hagrid and Qin Yu said, especially being affirmed by Qin Yu, which made them feel very happy. Hey, since you all say so, then we can take the 1/3 of the money with peace of mind, George said with a smile. Since you insist, let's divide it into 3 parts. Qin Yu did not continue to struggle in this aspect. A reasonable business plan based on distribution according to work is very benign. There is no reason for him to insist on giving more money to the 2 brothers out of modesty or affection. To some extent, this is also a kind of respect for them. With Qin Yu's consent, the Weasley brothers were of course very happy. Then, the 4 people divided the pile of gold galleons into 3 equal parts. Well, the number 2,400 is quite good. It is divisible by both 4 and 3. It is the common multiple of the 2 numbers. After the money was divided, George and Fred counted them one by one. They were not like Qin Yu, who counted them with a magic spell. That was fast, but they didn't feel it. After counting the money, they took out 50 coins and put them into a money bag. Then, they handed the remaining 750 gold galleons to Hagrid, asking Hagrid to help deposit them in Gringotts. Qin Yu was similar to them. He took out dozens of coins and asked Hagrid to help save the rest. So Hagrid put all the gold galleons back into the 2 old wooden barrels. Well, 4 people sharing the money can be regarded as sharing the loneliness. Of course, their mood is very happy. Now I can buy Ron a new set of books, George muttered happily. Forget the books, new and old books are the same, why not buy him a new robe? Bill's one is too old and Ron will definitely not like it, Fred followed. And the wand. Mom always talks about buying Charlie a new wand when he graduates and works and then leaves the old wand to Ron. You know, Charlie's wand is so worn that it has unicorn hair. It will break sooner or later, George said. Well, Ron must also use a new wand, Fred nodded and said. Let's not tell him about this yet. We will secretly buy it all and give it to him together on the first day of school. We must wait until the last day, George said with a smirk. What a great idea. I can imagine what his expression will be like. He will definitely cry, ha ha ha. I'm really looking forward to it. Fred also laughed. Listening to the two brothers discussing how to tease their younger brother, Qin Yu felt a black line on his forehead and sighed in his heart, feeling sorry for poor Ron. However, when he thought about it, his time travel brought about such a big change for Ron. At least it allowed him to use a new wand and put on a new robe. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt somewhat relieved. If there is something to do, there will be more. If there is nothing, there will be less. The matter of sharing money in Hagrid's cabin is just a small episode in Qin Yu's busy and fulfilling life at Hogwarts. After that, he continued to be busy. In early April, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff played an inter-house Quidditch match, and Qin Yu once again showed off his power on the court. "Qin is our king!" This slogan echoed over the stadium from time to time and was thoroughly rooted in the hearts of the people. The batsman who cooperated with Qin Yu this time was Fred because he and George agreed to take turns. Last time it was George who stole the show, and this time it was his turn. The most outstanding thing about Hufflepuff is Seeker Cedric Diggory. The scene where he fought hard to snatch the golden snitch despite the risk of being hit by the bludger left a deep impression on all the audience present. Although I failed to grab it in the end, my courage is commendable. Prior to this, Cedric had actually facilitated many friendly matches between the two academies. In those training matches, the teams from both sides had extensive exchanges. Cedric even once found a way to crack Qin Yu's. Of course, Qin Yu and the others also found the weaknesses of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team and developed new tactics. This kind of discussion is beneficial to both teams and is very benign. "Qin, we have a backup plan and we will definitely surprise you on the court." Cedric said this during a friendly match. "Haha, do you think we have no backup plan?" Qin Yu said with a smile at that time. Then, the so-called backup tactics of both sides were just a desperate fight. Quidditch is all about courage. It can be said that this game was quite enjoyable. Although many people were injured and bruised, the players from both sides had a friendly party after the game and drank up 2 large buckets of bubbles bought by Hagrid. Cedric even pulled Qin Yu to touch the cup several times. "If there is any alcohol in this drink, this guy must have drank too much." After getting along with him for so long, Qin Yu could also tell that the handsome man was more honest and magnanimous than this person. He had no scheming and was a good friend. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to play a friendly match with Hufflepuff before the game. After training against Gryffindor, the level of Hufflepuff's Quidditch team improved greatly, and they actually tied with Slytherin in the subsequent game. Although they lost in overtime, but it is enough to prove its strength. Although the time at Hogwarts was good, the world was not peaceful. Qin Yu learned more or less about the undercurrents under the calm, such as the Death Eaters and Grindelwald's army from Dumbledore. The person who told him the most news was actually Hagrid. "Dumbledore asked me to pay attention to various news and everyone's thoughts when I was delivering goods to Diagon Alley. In fact, many people thought that Grindelwald's ideas were very good. At least, many wizards did not like them. Hiding because of the Secrecy Act," Hagrid once said to Qin Yu with such worry, and then added, "Dumbledore didn't let me tell you this. He said you were too young. This is not the time to get involved in these dangerous things. Thank you, Hagrid, and thank Dumbledore for my concern," Qin Yu said sincerely. Although he rarely sees Lao Deng, Qin Yu can truly feel the elder's protection for him and many others. This is a very selfless care, and Qin Yu is very grateful in his heart. Of course, there is really nothing he can do now. The only thing he can do is to work hard to learn magic to make himself stronger and become a strong man who can protect himself and others. Then, at the end of spring, Professor Swinton excitedly asked Qin Yu to come to his office after class while giving a lecture. This made the students couldn't help but guess that Qin, as a top student, would probably have to be tutored by the teacher alone after class. Of course, if Qin Yu could hear the voices of these people, he would probably vomit 2 liters of blood and hang up Elvis, the one with the most thoughtful ideas, and give him a whip. Okay, these are just jokes. Everyone was simply curious about things related to Qin Yu, and after class, Qin Yu also left the classroom under everyone's attention and went to the Defense Against Dark Arts teacher's office. What a sword. When Professor Swinton pulled out the long sword with a metallic luster, Qin Yu couldn't help but let out an admiration. This sword is different from the common Western-style thin sword, but a broad sword that looks very thick. The sword has strong ridges and its surface has been specially treated to make it as smooth as a wash and the light is discernible. Just looking at the appearance, it's already very good. For this sword, I borrowed the flying principle of a flying broomstick, and combined with the stretching spell, it can change in size and achieve flight. Professor Swinton said, throwing the sword out, chanting the spell, and the sword grew larger and wider. As the classic broomstick command sounded, the sword floated slightly and hovered there. "Step on it," Professor Swinton said to Qin Yu. Are you sure there is no problem?" Qin Yu asked. "You can't let me fly this sword for the first time, right?" Professor Swinton shrugged. "Is it appropriate for you to say this to a child like me?" Qin Yu couldn't help complaining in his heart. Then he moved the joints of his hands and feet a few times to prepare for the warm-up. Then he jumped on the spot, jumped up slightly, and then landed on the sword. And when he stepped on it, a suction force instantly sucked his feet, allowing him to stand firmly on it. This is obviously a special adsorption spell. Sure enough, Professor Swinton looked at the surprised look on Qin Yu's face and said quite proudly, "I have put a lot of effort into preventing you from falling from the sky." Qin Yu gave Professor Swinton a thumbs up. The next flight was very similar to using a broomstick. Qin Yu had already had experience in this area, but this time he was flying standing up and needed to get used to it. He lowered his body slightly and controlled the sword to fly forward. When he was about to hit the wall, he stopped in time, turned, and then turned back. After doing this several times, Qin Yu was able to fly with ease. Although he was not as skilled as the broomstick, he could still fly as fast as the wind. Seeing Qin Yu mastering the flying skills of the flying sword so quickly, Professor Swinton couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid really learns everything quickly. Then I couldn't help but feel a little sad and thought to myself it would be great if I could teach him for a while longer. I still have many interesting things I want to teach him. However, I came to this school temporarily and was destined to leave. Thinking of this, Swinton felt quite complicated. "Ouch!" Qin Yu performed a difficult flip in the air and let out a hearty cheer. "Okay, if you keep practicing, you will tear this place apart." Professor Swinton smiled and said angrily, "Hey, I'm sorry, Professor, I couldn't control my emotions." Qin Yu stopped steadily beside Professor Swinton. "Come down, there is something else." Swinton asked Qin Yu to come down. Something else? Are you using it to chop something?" Qin Yu asked curiously, more than Professor Swinton gave up. Qin Yu jumped down happily and stood aside with expectation. Professor Swinton made the sword return to its original size and held it firmly in his hand. "Look carefully." After saying this, Professor Swinton softly chanted a spell in his mouth, and the sword in his hand ignited with a bang and a blazing flame. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu's eyes widened instantly. "This effect is so cool, even a man can't resist a flaming sword. I got some phoenix feathers from Professor Dumbledore and the effect seems to be quite good." Professor Swinton raised his eyebrows and said rather proudly, "Not only is it good, it's simply beyond imagination." Qin Yu would not begrudge his words of praise. Besides, after Professor Swinton said these words, he swung his sword, the flames disappeared instantly, and a layer of frost quickly formed on the sword body. He looked left and right, then swung the long sword with frost and struck at his desk. Then, a corner of the table separated from the table body and hit the floor with a thud. "This is the function of those ancient spells," Professor Swinton explained. "That's right, it was the ancient incantation they used to make a pyramid refrigerator that he flexibly applied to this sword." "Awesome!" Qin Yu clapped his hands and praised. Besides, Professor Swinton continued to shake the sword and a green light gradually appeared on the sword. "Is this acromantula venom?" Qin Yu subconsciously guessed. "Ha, you have good taste," Professor Swinton said with a smile. "This is very practical," Qin Yu praised. Besides, the green light faded, the airflow around the sword body stirred, and a sharp wind appeared. Besides, the sound of the wind subsided, and the sword emitted a dazzling white light. Besides, the color of the sword body changes and quickly matches the surrounding environment, making it difficult to distinguish. Besides, the sword body became soft and wrapped around the arm. Besides, with the voice of more Professor Swinton showed Qin Yu the various functions of this sword and also displayed the wild imagination and outstanding talents of a genius wizard. By the end, Qin Yu no longer expressed emotion or agreement but quietly watched Professor Swinton's demonstration, as if he was enjoying a wonderful performance. Yes, isn't a wizard with extraordinary abilities an artist who manipulates magic? Of course, while admiring it, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. How many galleons did it cost to realize these functions? Professor Swinton is indeed from a wealthy family. He also has a very strong money-making ability. Okay, that's about it. After the demonstration, Professor Swinton put away his sword and said to Qin Yu, "Professor, I remember that I made a lot of requests before but you didn't agree. Why did you do more than what I asked for?" Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. "Can this be the same?" Professor Swinton raised his eyebrows and continued, "You make so many demands which is called wishful thinking. But I do so many which is called surprise." When Qin Yu heard this, he felt speechless. Then, I felt that what Professor Swinton said actually made some sense. The only fly in the ointment is that many of these functions can only be used once or twice and cannot be used again in a short period of time. This has something to do with the operation of magic. After all, according to the conservation law of magic, what kind of effect you achieve depends on consume the corresponding magic power. This is an insurmountable rule, Professor Swinton said with some regret. To put it bluntly, there is not enough magic power, or to use game terminology, well, there is not enough blue. This is already very good, it's really beyond my imagination, Qin Yu said again. Then, I'll leave it to you. Professor Swinton handed the sword in his hand to Qin Yu. Qin Yu took it over excitedly. Of course, the professors all knew about the news that Qin Yu finally obtained a sword that could be ridden, stepped on to fly. After all, in order to modify this sword, Professor Swinton often communicated with other professors. Not to mention borrowing the phoenix feather from Dumbledore, and then Professor McGonagall contributed a series of ideas related to the transfiguration spell. Mrs. Hooch's understanding of the structure of the broomstick was of great help, and Professor Flitwick's knowledge of charms, Professor Sprout's knowledge of herbal medicine was also applied to this sword. Of course, the most important contribution is the contribution of Professor Snape. He participated in almost the whole process of the conception and modification of this sword, and always said, "That kid Qin likes to sensationalize, so what should you do?" Therefore, after Qin Yu obtained the sword, he thanked every professor in person. Then, one day, Professor Dumbledore took time out of his busy schedule to come to the defense against the dark arts teacher's office and see the effect of the sword in person. "This reminds me of the sword of Gryffindor," Dumbledore commented highly. Then Lao Deng said regretfully, "However, this sword still lacks some opportunities to become a legend." "What opportunity?" Professor Swinton couldn't help but asked curiously. I don't know either," Dumbledore said with a smile. Professor Snape, who was standing aside, looked at Dumbledore's smiling eyes with a thoughtful look on his face. Qin Yu secretly thought, listening to your words is like listening to a single word. Of course, he didn't dare to say this. Then, Qin Yu opened the large pyramid that had been kept at Professor Swinton's place, took out a glass of iced drink and gave it to Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore took a few sips and nodded in approval. "Not bad, not bad. The weather is getting hot now, it's very refreshing to drink this." After finishing the drink and before leaving, Lao Deng looked at the large pyramid placed in the corner and said in a casual tone, "The alchemy material is very good. It is too luxurious to use to preserve food." Hearing this, the three people present immediately lost their composure. Even the always cold Professor Snape couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. As the saying goes, hit someone without slapping someone in the face and expose someone without exposing their shortcomings. After saying this, Professor Dumbledore left as if nothing had happened. The three people in the room were left standing awkwardly. After a long silence, Professor Swinton was the first to speak. "Qin, how about?" "Whoosh." Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yu drew out his sword neatly. Professor Snape opened the pyramid and took out the contents one by one. Then, a cold light flashed and with a bang, the pyramid split into two. The three people present all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "I think these alchemy materials can have many uses," Professor Swinton said seriously. That's right, Qin Yu nodded. Yeah, Professor Snape said as well, no matter what you do, it is more useful than making a pyramid refrigerator. Qin Yu added in his heart. He had actually wanted to say this for a long time. The two professors Snape and Swinton had the same idea, but they were too embarrassed to say it because of their shame. After all, this was something they had been working on for a long time. I didn't expect to be exposed by Dumbledore today. Now that a consensus has been reached, it's time to go back to the drawing board and reinvent the wheel. What to do? Qin Yu asked. Professor Snape and Professor Swinton looked at him and the sword in his hand at the same time. Then the two looked at each other again and their thoughts coincided. Soon, the time went from the end of April to the end of May. The current school year of Hogwarts School is coming to an end, classes are basically over and final exams are about to begin. Before the exam began, Professor Snape and Professor Swinton also completed their respective studies behind closed doors. When two swords of different shapes were put together, Qin Yu was also present. Then, by some strange coincidence, he also pulled out his own. The three swords touched each other with a clang sound as if they were connected by blood, and they resonated. They come from the same source and seem to be somehow connected. Ha ha ha, it's really an interesting thing, Professor Swinton said with a smile. Well, I didn't expect it to have such an effect. Qin Yu followed. The materials are the same, so it's not surprising that there are some connections. After Professor Snape finished speaking, he took back his classically elegant thin sword. Then he said in a calm tone, Stephen, when do you plan to leave? Severus, do you have to ask such a question at such a happy moment? Professor Swinton sighed. Since parting is inevitable, why avoid talking about it? Professor Snape rarely said such emotional words. Qin Yu was actually somewhat silent when Snape asked the first question. Since he entered school, Professor Swinton has given him all-out help and guidance. Sometimes, Qin Yu regards him as an older brother with whom he talks about everything. Now that the separation is imminent, he naturally has mixed feelings in his heart. Life is probably parting again and again. Qin Yu thought so. Okay, let's say goodbye. Let's have a drink today to say goodbye. Professor Swinton found a bottle of old red wine. He and Snape each poured a glass. Because Qin Yu was too young, even though he was greedy, he was still severely rejected by the two. He could only drink a kind of wine that had a similar taste but did not contain alcohol. This kind of alcohol-like will also have the effect of getting drunk, but it is still different from real wine. Then, the three of them toasted to farewell in this office, drank a glass, and then poured another glass because there seemed to be too many words of farewell. When all three of them were drunk, Qin Yu patted the shoulders of the two professors and said vaguely and emotionally, Two professors, I have an idea, I don't know whether to talk about it or not. Just say whatever you want, Professor Swinton, who was also drunk, said with a wave of his hand. Tell me, I promise I won't scold you today. Professor Snape also promised. His face was slightly red at this time and his eyes were already a little blurry. With the influence of alcohol, his thoughts seemed to have entered some long-lasting memories. With the agreement of the two professors, Qin Yu said with a smile, That's what I think. You see, we are destined to be together and we both have a sword. In the Muggle world, we are the legendary Three Musketeers. Yeah, I've heard this story, Professor Swinton continued. Then, why don't we become sworn friends? Qin Yu said, looking at the two of them drowsily but with bright eyes. Sworn brother? Professor Swinton asked blankly. Yes, from now on we are half-brothers. Of course, we can do our own thing. I call you Professor and you call me third brother. Drunk, Qin Yu felt that his idea was simply too good. Okay, third brother. You are my biological brother. Professor Swinton also patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said, Huh, third brother? Snape also shouted in confusion. Hey, big brother, second brother. Qin Yu happily hugged their shoulders and replied. Then, the three of them continued to clink glasses. Tonight is about farewell, tonight is about meeting before. One night of drunkenness will bring rest, the other night of drunkenness is absurd. Will Professor Snape kill me to silence me? This is a question Qin Yu has been thinking about in the past 2 days. What happened that night can really be described as social death, and it was a complete death. Why the hell do you want to have a Hogwarts sworn brother? The cliff is drunk, and the most important thing is that Professor Snape is also involved here. No one in their right mind would force Snape to call him eldest brother and ask him to call him third brother, right? Just thinking about it afterwards makes people shiver. I probably 80% maybe won't survive this year's year-end banquet, Qin Yu thought in his heart. Note: the year-end banquet is a banquet at the end of a school year, held before the start of summer vacation. This caused him to lose focus during final exams this school year. So much so that during the herbology exam his quill was stuck on the test paper and was not lifted up for a long time. It was smeared with a large piece of ink, and Professor Sprout had to give him a new one. Then, during the charms exam, he peeled off the skin of the pineapple used to test the levitation spell, dug out the eyes of the pineapple, and subconsciously planned to find some salt water to soak it in. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick, he was a kind person, gave him a new one and enthusiastically reminded him to pay attention to the exam questions, which saved his magic studies from being killed. There was also the Transfiguration class exam. The mouse used as a transformation prop was turned into a tomato and the question required a goblet. In short, if it weren't for his popularity among professors, his exams this school year would have been a waste. Severus, Qin seems to be a little out of shape during exams recently. Do you know what happened to him? Professor McGonagall asked Snape curiously at the regular teacher meeting at Hogwarts. After hearing this, Professor Snape closed his eyes and was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his eyelids with long eyelashes. His eyes were calm and he said in an indifferent tone, "Isn't it normal for him to behave abnormally?" Professor McGonagall was slightly startled when he heard this, then nodded and said, well, it is indeed like what you said. If he acts too normal, it will be very abnormal." Yes, Qin," Professor Swinton continued. Then, when he felt the cold gaze from Professor Snape, he decisively changed the topic. "Well, I heard that the Pig's Head Bar has a new batch of good red currant rum, and I plan to invite all the professors to join us. Let's have a taste. I wonder if you have time after the exam." "Wow, that's great," Professor Flitwick said first. "Thank you, Professor Swinton, for the invitation. I will definitely go there," Mrs. Hooch said afterwards. Others also echoed, saying that they would definitely go, while Professor Trelawney showed a shy look. She prefers drinking and usually drinks some sherry by herself. Then, the short regular meeting ended and everyone left to continue preparing for the exams of each grade. Soon, it was the first grade's potions exam. This was a subject that required written examinations and practical operations. Early in the morning, Professor Snape put on his flowing black robes and buttoned the robes down to his Adam's apple. After casually looking at his thin self in the mirror, Snape glanced at the classically styled rapier placed on the table. Then, on his usually expressionless face, his cheeks couldn't help but tremble twice. Then he closed his eyes and a series of mantras came to his mind. Avada Kedavra, the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, the Shadowless Blade, the Fire Curse, the Petrification Curse. There are so many skills that it's hard to choose. However, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly unexpectedly, and of course, they soon returned to their previous coldness. Smiling is a very tiring thing for him, because it will remind him of the person who once made him smile from the heart, the person who was deeply hurt by him. She is so beautiful and her life is so short. And for the rest of his life, he will probably be thinking about why he failed to protect her in the first place. The robe covered his slender body and his cold eyes covered his black eyes. Professor Snape left the room as calmly as before. The topic of today's exam is to prepare the potion of oblivion. The materials and tools used are all at hand. Now the exam officially begins. Professor Snape raised his voice in the underground classroom where the potions class was located and addressed the students present. They said slowly. Many people lamented after hearing this and then began to scramble to find the things they needed and weigh them appropriately. Qin Yu paid attention to Professor Snape's expression and behavior with some anxiety. There was nothing he could do about it. Seeing Snape for the first time in the past few days made him feel a little unsure. When it was finally confirmed that Si Jiao did not show any intention to kill him, Qin Yu finally felt relieved. Then concentrate on the preparation of this potion. After a lot of work, when he dropped the last drop of valerian juice, the potion in the crucible turned a light purple and the potion was officially completed. "Well, not bad," a cold and familiar voice sounded in Qin Yu's ears. The sound startled him. Then, turning around, Qin Yu saw Professor Snape's face without any unnecessary expression. I don't know when. Si Jiao was already standing behind him, probably because he was too focused on configuring the potion. Qin Yu didn't even notice it just now. Professor Snape, Qin Yu said hesitantly. In addition to learning how to prepare potions, you must also keep in mind its efficacy. Professor Snape said this slowly as usual. I will, Qin Yu nodded quickly and said. Then, Professor Snape ignored him and walked away, looking at the students in the classroom who were scratching their heads and trying hard to recall the potion formula, and to prevent someone's cauldron from suddenly exploding so that he could take action in time to help clean up the mess. Watching Professor Snape leave, Qin Yu pondered his words in his heart. Keep in mind the effect of the forgetfulness potion. Haha, Professor Snape is trying to hit me. Qin Yu finally reacted, then he was completely relieved. Since it is just for him to forget, it means that what happened that day will not be mentioned, which means that the story is over. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt much better. Immediately, he realized that it seemed that the last exam on the history of magic was left. After finishing this exam, he could wait for the holiday. What will be tested in the history of magic class? Qin Yu was thinking about this course in his mind, looking forward to the exam starting and ending as soon as possible. Snape didn't make things difficult for you, third brother Tilda. Professor Swinton patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said. Qin Yu's chest froze and a mouthful of old blood almost spurted out. At this time, not long after he walked out of the potions classroom, he met Professor Swinton on the road. Professor, can we forget what happened that day? Qin Yu said with a grimace. Thinking about what happened that day, it was actually quite embarrassing. Of course, it doesn't mean that he wasn't sincere at the time, at least 50% sincere and 50% out of his mind, but the age gap between him and the two professors was a bit big, and he didn't respect them somewhat. Who knows, although Professor Snape chose forget and sent this strong signal with the potions exam question, Professor Swinton had no intention of forgetting. I think your idea that day was quite good. This way I have an extra brother and an older brother, Professor Swinton said with great interest. Oh, even if I think what you said makes sense, you should also consider Professor Snape. Look at his usual appearance. Qin Yu said this with a solemn expression, his face elongated, and he gave him a Snape-like cold face. Ha ha ha, what you learned is so similar. Professor Swinton looked at it and almost cried with laughter. Oh, I'm not trying to make you happy, I just want you to think about my situation. You have left, but I will stay here for another 6 years. I don't want to die young before I graduate. Got killed, Qin Yu said helplessly. Okay, I understand how you feel. In fact, I don't dare to mention what happened that day in front of Snape, Professor Swinton said seriously. Well, as long as you understand. Qin Yu was relieved. But when the two of us are together, we don't have to worry about this at all, right, my dear brother? Professor Swinton patted Qin Yu's shoulder again. Qin Yu, it seems that Professor Swinton plans to remember this matter for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's mentality collapsed. However, when I thought about it again, I realized that this was all my own doing. If I insisted on saying that the three swords were destined to be together, I was possessed by the author of a stupid internet article. Alas, in short, I can't blame anyone else. Once a person accepts his fate, the road becomes wider. Just let him be, don't you just have to call yourself brother? Qin Yu secretly said. Looking at Professor Swinton's smiling eyes, Qin Yu inexplicably remembered the hidden loneliness he had seen in his eyes. I don't know what kind of story this man, who is also a mentor, friend, and brother, has. By the way, I have a gift to give you, but it's not ready yet. I'll probably give it to you after the year-end banquet. Professor Swinton said suddenly. Huh, you're not ready, why did you tell me in advance? Qin Yu said doubtfully. Of course I want you to prepare a gift for me in advance, Professor Swinton said angrily. I'm sorry, my reaction was too slow, Qin Yu said with a smile. It doesn't matter, Snape is the same as you, Professor Swinton said with a shrug. Qin Yu was speechless and silently extended his thumb. The matter of sworn friendship has come to an end temporarily after Professor Snape forgot and Professor Swinton taken it calmly. Well, in fact, every time he thinks about this, Qin Yu has the urge to find a time turner, go back to the past, and strangle himself to death. However, in a person's life there will inevitably be 1, 2, 3, or 4 embarrassing things that can lead to a secret room just by thinking about it. It's okay to have one more thing, right? Just don't think about it, let yourself go, and you will feel better. In short, this incident made Qin Yu think about the philosophy of life and how to face various obstacles in life. The exam in the history of magic class was boring and boring. While Qin Yu was thinking about irrelevant things, he used the quill that had been casted with an anti-cheating spell to write long sentences on the test paper in order to explain it. Learn about certain events hundreds of years ago and their impact on the wizarding world. What he didn't understand was why questions like who invented the self-heating crucible appeared in the exam. Finally, when Professor Binns announced that the exam time was over, the students cheered enthusiastically. This was probably his most popular moment of the year. After the exams for this course are over, the students will have free control over the next week. After the results come out, the year-end banquet will be held and then the official vacation will begin. While waiting for the test results, Qin Yu was not idle but was tinkering with the gift for Professor Swinton in the Hagrid cabin. He made this gift very carefully. First, he mixed the golden baby unicorn hair and white adult unicorn hair that he had collected previously with several other commonly used magical animal hairs and twisted them into a tough special yarn. Then he used this special yarn braided into a scarf. Well, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, giving scarves is a common and popular choice, and what he did is very special. Ugly, a bit ugly but tough enough. Hagrid tugged on the colorful scarf and gave this comment. I would rather knit a pure white or gold one, which would probably take all of Kelly and Anna's monnets out. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, however, the value of a scarf mixed with unicorn hair is quite high and can be sold. Well, that's true, Hagrid nodded and said. Then Qin Yu found a piece of craft paper, wrapped the scarf and tied it with a rope, planning to wait until Professor Swinton gave him a gift before giving it to him. After the gifts were made, there were still a few days of free time left. Qin Yu had nothing to do, so he took his wand and his sword and eagerly walked into the abandoned women's room on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle. Bathroom. Then, not long after he entered, he came out with a bruised nose and a swollen face. It was like this for several days in a row. This made George and Fred curiously ask after seeing him if he had also gone to the Whomping Willow to relieve their boredom. Relieve the boring hammer? Qin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to these two bored children and asked Hagrid to find a bottle of acromantula venom and add it to the sword according to the method Professor Swinton taught him. Their acromantula venom was running low, so Qin Yu decided not to sell it in the future but to keep it for himself. When he was ready, Qin Yu went to the women's bathroom again. Qin, you're here again. Can't you talk to me? Myrtle said sadly. After Qin Yu came several times, this ghost who was resident in the women's bathroom already knew him. Next time I'm in a hurry. Qin Yu moved his joints of his hands and feet and jumped down somewhere. Wow, what a handsome boy, his figure is really perfect. Myrtle, floating in the air, exclaimed in ecstasy. Have you ever had this experience, when you get a thick, straight, hard stick you want to hit something with it? Or, when you hold a sharp fruit knife you have the urge to stab a watermelon? Yes, this is the impact of external objects on people's emotions and mentality. To replace it with a famous saying, it is, with sharp weapons in hand, murderous intentions arise naturally. When you possess great strength or powerful weapons, your heart will change accordingly and you will become confident or violent. This is described in many literary works as people's inner demons. In fact, everyone will have this kind of inner demons. Take Dumbledore, for example. When he was young, he had powerful magical abilities and wanted to change the world and change the rules. At that time, he was so confident because of his power that he was even blindfolded and blocked his sight. Even if his heart is not bad, his emotions will inevitably be influenced by power. Until someone or something wakes him up, then he starts to be wary of power and keep a calm heart. It is difficult to avoid being affected by foreign objects and powerful forces. Therefore, when Qin Yu holds the long sword that can ignite flames, condense frost, and emit green light, how could he not want to chop something? The first thing he thought of was Professor Snape, because Snape had been teaching him how to fight for nearly a year. Of course, Qin Yu quickly rejected this option. Reason told him that if he provoked Professor Snape now, he might die. Then, the Whomping Willow. That was where George and Fred were looking for trouble, and he didn't want to get involved with these two guys. Finally, he naturally thought of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, a dangerous snake-like creature that had been hidden in Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years. In fact, when Qin Yu first obtained the ability to speak snakes, he had the urge to go to the secret room to take a look. However, at that time he could only run away silently and only delivered food when he went there. It's different now. At least, he has been trained by Professor Snape for more than half a year, and he has a good weapon given to him by Professor Swinton. At this time you can still challenge this hidden boss. Of course, it turned out that he was still a little overconfident. Puff. Qin Yu knelt on one knee and vomited out a mouthful of blood. This time he really vomited blood. At this time he was at a slightly spacious hub in the secret room. Just now he avoided the attack of the basilisk's sharp teeth and went around to its back. Unexpectedly, the big snake's tail whipped him hard and flew him to the wall. Then he fell from the wall. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yu raised his two pale eyes and looked at the basilisk. Yes, in order to avoid being affected by the basilisk's eyes, Qin Yu used a spell to temporarily turn his eyes into blind eyes. The basilisk's glare is fatal. People who make direct contact with the basilisk's eyes will die. This is how the ghost Myrtle in the women's bathroom died. Even if there is indirect contact, they will be petrified. Of course, he also used spells to enhance the perception of other senses so that he could clearly see every move of the basilisk. In short, Qin Yu made sufficient preparations before coming here. However, in the face of absolute power, no amount of preparation can make up for the gap in strength. Moreover, he does not have Phoenix Fox as an assistant, and the sword in his hand cannot be compared to the sword of Gryffindor. Naturally, it cannot be like Harry Potter, kill the basilisk. In other words, if a blood strip is attached to this basilisk, what Qin Yu will be doing now is scraping. However, for testing this sword and training your ability to deal with enemies, basilisk is a good choice. Ding, the host is now in danger. Please make the following choices. 1. Rely on yourself and face the basilisk alone, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 gold galleons. 2. Give the body to Obscurus, kill the basilisk, and reward the basilisk fangs. The system's voice sounded again. Yes, again. Ever since Qin Yu jumped into this secret room, the system has appeared once a day. Are you using your power to seduce me, right, system? Qin Yu was wary of the basilisk while communicating with the system in his mind. I'm sorry, I don't want to hand myself over to Moran just yet. At least, I don't want to experience the feeling of losing control of my body until the real moment of life and death, Qin Yu said leisurely in his mind. So I still choose the first option. Ding. The host chooses to rely on himself and face the basilisk alone. This is a manifestation of courage. The reward is 1,000 gold galleons. When Qin Yu heard the system sound, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Being able to get system rewards was one of his gains from challenging the basilisk in the secret room in the past 3 days. Now that you've made your choice, let's do it seriously. Pang. The long sword ignited flames. Qin Yu's face was determined. He jumped up with all his strength and slashed at the huge Snake King. Qin, your recent injuries seem to be more serious with several broken ribs, Mrs. Pomfrey, the school doctor, said with a frown. Qin Yu is a frequent visitor to the school infirmary and Madame Pomfrey has long been used to it. However, his injuries have been obviously more serious recently than before. Fortunately, it's not fatal and he can't die here. Did Snape do it? Madame Pomfrey boldly guessed. Because she had also heard that 2 professors, Snape and Swinton, were privately tutoring Qin Yu, and Swinton obviously would not do such a heavy hand, so only Snape was the most suspect. Well, it's not Professor Snape. I was playing with a big guy recently and it obviously has a bad temper. But don't worry, I should be able to adapt to it soon and I won't be so easily injured in the future. Qin Yu could only speak vaguely. Well, stay safe, Madame Pomfrey said no more. After all, she knew that although this child had an out-of-touch personality, he was very mature and independent and he must do things in a measured way. After leaving Madame Pomfrey, Qin Yu felt that most of his injuries were healed. He had actually decided to suspend the trial plan because tomorrow was the year-end banquet and he didn't want to attend it with a wounded face. And after the year-end banquet is summer vacation, you can't go back with a swollen pig's head, right? Hermione was so frightened that she cried. Thinking of Hermione, Qin Yu found that he really felt like he was returning home. I don't know if the girl has grown taller again after not seeing each other for half a year. Although I received a photo from Hermione, it still can't compare with seeing her in person. Then he thought about his Christmas vacation with Hermione. So the summer vacation is so long, what should we do? Of course, Hermione had started listing her summer vacation plans in her letter a month ago and was constantly adding to them. Thinking about the plans she mentioned in the letter, such as go to XXX shop to eat desserts, go to XXX park to see fish, go to XXX river to camp, need to apply for permission from parents, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. Show a smile? Summer vacation, come quickly. Qin Yu's mind had already left Hogwarts early and flown to a place thousands of miles away. Mom, what day is it today? Hermione asked with a pout. June 14th. My dear, this is the 11th time you have asked me since you woke up this morning, Mrs. Granger said patiently. Then Qin should attend Hogwarts' year-end banquet tonight, Hermione muttered. Yeah, Qin's score in this exam is the first in the grade and he will definitely be praised by the teachers. Mrs. Granger had already known about Qin's score from Hermione. Then Qin can get on the train tomorrow morning and come back in the afternoon or evening. Hermione continued to ramble. Yes, dear. Mrs. Granger could only choose to nod in agreement, otherwise the child would keep mumbling. Then she interrupted at the right time. Baby, you should have breakfast, otherwise you will be late for the exam. You don't want Qin to tell him that you failed the exam when he comes back, right? Well, I'll go to school after eating and I'll definitely be the first in my grade, Hermione said with fighting spirit after hearing this. Yes, that's how it should be. I'll pour you another glass of juice. Mrs. Granger stood up with a smile. Thank you, Mum, Hermione said sweetly. Then she quickly finished her breakfast and drank the juice her mother poured for her. On the way to school, Hermione thought about her long summer vacation plans, but she couldn't help but feel a little distressed at the end. I have saved pocket money for more than a year, but I don't know if it will be enough, the little girl thought in her heart. Well, in fact, she never knew how much money Qin Yu had. The last time she went to Diagon Alley to buy things, she saved money everywhere. Mainly because she didn't know much about the currency in the magical world, so she just felt that Qin Yu must be saving money. I saved that money by living frugally. Then she decided that she would pay for the expenses of this summer vacation. After all, most of her plans were Muggle World activities and she did not need to spend those Wizarding World coins. I should find a job, but unfortunately many places don't want me, Hermione thought helplessly. The little girl, who had been thinking about something all the way, quickly walked into the school and started her exam. Well, in order to get first in grade, she decided not to think about the summer vacation for the time being and concentrate on answering the questions on the test paper. There is a saying that Merlin's pants have two legs, so the story is divided into two parts. While Hermione was concentrating on taking the exam for the first place in grade, Qin Yu was in Hagrid's cabin picking out things to take back. At this time, on the floor of the cabin, there were a lot of various goods that Hagrid had bought from Hogsmeade Village in recent days, including food, clothing, and supplies. Qin Yu actually wanted to take the unicorn fur scarf home to Hermione, but after thinking about it, he and Hermione had a long life together and they would spend a long, long time together. He would give her something good in the future. That's it, and Professor Swinton is leaving. I always give him a decent gift before leaving. Even if Hermione knew about this, she would definitely not care about it. After all, her family members were easy to talk about. Then, Qin Yu thought about bringing more small gifts to this girl so that she could enjoy them no matter what. So he asked Hagrid to buy these. Unfortunately, my suitcase is too small and can't hold too many things, Qin Yu muttered helplessly. I don't know if Professor Swinton understood what he meant after giving him crazy hints for most of the school year and then gave him the bag. Qin Yu was full of expectations for the gift that Professor Swinton was going to give him. The year-end banquet is held at dusk. When the sun faded its last rays of light, the lights all over Hogwarts suddenly lit up, making this majestic ancient castle even more magical. Of course, the castle itself is synonymous with magic. It is a great wizard school that resounds throughout the magical world. It delivers batch after batch of outstanding wizard talents to the society every year. Well, that's a joke. In short, when you are in the famous Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the wizarding world, you will find that her charm is far more shocking than the legends about her. Qin Yu was like this. He looked at the Hogwarts auditorium during the feast and was deeply impressed by its magnificence, grandness, and magic again. In this situation, I have something to say. Qin Yu stood at the entrance of the auditorium and said excitedly. What is it? Elvis asked curiously. Today we are proud of Hogwarts and tomorrow Hogwarts will be proud of us, Qin Yu said seriously. Ba bang bang. Several children clapped after hearing this. Qin, what you said is great. I'm really proud to be a student at Hogwarts, Elvis said first. Qin, do you think we will really become the pride of Hogwarts in the future? Jimmy followed. Well, as long as we work hard we can do it, Qin Yu nodded to them. Well, Qin Yu was also infected by the atmosphere in the auditorium and couldn't help but feel a little unable to contain his emotions. Human beings are creatures that are easily influenced by the group. When everyone around you is excited, you will inevitably become excited along with them. Especially when the surrounding environment is enough to infect people, such as the Hogwarts auditorium at this moment. Students came in one after another and sat down at the long tables in their respective colleges. Soon after, Dumbledore and the professors walked up to the guest of honor stage and the former gave the speech before the banquet. Children, another school year has passed. I hope that this school year you have gained more, learned more magic knowledge and made more friends. Summer vacation is coming soon. While you are enjoying the vacation, remember to digest what you have learned, free up your brain and prepare for the next year. So here are the results of the House Cup that many people are concerned about. The scores of each house are Hufflepuff 372 points, Ravenclaw 416 points, Slytherin 422 points, Gryffindor 436 points. Gryffindor led Slytherin by 14 points and became the new Academy Cup champion, ending Slytherin's 6 consecutive years of winning the championship. Dumbledore waved, and the flag hanging above the auditorium was instantly replaced by the Gryffindor lion flag, with gold and bright red becoming the main colors today. The Gryffindor students all turned red with excitement and felt very proud. Of course, Qin Yu made a big contribution to surpassing Slytherin in terms of points this time. After being deducted a bunch of points, he pulled back bit by bit. He was really exhausted and it was not easy. I announce that the banquet has begun. Please enjoy today's food and wine. Dumbledore raised his glass and said. After hearing this, the students burst into warm applause and then began to enjoy the food while talking and laughing. Hagrid, who was sitting in the guest of honor seat, couldn't wait to pick up a glass of brandy and drink it and soon poured another glass. Qin Yu had been hungry for a long time and he ate without any image at all along with several children. He thought that in the next 2 months or so he would miss the food at Hogwarts very much, so he should eat enough tonight. When Qin Yu was very full and was drinking a cup of honey tea that George handed over casually, his eyes wandered and he saw Professor Swinton on the guest of honor table, who nodded to him and pointed outside the auditorium. Qin Yu understood, nodded, and immediately left his seat. Soon after, the two met in a corridor outside the auditorium. Okay, I'll give you the gift I promised you. Professor Swinton casually threw a small cloth bag to Qin Yu. Qin Yu caught it with a slight disappointment because this thing was obviously not the bag he expected. However, this thing is heavy and seems to have some weight. Open it and take a look, said Professor Swinton. Qin Yu obeyed and opened the cloth bag curiously. Then a golden mask was revealed inside. What is this? Qin Yu asked doubtfully. An alchemy mask, Professor Swinton paused, then continued. This is a combination of the ideas in the book you gave me, the ancient charms on the pyramid, and my many years of alchemy experience. Something made. Seeing that Qin Yu had no reaction, Professor Swinton continued. After wearing it, not only will your facial features be blocked, but your voice, your posture, and all your body's external information will be changed. So powerful, Qin Yu was really surprised now. This thing is so useful, even comparable to Qin Yu's high-level illusion body curse. After all, the illusion body curse makes the body completely invisible, and this mask allows him to appear without being recognized by others. The abilities of both different applicable scenarios are also different. Of course, it took me more than 2 months to do it, Professor Swinton said rather proudly. In other words, he was thinking about parting more than 2 months ago and silently prepared gifts for Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Qin Yu changed his usual attitude and solemnly said, "Thank you, Professor Swinton." Okay, you don't have to be polite to me. Who made me your brother Tilda?" Professor Swinton winked at Qin Yu and said. Qin Yu was immediately embarrassed on the spot and speechless. "Seriously, I have been thinking for a long time about what I should give you. That sword is a weapon that can enhance your strength when you are in danger. And since you often cause trouble, this mask can very well protect you. You hide and protect your safety so that you don't have to worry about being discovered if you want to do bad things in the future," Professor Swinton said seriously. "Wait, why have I become a troublemaker? It's obviously me who is unlucky every time, okay? Also, why should I do bad things? I'm a very decent person, okay?" Qin Yu couldn't help complaining in his heart. "Oh, you are so thoughtful," Qin Yu said with a smile on his face. "It's all what I should do. I've attached the instructions for using the mask on that piece of paper. You can go back and take a closer look," Professor Swinton said quite complacently, and then asked Qin Yu, "By the way, where's the gift? What are you going to give me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu took out the package he had prepared long ago from his robe and handed it to Professor Swinton. Swinton took it, opened it, and lifted up the colorful scarf. "That's it," he said rather disgustedly. "What's that? I worked hard to knit this with unicorn hair, but its toughness is not comparable to that of ordinary materials," Qin Yu said, very dissatisfied. "I'm not saying that the material is not good, but I think it's a bit ugly, and wearing it around my neck may not suit my temperament." Professor Swinton said this and wrapped the scarf around his neck. "Then, show it to Qin Yu. If you don't like it, then give it back to me." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said angrily, "There's no reason to take something back as a gift." Professor Swinton adjusted the scarf around his neck again and muttered, "Don't tell me, it just looks good." The tall Professor Swinton was wearing a gray scarf, which was indeed a bit strange. Seeing him like this, Qin Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. However, before the smile appeared on his face, his nose was inexplicably sore. "When will you leave?" he finally asked. "Just tonight. I happened to attend Hogwarts' year-end banquet and said goodbye to you all," Professor Swinton said with a shrug. Qin Yu didn't expect him to leave so soon. However, parting is destined, and it doesn't make much difference if it's one day earlier or one day later. After all, I will leave Hogwarts early tomorrow morning. Then, let's have a farewell hug." Qin Yu opened his arms and showed a bright smile. "Haha, yes, a farewell hug." Professor Swinton also opened his arms and hugged the little boy in front of him, who often let himself ignore his age. "Take care, Professor Swinton," Qin Yu said. "Take care of yourself, Qin." Professor Swinton patted him on the shoulder and said. After Qin Yu said goodbye to Swinton, he returned to the auditorium again and sat in his previous seat. Looking at the lively crowd, his thoughts wandered and a faint smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hogwarts is so beautiful tonight. Everyone enjoyed the feast and hustle and bustle before leaving. Come back, Tilda, come back, Tilda." Qin Yu hummed a tune that only remembered a few lyrics and walked out of Gryffindor Tower in a happy mood and walked towards the lakeside pier. "Qin, what song are you singing? It sounds nice." Elvis pulled the heavy suitcase and caught up with Qin Yu, panting. The latter was very relaxed and the box in his hand did not weigh much. "The reason is simple," Professor Swinton gave him the bag, which allowed him to put most of his stuff in it. "By the way, early this morning an owl knocked on the window of Qin Yu's dormitory, then dropped something and left. That thing is none other than Professor Swinton's bag with the space expansion spell. This is a good thing and cannot be made casually. Even if it is made, it will not be as good as Professor Swinton's make." Qin Yu was immediately overjoyed and felt that Professor Swinton could be trusted. "He would really give you what you need. Next time just say whatever you want." This was the only sentence written on the attached note. "Well, it's a song that expresses the happy mood of returning home from vacation," Qin Yu said casually, and then asked Elvis, "What are your plans for the summer vacation?" After hearing this, Elvis scratched his head and said shyly, "I don't have any plans. I will probably read the first-grade books, especially the potions textbook." Qin Yu knew that Elvis almost failed the potions exam, which made the child's eyes red when he found out the result. There was no way. Elvis was timid, introverted, and had an instinctive fear of Snape. During potions class, he spent most of his time worrying about making mistakes and being scolded by Professor Snape. How can you learn well in class with such a mentality? You don't have to be afraid of Professor Snape. He's just cold on the surface and at most he's a bit venomous. In fact, he won't really do anything to you. Qin Yu enlightened Elvis again. I also know that one time my crucible burned and cracked and he helped me replace it with a new one, but I am still a little afraid of him and I am afraid that I will not learn well, Elvis stammered. Well, you may be a little stressed when facing him. It should be fine after you get used to it. Then you should review it at home. If you have any questions, you can ask your owl to send a message to me. Qin Yu stopped trying to persuade him. He still had to change this matter on his own. Is that really okay? Elvis said with bright eyes. What's wrong with this? We are friends. Isn't it normal to communicate with each other? Qin Yu said with a smile. Yeah, I'll write you a letter, Elvis nodded sharply. Then he asked Qin Yu, Qin, what are your plans for the summer vacation? Me? Qin Yu was stunned, then cleared his throat and said with a bit of reserve, I actually didn't make any arrangements, others made them for me. Already arranged. I also want to be arranged, but unfortunately I am often the only one at home during the holidays, Elvis said enviously. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, not knowing how to comfort him. After all, not everyone had a girl at home. Get on the boat quickly. There are many people going home for the summer vacation. Be careful not to catch the train, Hagrid shouted and urged at the lakeside pier. After hearing this, the students quickened their pace, jumped on the boats, and followed the fleet to the other side. After Qin Yu and Elvis got on the boat, he looked back at the Hogwarts castle that was gradually moving away, saying goodbye in his heart and looking forward to seeing the beautiful autumn of Hogwarts again when he comes back next time. The Hogwarts Express departs on time at 9 o'clock in the morning, loaded with students leaving school. This time was different from the Christmas holiday. Qin Yu's box was full of people. The first was Elvis, who was sitting next to Qin Yu with a satisfied look on his face. Since he followed Qin Yu closely, he easily grabbed a seat in the box. Then came George and Fred, the Weasley twins, who came in quickly and quickly occupied 2 positions. Buck, Jimmy and Wilson originally wanted to sit in, but it was too crowded for 7 people in one box, so they had to go to the side and come to visit from time to time. They stayed for a long time and didn't want to sit here. No difference. In the meantime, Cedric also came over to chat with Qin Yu and the others for a while. Seeing that there was really no room in the box, he left with a look of helplessness. I heard that Charlie is going to Romania to study dragons after graduation, Qin Yu asked the Weasley brothers. Well, this is probably the thing he is most interested in besides Quidditch, George shrugged. However, I think he still hopes to join a professional Quidditch team, but it is too difficult. Fred sighed and said, such a topic makes everyone somewhat silent. At this time, the train passed through a beautiful Muggle town where a group of fat sheep were grazing on the grass. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this scenery and they said nothing for a while. Before stopping, the students all took off their wizard robes and put on summer clothes. Boys wore simple shorts and short tops while many girls wore beautiful skirts. Of course, some wore like a boy like Moni Wanda. Finally, the train stopped at platform 9 and 3-4 at King's Cross Station. Everyone got off the train, groups of 2 or 3 passed through the wall and entered the station in the Muggle world. Of course they went out in batches so as not to attract the attention of the Muggles. Bye, Qin. See you at school, Qin. Looking forward to your performance next year, Qin. Many students passing by said hello to Qin Yu. George and Fred beside him were extremely envious of Qin Yu's popularity and vowed that they would practice Quidditch skills during the summer vacation and surprise everyone when school starts. Soon, Qin Yu and the others came to the exit of the Muggle world, and many young wizards found their families who came to pick them up. Brothers George and Fred saw their mother Molly Weasley, their brother Ron, and their sister Ginny who came to pick them up. Then, see you later, Qin. George waved goodbye to Qin Yu. I will miss you, Qin. Fred hugged Qin Yu. Goodbye, I will miss you too. Qin Yu said goodbye to the 2 brothers. Then he waved to Mrs. Weasley, who was not far away, as a greeting. After seeing off George, Fred, and the others, Qin Yu shrugged and pulled his suitcase forward. At this moment, a voice as sweet as a lark sounded. Qin. Qin. That nice voice called again. Then Qin Yu looked towards the place where the sound came from and saw a petite figure rushing towards him like a gust of wind. As soon as he raised his arms, the figure jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Hermione, why are you here?" Qin Yu said to the little girl in his arms in surprise. "Hee, aren't you surprised?" The little girl raised her face and said to Qin Yu with a smile. "Yeah, what a surprise." Qin Yu couldn't help but rub her brown hair. After not seeing each other for half a year, Qin Yu noticed that Hermione's hair had grown a lot longer and was about to reach her waist. "Mom and Dad are here too." Hermione let go of Qin Yu and pointed in the direction she came from. "Hermione, why are you running so fast? Wait for us." The speaker was a somewhat out-of-breath Mrs. Granger, followed by Mr. Granger. "Aunt Jenny, Uncle David," Qin Yu quickly greeted them. Mrs. Granger was naturally very happy to see Qin Yu and held his hand without letting go. Mr. Granger enthusiastically helped Qin Yu get the suitcase. However, he stumbled and almost fell when he was carrying the box because the box was too light and the force he just used was too much. Although the weight of the box was lighter than he expected, after thinking about it, he was relieved. It was summer after all, and Qin probably didn't bring much clothes. "My parents were lost just now and I didn't know where to wait for you. Fortunately, I found a lot of boys and girls with strange behaviors. I guess that they were probably the wizards who came home with you on vacation, so I followed looking in the direction they came from. I didn't expect to see you." Hermione said her reasoning quite proudly. "Well, that's a very smart method," Qin Yu praised. "Right, I think I can be Sherlock Holmes." The little girl who received the compliment said happily. "What about me?" Qin Yu pointed at himself. "Of course you are Watson." Hermione said this, holding the non-existent pipe, and said seriously, "Oh, my dear Watson, this case is actually very simple." Hermione's performance caused the Grangers and his wife sitting in the front seat of the car to burst into laughter. Well, they were very happy. Their daughter and Qin were talking about things they knew, not topics about the magical world, so that they could understand clearly. "However, when my daughter starts school, she will probably talk about some weird-sounding things, such as how to fly on a broomstick and how to make pea vines grow into the sky." This idea came to Mr. and Mrs. Granger's mind almost at the same time. By that time, their daughter will be farther and farther away from them, right? The two looked at each other and saw reluctance in each other's eyes. However, Hermione and they are not from the same world after all. "Qin, would you do this?" Hermione made a finger opening and closing motion with her hand. "What's so difficult about this?" Qin Yu also followed suit. "You can actually do it? Then I'll change it to another one," Hermione said, rather unconvinced. "Well, then you have to do something more difficult," Qin Yu said. "It must be difficult." Seeing the two children in the back row playing a seemingly boring game, Mrs. Granger smiled and felt a little relieved. Yes, even if Hermione is in another world, at least Qin is with her. At this moment, a familiar broad hand covered Jenny Granger's hand, conveying a message to her: "I will always be with you." Mrs. Granger felt warm in her heart and looked at her husband affectionately. In the front row were the Grangers, who were in a state of confusion, and behind them was Qin Yu and Hermione, who were chatting about various topics after a long separation. The car drove them slowly towards the warm home. Mid-June coincides with midsummer. However, deep in a dense forest on the banks of the Devon River in Yorkshire, it seemed particularly deserted. And among the tall trees there is a manor covering a large area. In fact, if an ordinary human passes by here, he will only see some large and small stones, not any buildings at all. Only some special humans can see it. These special humans are called wizards, while ordinary humans are called muggles by these wizards. At this time, a tall man appeared at the entrance of the manor. From the solemn expression on his face as he looked at the manor, it could be seen that he must belong to the type of person who can see the true appearance of the manor, that is, a wizard. The wizard stayed at the door of the manor for a long time, then waved a slender stick as short as a forearm. This was the wand used by wizards, and finally pointed at the manor. A white light emitted from the tip of the wand and disappeared into the manor. The manor seemed to have been lifted off a layer of transparent cloth covering it, and the air began to flow through it, turning into wisps of breeze blowing through the ancient buildings. Then, the wizard held his wand and stepped in. He stepped on the wide road paved with boulders, past a long dried fountain, past the barren flower beds and lawns, and finally entered the hall of the main building of the manor. In that hall there is a statue standing impressively. The statue is of a tall man wearing a robe, holding a round shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right hand. The man stood with his head held high and his eyes determined. Looking at this statue, the wizard who just walked in couldn't help but tremble. "It's ridiculous, he's just a statue. Why are you still afraid of him?" a contemptuous voice echoed in the hall. "No, I'm not afraid of him, I'm just—" another slightly deeper voice sounded. "Oh, hate him," said the contemptuous voice with a mocking tone. "I just don't know what he did for it, and I don't know what those people did for his ideas back then," the deep voice said slowly. "Huh, for the world, for wizards, for humans, ha ha ha, ridiculous, people should live for themselves." The contemptuous voice became excited. "You don't understand, some people are like this," said the deep voice. "Ha ha ha. I don't understand. If I didn't understand, you would have died long ago. We would have died long ago, Stephen." A contemptuous voice laughed. I'm very grateful to you," he said with a sigh in a low voice. "If you really want to thank me, then go find those people and find out why they left in the first place and why we were abandoned," the contemptuous voice said, full of hatred. "I will," the deep voice said solemnly. Then the hall fell into a brief silence. "What, you don't think you feel the warmth of the world just because you are playing house with a child, right? Stephen, you have to understand that the only people you can rely on in this world are you and me," a disdainful voice becoming a little irritable. "Are you afraid of something too?" the deep voice asked curiously. "I won't be afraid, never," cried a contemptuous voice. "Well, I know you don't." The sounds in the hall disappeared again, and the wizard's figure also disappeared. Only the tall statue was left standing there, motionless and never tired, just like it had been for countless days and nights for thousands of years. Under the statue there is a long name. If the middle names that represent various meanings are removed, then the name can be abbreviated as Mosath Swinton, a name that is not very famous in the magical world. End of this volume. Pretend there are separate volumes. June 16, Sunday, was the second day after Qin Yu returned to Granger's house. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu and the Granger family were having breakfast. At first, everything seemed peaceful. Then, not long after eating, Mrs. Granger suddenly said, "Hermione, there is something that Mother must tell you." "What's wrong, Mum?" Hermione raised her head blankly and licked her upper lip where some milk had just been stained. "Baby, Mommy wants to say, well, you have grown up, so don't stay in Qin's room for so long at night." Mrs. Granger considered it for a moment and said solemnly, "Gah!" Hermione was stunned. Ahem. Two men present coughed at the same time. One was choking on milk, the other was choking on bread. "Hermione, did you go to Qin's room again?" Mr. Granger said while coughing. "Why did you use the word again, David?" Mrs. Granger looked at her husband and asked in confusion. Seeing Mr. Granger speechless, Qin Yu couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. "Last night, Hermione did sneak upstairs to his room again and sat next to him on the bed again and talked all night long. Of course, the two were just chatting and didn't even hold hands because it was summer and Qin Yu didn't need to cover the little girl's hands because of the cold weather. Then, as expected, Hermione fell asleep midway. Qin Yu put her on the bed and sat in a chair to sleep all night. Strictly speaking, he entered a meditative state, which was something he often did. As a result, Hermione was not as panicked the next day as she was last time. She even picked up Qin Yu's quill after getting up and drew two beards on his face. Qin Yu waited until she finished drawing before opening his eyes. After opening her eyes, the girl was so frightened that she hurried downstairs, fearing that she would be punished after being caught by Qin Yu. It seemed that Mrs. Granger noticed something. "Aunt Jenny, it was my fault yesterday." Qin Yu quickly admitted his mistake. Out of his instinct to survive, he felt it was better to admit his mistake quickly at this time. "Mom, it's not Qin's fault, it's just that I miss him so much and there are so many things I want to say to him," Hermione followed. "Hermione, do you still remember what your mother told you some time ago about medical common sense?" Mrs. Granger said seriously, looking into her daughter's eyes. "Medical knowledge?" Hermione was stunned when she heard this and then suddenly said, "Oh, you mean those about the troubles of adolescence." "Adolescence troubles?" Qin Yu secretly thought, is this content not suitable for me to listen to? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Mr. Granger sitting opposite. The latter spread his hands and made a meaningful expression to him. Qin Yu had no choice but to sit there upright and swallowed subconsciously. "That's right, do you still remember what your mother told you to pay attention to?" Mrs. Granger asked her daughter. "Of course I remember. You said that at a certain age, if a boy and a girl have close contact, they will, get pregnant," Hermione replied seriously. "Yes," Mrs. Granger nodded with satisfaction, "but you also said that actions like holding hands and kissing will not lead to pregnancy. This is what you told me when I was in 3rd grade," Hermione added solemnly. "Wait, have you kissed, Qin?" Mr. Granger looked at Qin Yu with sharp eyes. Mrs. Granger also looked over with suspicion. "No, Uncle David, Aunt Jenny, I swear there really isn't." Qin Yu was so shocked that his words were filled with exclamation points. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't look like he was lying, the Grangers and his wife both looked at Hermione again. "Well, it's true not. I'm just explaining the medical knowledge you taught me back then," Hermione said calmly. This made the Grangers breathe a sigh of relief. So you are still young, so you must not behave in an excessive manner. Do you understand, Qin?" Hermione? After Mrs. Granger calmed down, she tried to lead the conversation. "Of course not, Aunt Jenny," Qin Yu said seriously. "I understand, Mum." Hermione nodded obediently. "Well, that's good. I know today's topic is a bit special, but you don't have to be too sensitive. These are just normal human physiological knowledge. In the future, if you have any troubles during your adolescence, if you have any questions, you can talk to me or Dad, and we will definitely listen to your ideas patiently, because we are your closest relatives," Mrs. Granger said softly. Yeah, Qin Yu nodded fiercely. He prayed in his heart that this topic would be over soon, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat his breakfast. "Got it, Mum," Hermione followed suit. Then, just when the other three felt that this topic could be brought to a satisfactory conclusion, Hermione asked again, "So, Mom, is it true that you won't get pregnant if you kiss?" "Greg." Qin Yu covered his face with one hand and shouted in his heart, "Sister, please leave a way for me to survive." "David, come here." After thinking for a moment, Mrs. Granger stood up and walked into the kitchen while greeting her husband. Mr. Granger hurried to follow. "Children, you eat first, don't wait for us," Mrs. Granger said to Qin Yu and Hermione before closing the kitchen door. "Eat? Can I eat enough?" Qin Yu twitched the corners of his mouth and showed a bitter-looking smile. Okay, Mom." Hermione waved happily as if nothing was wrong. Then the Grangers closed the kitchen door and whispered inside. After finishing the sandwich in her hand, Hermione muttered, "Actually, I have already read the books on medicine and physiology. I don't know why my mother suddenly mentioned this. However, the book does not mention anything about kissing." "I'm not sure about this either. Maybe I didn't read carefully enough," the little girl said with a slight frown. "Well, this is a primary school bully who loves learning and is very serious." After breakfast, the Grangers started a private conversation with Qin Yu and Hermione. Hermione was taken to her small bedroom by Mrs. Granger, while Qin Yu followed Mr. Granger to the couple's large bedroom. As for what Mrs. Granger said to Hermione, Qin Yu had no way of knowing. As soon as he walked into the big bedroom, Mr. Granger went straight to the point and told him about the physiology of the human body and certain behaviors between men and women in a simple and easy-to-understand way. When Mr. Granger talked for a long time and pretended to tear open the packaging of a rubber balloon for demonstration, Qin Yu finally couldn't help but stopped him and said in a pleading tone, "Uncle, I really understand. I will definitely not do anything in the future." "Well, it seems that you have fully understood the knowledge I talked about," Mr. Granger said with great satisfaction. "Yes, I completely understand," Qin Yu nodded quickly. "Well, I won't waste this thing," Mr. Granger said, putting the things in his hands into a drawer of the bedside table again. By the way, David Granger probably guessed why his wife mentioned such a topic today. It was because last night the two of them had an affectionate mutual consolation because they felt that their daughter was drifting away, and discussed the topic of creating a new life. At night, he fell asleep due to exhaustion, and his wife seemed to have gone to the living room to drink a glass of water. It was probably at that time that she noticed the movement upstairs. The combination of these things should have prompted my wife to talk about this topic at the dinner table today. However, the conversation at the dinner table was obviously not very successful, so they decided to have a separate men-to-men, women-to-women conversation. Now it seems that his mission has been completed smoothly. When Mr. Granger came out of the big bedroom holding Qin Yu's shoulders, Hermione and Mrs. Granger were still in the small bedroom. Then, after waiting for nearly half an hour, Granger came out with his daughter. "You guys ended it so soon?" Ginny Granger looked at her husband and Qin Yu, who were leisurely eating fruit in the living room, and said with some surprise, "Yes, our chat went relatively smoothly, right, Qin?" Mr. Granger said at the end, looking at Qin Yu with a smile on his face. "Yes, Uncle David, Aunt Jenny," Qin Yu said bravely. "Well, that's good. Hermione and I also had a great time chatting." Mrs. Granger held her daughter's hand and said with a smile. Hermione's face was flushed. Qin Yu couldn't help shouting in his heart after looking at it, "What on earth were you two talking about in the room?" "I don't know if it's because the Grangers and his wife are both doctors, dentists. They are more open-minded and take sexual issues seriously, and they don't choose to avoid taboos. Therefore, they would talk about it with the two children at the dinner table. And when the conversation reached a deadlock caused by Hermione, they chose to explain and enlighten the children alone. Overall, the conversation was successful and smooth. At the same time, it also established certain codes of conduct for Qin Yu and Hermione in the future. Well, they didn't do anything extraordinary. This was a small episode at the beginning of the summer vacation. Soon, they were involved in a long list of vacation plans. In a somewhat old neighborhood in London, there is an old bookstore. According to the shop owner, Conan Doyle held a book signing here when he published The Final Case. Then, he wrote Sherlock Holmes to death in this book, which immediately received countless letters from readers. He had to bring the blade back to life and had to resurrect Holmes many years later. Fortunately, in The Final Case, Holmes just fell off the cliff and it was not that troublesome to resurrection. After that, every new book by Conan Doyle will also be sold in the first batch here. This is the clerk's introduction to the customers. Of course, many people are just watching the fun and they don't really care whether it is true or not. The most important thing is that the environment of this bookstore is not bad. In addition to the rich and diverse books and newspapers on the shelves, there are also reading areas upstairs and downstairs. Here, order a cup of coffee or juice, find a book you like or dislike, sit by the window or not, and spend a pleasant or unpleasant time. This is probably the purpose of many people coming to this bookstore. After the summer vacation started, the number of customers coming to the store increased significantly, mainly young students. Among these young students, there is a handsome boy with an oriental face and a cute little girl with brown hair. They come every day in the past few days and stay for most of the day. If someone gets close, they will find that they are looking at some well-bound books. The covers and paper of those books look very special. If someone asks them which bookshelf they can find these books, they will smile and be polite. They said it was something they brought themselves, not a book from a bookstore. And if someone stays next to them and listens for a while, you will find that they occasionally say some strange-sounding things, such as the ability of Bezoar to cure hundreds of poisons, the classification of the danger levels of werewolves and vampires, the cause of the elf rebellion, etc. This makes many people think that these two children must be reading some strange and weird fantasy novels. After all, such works have been quite popular in recent years. However, most of the time they would sit there quietly reading and saying nothing. The little girl will drink a glass of juice and occasionally try coffee, of course, the kind with a lot of milk. After a sip, the rich milk foam will stick to her lips. At this time, the oriental boy sitting opposite her would smile, stretch out a hand, and gently wipe away the foam from her mouth with his thumb. Then, the little girl would give him a sweet smile. They, like many ordinary children here, enjoy reading time. However, no one knows that they are a little different from the other adults and children here, because they are the group of people who exist in the legend, the group of people who can use magic. They are wizards. The two children in the bookstore are, of course, Qin Yu and Hermione. In other words, according to Hermione's long plan, they should have a lot of fun for several days. Moreover, Hermione told Qin Yu that she would be responsible for the expenses of these projects. After Qin Yu heard this, of course he was very happy. After all, how could he refuse to eat soft rice? What's more, eating soft rice from the future Minister of Magic made him feel a little, well, a sense of accomplishment. Author He Tui. The most important thing is that he saw that Hermione was relatively firm on this request, so he naturally had no objection. Anyway, it doesn't matter who spends the money. Then, after 2 days of playing like crazy, Hermione's little coffers were only 1/3 empty. This means that plans cannot keep up with changes. So, they had to delete many expensive projects and choose some affordable ones. Finally, they came to this bookstore. They came here to stay for a while every day, read books, chat, drink some drinks, and eat some desserts. It was quite nice. The reason why he did this is because Qin Yu wanted to accompany Hermione and enjoy life in the Muggle world again. After all, after she entered the magical world, she would probably have a different state of mind and basically stay away from the past. Life, this is more or less a kind of remembrance of the passing time, right? Qin Yu thought to himself. Qin, I've spent all my money, Hermione sighed. Huh, so fast, isn't there still more than 10 pounds? Qin Yu said with some surprise. It was true that there were so many before, but the desserts in this bookstore are pretty good, so we ate a little too much, Hermione said, unable to help but swallow. Well, their desserts are indeed quite delicious. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Then he closed the parchment book in his hand, stood up slowly, and whispered to Hermione. Then, my dear princess, you are already penniless, come with me next. Saying this, Qin Yu stretched out a hand to the little girl. Hearing this, Hermione shrugged helplessly, then closed her book and handed her hand to the broad and powerful palm. Okay, my prince. The conversation and actions between the two made the guests next to them smile for a while, thinking that these two children were quite cute. Qin Yu and Hermione packed their things and left the ancient bookstore. Well, the old bookstore of the Muggle world. In order to have fun and experience life in the Muggle world, Qin Yu did not take Hermione to some places in the magical world, such as Diagon Alley. Now that Hermione's money has been spent, Qin Yu allows the little girl to say goodbye to her past life. So Diagon Alley became their first destination. Because, whether it is the textbooks and school supplies Qin Yu needs for 2nd grade, or the items on the list included with Hermione's 1st grade admission notice, they all need to go to Diagon Alley to purchase. Therefore, the next day, Qin Yu and Hermione went to Diagon Alley together. This was also the 2nd time they came here together. They passed through the bar of the leaky cauldron and came to the patio. Qin Yu tapped the magical wall with his wand. When a large doorway was revealed in the wall, he pulled Hermione and walked in. The 2nd time she came to Diagon Alley, Hermione was much more familiar with the roads. At least they know where to buy a cauldron, where to buy books, where to buy robes, and where to buy magic pets, the same house where they wanted to send Crookshanks out. Shop. Well, it was in that magic pet store that they met a chubby little boy and an old man took him to buy a toad. Qin Yu greeted him warmly and asked if he was also a freshman at Hogwarts this year. Hello, my name is Neville Longbottom. I will go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in September this year. The little boy nervously introduced himself to Qin Yu and Hermione. Qin Yu and Hermione also introduced themselves and said they were looking forward to meeting him at Hogwarts. Then, after a brief chat, Neville followed the old grandfather and left. Qin Yu and Hermione continued shopping. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised to meet Neville here. Neville's life is really hard, it can be said to be comparable to Harry Potter's. When Neville was 1 year old, his father, Frank Longbottom, and his mother, Alice Longbottom, who were members of the Order of the Phoenix fighting against Voldemort, were kidnapped by Death Eaters and tortured to madness with the Cruciatus Curse. So much so that the two have spent more than 10 years at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and magical injuries. The little Neville was raised by his grandmother Augusta Longbottom. Probably because he witnessed the tragedy of his parents when he was a child and was cast a forgetting curse. Neville has been very forgetful since he was a child and has always been a dull and introverted person. A slow-responsive child, and was even suspected by family members to be a squib, a descendant of a wizard without magic. What's more damaging is that his uncle Algie and great aunt Annie test Neville's magical talent from time to time, such as pushing him off the lakeside dock or throwing him down from the 2nd floor window just for show. I wanted to throw it, but then I missed it and threw it down. The child was really miserable. Fortunately, Neville is indeed not a squib, otherwise he would be disabled or dead. According to the original timeline, after entering school, Neville did not have much talent in magic learning and even struggled. Herbology was just okay. However, he continued to grow during his several years of school career and finally relied on his own courage. Obtained the recognition of the Sword of Gryffindor and slew Voldemort's seventh Horcrux, the beautiful snake Nagini. With his sword, the Horcrux was roughly equivalent to an opportunity for resurrection, which also cleared the way for Harry Potter to finally defeat Voldemort. The last obstacle? Therefore, Neville is also revered as Sword Master Neville and Snake-Slaying Sword Master by many people. Well, these are informal titles, probably similar to the best kid in the world for Dudley, Harry's cousin. Thinking about the name Sword Master and thinking about the chubby-faced little boy he just saw, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. "Qin, what are you so happy about?" Hermione noticed this and asked curiously. "Well, I was thinking about the kid named Neville just now. I think he will definitely become a very accomplished person in the future," Qin Yu said seriously. "Really? Why didn't I see it? Are you talking about the mysterious divination from the East?" When Hermione got interested, she moved her little face forward and said expectantly, "Then look at me and tell me what kind of person I will become in the future." Immediately, Qin Yu held the girl's little face, carefully looked at her facial features, 3 stops and 12 palace positions, and finally said seriously, "You will become a great person in the future." "How amazing!" Hermione wanted him to elaborate. "Probably one person is better than 10,000 people." Qin Yu thought for a while and said, It sounds very powerful." "What does it do?" Hermione continued to ask. Probably like the Minister of Magic," Qin Yu said. "Really?" Hermione's beautiful eyes widened as she listened. "Of course it's true. If you don't succeed, you can come to me," Qin Yu said for sure. Hermione pulled her little face out of Qin Yu's big hand, thought about it, and suddenly asked curiously, "Isn't the Minister of Magic the highest position in the wizarding world? Is there anyone above him?" Obviously, the primary school bully is very serious and still has doubts about the phrase, "one person is inferior to 10,000 people." Of course there is. Isn't there the International Federation of Wizards above the Ministry of Magic? The chairman of the International Federation of Wizards is the person above the Minister of Magic. Qin Yu found a reasonable explanation. "Oh, that's it?" Hermione probably imagined the future of being the Minister of Magic with a happy smile on her face. Then, probably to comfort Qin Yu, she patted his shoulder and said seriously, "Qin, I think you will become a more powerful person than me. If I become the Minister of Magic, then you will definitely become the chairman of the Wizards Federation." Well, in just a short time, the two of them had divided up the 2 most powerful positions in the magical world. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed her head and said angrily, "Okay, wake up, we should go buy robes." "Hee, I'm just imagining it," Hermione said with a smile. Then she took Qin Yu's hand and walked to Mrs. Malkin's robe store. "We need 3 black plain work robes, a black winter cloak, and a pair of dragon leather gloves." "Qin, what are dragon leather gloves?" Hermione read the text on the item list and then asked Qin curiously, You actually don't have to worry about this. As long as the people in this store know that you are a first-year student at Hogwarts, they will help you choose everything," Qin Yu said to the little girl. "That's great," this reassured Hermione. Then the two quickly walked into the store that specialized in making clothes for wizards. "Welcome, do you want to buy Hogwarts school uniforms?" a short, fat, and smiling witch said. "This is the owner of this store, Mrs. Malkin." "Yes, Mrs. Malkin, but I bought it last year and my sister is here to buy it today." Qin Yu pushed little Hermione forward. The little girl turned back and made a face at him, whispering, Sister, you are Crookshank's uncle." "This is nothing." Qin Yu couldn't help but scratch her nose. "Oh, I remember, you are the little boy from the East last year. You came here alone, if I remember correctly," Mrs. Malkin recalled. There were some little wizards who came to buy clothes alone, but it was rare to see a calm child like the little Oriental boy in front of her, so Mrs. Malkin quickly recalled it. "Yes, you remember correctly. In fact, someone came with me last time, but he had something to do and left," Qin Yu said with a shrug. Well, in order to handle the consignment of the 3-headed dog Louis, Hagrid asked Qin Yu to go shopping by himself. Well, this beautiful young lady, let's go inside and measure the size. Don't worry, it will be fine soon, Mrs. Malkin said to Hermione. So Hermione followed Mrs. Malkin to the fitting area in the back of the store. Qin Yu was sitting in a rest area in the front store, drinking tea brought by the clerk, the witch lady, who thoughtfully gave him a plate of chocolate biscuits. After a while, after Qin Yu drank 2 cups of tea and finished the plate of cookies, Hermione walked out of the back hall. Hermione was now dressed differently than before. She was wearing a white shirt underneath, a red and yellow scarf, and a loose and decent black robe outside. The scarf and the like should have been matched by Madame Malkin. And in her hand she waved a thin wooden ruler, probably serving as a magic wand. That look is smart and cute. How is it? Does it look good? The little girl asked her companions, who were sitting there in a daze with a smile. It looks good, Qin Yu nodded and said. I mean, clothes, the little girl said with a slight blush on her face. What I said also includes clothes, Qin Yu said solemnly. I'll ask Mrs. Malkin to adjust the sleeves again. They're too long. The little girl stammered and quickly returned to the back hall. Beautiful clothes are always a favorite for little girls. After Hermione tried on the wizard uniform, she looked at it in front of the mirror for a long time before finally reluctantly taking it off and letting Madame Malkin put it on. It was really not suitable to wear it all the time now. Then, Qin Yu paid and Hermione left the robe shop carrying the set of clothes. Then, the two went straight to Ollivander's wand shop. Qin Yu was very familiar with this store, not only because he came to buy a wand once, but also because he had written several letters to Mr. Ollivander in order to promote the high-quality unicorns produced by Hogwarts. Animal hair and phoenix feathers. Of course, Mr. Ollivander did not buy the latter thing but only bought a large amount of unicorn hair. Currently, the sales of wands made of phoenix feathers are not very good because there are not many wizards suitable for using wands made of this material. This was Mr. Ollivander's explanation in his letter. Although Qin Yu was a little disappointed, he didn't press too hard. After all, it was not an easy task to pick up Phoenix Fox's feathers. Later, he heard that Professor Swinton used phoenix feathers to make the sword given to him. At that time, he was actually curious about how the other party got it and wanted to learn some experience, but he never had time to ask. Ding dong. The ancient wooden door was pushed open and the bell on the door rang, disturbing the quiet atmosphere in the store. 2 young guests came in. The most eye-catching thing about this ancient shop is the long and narrow wooden box that almost reaches the ceiling, and there seems to be some mysterious atmosphere hidden in the wooden box. Looking at those mysterious wooden boxes, Hermione felt inexplicably frightened and subconsciously squeezed Qin Yu's hand. When she felt the power from that big hand, she felt a little relieved. Good morning, children, a soft voice sounded. This made Hermione flinch back. At this time, an old man with big eyes appeared in front of them. His very light eyes seemed to be shining in the dim shop. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander, Qin Yu greeted the other party with a smile. Oh, Qin, I remember you. The unicorn hair you asked Hagrid to send is pretty good, Mr. Ollivander said with a smile. Well, as long as you are satisfied, Qin Yu nodded and said. Okay, miss, if I guess correctly, you are going to buy a wand today, right? Mr. Ollivander looked at Hermione. Yes, it's me, Mr. Ollivander, Hermione said solemnly. Then, let's measure the size first. Mr. Ollivander said this and took out his automatic tape measure. Do you need to measure the size when buying a wand? Hermione asked Qin Yu in a low voice. Well, everyone's physical characteristics and usage habits are different, and the length of the wand will also be different, Qin Yu explained simply. That's right, whether you use your left hand or your right hand, your height, weight, arm length, sight distance, etc. will all affect the use of the wand. Therefore, you must understand these in advance so that I can choose the right wand for you. Mr. Ollivander was more professional than Qin Yu. Hermione finally understood what was going on and raised her arm in response to the automatic paper, so Mr. Ollivander quickly measured the dimensions. Then he went to look in those boxes. Not long after, he came down from the ladder with one of them, and after opening it, he took out a wand from it and handed it to Hermione. 10 3/4 inches, grapevine wood dragon heartstring, the heart nerve of the fire dragon wand core. Dragon Heartstring can cast powerful and gorgeous magic, and it can also allow the owner to learn magic faster. I think it should be suitable for you. Hermione heard this and took the thin, stick-like thing with a solemn expression. However, only she knew how excited she was now. Ever since she learned her identity as a wizard, Hermione had longed to have a wand of her own one day. Later, Qin Yu started school a year earlier than her and had a wand in advance, but he refused to let her touch it. You know, Qin would never be so stingy with anything other than wands. However, Hermione could also understand that, after all, she was still too young and it would not be wise to come into contact with something as powerful and dangerous as a wand in advance. Now that she has reached school age, she can finally have her own wand. Holding the tan wand, Hermione felt as if she could feel some power flowing there, and she seemed to be able to hear some kind of sound coming from it. The first time she held the wand, she was sure that it was the wand that belonged to her. The wand that belonged to Hermione Jane Granger. She raised her wand slightly and a beam of fiery light emitted from the tip. Wow, it seems I was right. This wand is indeed the best for you, Mr. Ollivander said happily. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Hermione held the precious wand in both hands and bowed to Mr. Ollivander to thank her. She knew that Mr. Ollivander not only sold a wand, he also chose a partner for himself, the most suitable partner. Then, Qin Yu simply paid 7 galleons to Mr. Ollivander. Before leaving, the latter stopped Qin Yu again, helped him check the wand with a silver willow unicorn hair core, and replaced it with a high-quality unicorn hair for free, and replaced the wand with the flagging core of the staff was replaced. You use it too often, be kind to it, Mr. Ollivander finally warned. Hearing this, Qin Yu touched his nose awkwardly. In the past year, he was really good at using this wand. He was shot down by Professor Snape countless times during the battle. Moreover, when he was trying out the basilisk before the holidays, he was shot down several times by Professor Snape. I nearly broke my wand once. I will, Mr. Ollivander, Qin Yu said seriously. However, you still have to use it when it's time to use it. After all, the wand is used to protect yourself, Mr. Ollivander continued. Well, you have already said it, what else can I say? Qin Yu thought to himself. After buying the robe and wand, the rest was easier. Qin Yu took Hermione to pick out telescopes, brass scales, crystal vials, etc., and of course, the most important textbooks. They spent a long time shopping at Flourish and Blott's bookstore, not only buying first-grade and second-grade magic textbooks, but also some other reference books. When Qin Yu paid again and the two of them walked out of the bookstore, Hermione finally couldn't help but ask, Qin, did you spend a lot of money this time? This time she came to Diagon Alley, she had a certain understanding of the prices in the magical world, and knew that the things she bought this time were definitely worth a lot of money. Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this, then showed a smile that he thought was very handsome and said to the little girl, Did I tell you that I made a lot of money in the past year? It seems like no, Hermione shook her head. Well, if you don't, then you won't. In short, we are a family, the money I earn is your money, you can spend as much as you want, Qin Yu said very grandly. Yeah, Hermione smiled and nodded. She liked Qin's words, we are a family, very much. So the little girl impolitely begged Qin Yu to buy her an ice cream, the kind with a lot of chopped nuts. After the two of them finished eating the ice cream they bought from Florin's cold drink shop, they went to the last stop of the trip, Patchai's Crucible shop. This store is the first store at the entrance to Diagon Alley, so they went there last. After buying a pewter crucible, Qin Yu and Hermione ended their trip to Diagon Alley today. Note: pewter tone wax, tin lead alloy, silver-like pewter gun tip. By storing bulky items in the Swinton glove pocket, they won't have to worry about buying too much. After passing through that magical wall, going around the bar counter of the Leaky Cauldron, and then passing through the lobby of the bar, the two of them opened the door and walked out, once again entering the Muggle world outside, or in other words, wizards and Muggles living together. World, standing at the door of the Leaky Cauldron, the two of them paused for a moment. Hermione looked back at the dilapidated bar and then at the people on the street. Her eyes showed a bit of confusion and helplessness at a certain moment. However, when she looked at the boy holding her hand beside her, her eyes became soft and firm. Yes, he is there. Qin, let's go home, Hermione said with a smile. Well, go home, Qin Yu nodded and said. On the subway ride back, the little girl was so tired that she suddenly lost her voice while chatting with Qin Yu and fell asleep with her head on his shoulder. Then, because it was really uncomfortable to sleep while sitting up, Hermione kept changing positions between half asleep and half awake along the way. It was all kinds of weird. At one point, she even sat on Qin Yu's lap and hugged his neck and fell asleep for several stops. When she woke up, she slipped out of him with a blushing face and sat next to him obediently. As for Hermione's sleeping position, of course Qin Yu can do anything as long as her legs are numb at most. After returning from Diagon Alley, their summer vacation life began to turn to magic learning. There was no way who made Hermione determined to become the top student in the entire grade after school started. Of course, Qin Yu is completely competent in tutoring Hermione and can even be said to be very meticulous. After Hermione got the grapevine wand, she had always wanted to try it. Then, she begged Qin Yu to teach her a few tricks. Qin Yu thought about it and chose a few simple spells to teach Hermione. After he taught Hermione step by step how to wave the wand, the little girl learned quickly and mastered the simple spells in no time. However, if he wanted to learn something new again, even if Hermione tried to act coquettishly by holding his arm, Qin Yu would not teach him anymore. You can learn a few simple ones. If you use magic spells frequently, I'm worried that someone from the Ministry of Magic will come to your door. Qin Yu pinched her pouting face and said, "Well, okay." The little girl had to give up. Because she knew that although Qin was very kind to her, he was indeed a very principled person and would not always follow her in everything. For example, sometimes she wanted to stay in his room for a while at night, but he would always push her out. "As long as we don't keep thinking about kissing, that's what my mother told me," Hermione once told Qin Yu. However, the latter still insisted that she go back to her bedroom quickly. As everyone knows, after hearing her words, Qin Yu has been curious about mother-in-law. What on earth did Aunt Jenny say to Hermione that day? Since she couldn't use magic, Hermione had to read the books. One day in July, while she was lying on the sofa reading a reference book, she suddenly rubbed her toes against Qin Yu next to her and said curiously, "Qin, who is Harry Potter? Is he very powerful? I have seen this name in the two books Modern History of Magic and The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic before, and he is also mentioned in this book today." At this time, Qin Yu was looking through the long letters written by Elvis to him. The child had already written several letters in a row. Qin Yu was slightly stunned by Hermione's words. He pulled open the girl's restless feet and saw that she was holding a book titled Important Magical Events of the 20th Century in her hand. Regarding Hermione's question, Qin Yu thought for a while and said slowly, "Harry Potter, how to put it, he is indeed a very key figure in certain events, but he is not a powerful or not as magical as people usually think. On the contrary, he is just an ordinary wizard child at the moment. Even life is worse than that of ordinary wizard children." Qin Yu added another sentence silently in his heart. "Oh, that's it. How old is he now? Where is he?" "This information is not detailed in the book," Hermione continued to ask. "He should have just turned 11 this year. If nothing unexpected happens, he should enter school in September this year," Qin Yu said to her. "Wow, isn't that the same grade as me? I didn't expect that there is a celebrity in the book in the same grade as me," Hermione said with some excitement. Hermione naturally feels great about characters that can appear in books. She feels that if she can also appear in books, then she will definitely read all the books that mention her. What's wrong with celebrities? "I'm also a celebrity at Hogwarts, okay?" Qin Yu said with amusement. "Hee hee, I know, Qin is our king." As Hermione said this, she sat up and raised her hands in a cheering gesture. Then, she leaned forward unexpectedly and kissed Qin Yu on the cheek. Qin Yu's originally somewhat dissatisfied expression immediately disappeared. Seeing such changes, the little girl felt as if she had found some way to change Qin's mood and secretly wrote it down. I'm going to write a reply to Elvis. You have a good time reading." Qin Yu cleared his throat and said as he stood up. "I want to go too." Hermione dropped the book in her hand, pulled on her slippers and followed. Hermione felt a little angry about the guy who wrote to Qin every now and then because she had clearly written the most letters to Qin before. Of course, now that they are together every day, there is no need to write letters, but she still feels that someone is threatening her position in Qin's heart. The most important thing is that the man named Elvis will mention many magic problems learned in the first grade in the letter, and Qin will answer them one by one. Hermione was very interested in Qin's answers because they were of great help to her study. For various reasons, she often stayed aside while Qin Yu wrote replies and asked about things she didn't understand from time to time. Hermione's questions also made Qin Yu revise and improve certain contents from time to time, making the letter 1/3 longer than normal. "I think you can definitely sign your name in the reply," Qin Yu said jokingly once. In replying this time, Hermione also asked a lot of questions. Then, after the two of them finished writing the letter, the sun had already set. Not long after the sun set, Qin Yu received another letter, and this letter was from Hagrid. Surrey is located in southeast England, southwest of London. The River Thames passes through here and flows northeast to Greater London. At No. 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey, there is an ordinary-looking single-family house. The Dursleys lived in this house. Many times, everyone thinks that there are only 3 members in their family: Mr. Dursley, Mrs. Dursley, and their son, Dudley Dursley. However, those who really know their family will know that there is a 4th person in their family, an 11-year-old boy wearing glasses. And this little boy with no sense of existence is the son of Mrs. Dursley's sister Lily, her nephew, Harry Potter. It was obvious that Harry Potter's life at his aunt's house was not a happy one. Not only does he have little presence in the eyes of outsiders, he doesn't even have a decent bedroom at home and can only live in a storage room under the stairs. Not only that, every aspect of his life was completely different from his cousin Dudley. Because he is a child whose parents died in a car accident, and his cousin Dudley is the best child in the world in the eyes of his aunt and uncle. Every time he thought of his aunt's description of Dudley, Harry wanted to laugh because only he knew how bad Dudley was. Cousin Dudley not only bullied him himself but also bullied him with a group of companions. How can such a person deserve the evaluation of the best child in the world? Harry felt that he was probably the unluckiest person in the world. He wanted to grow up as soon as possible, be independent as soon as possible, and leave this home that was not friendly to him as soon as possible. Or this is not his home. "Who is that boy?" Harry murmured as he lay on his narrow bed. He often thinks of that trip to the zoo. When visiting the reptile house, he somehow suddenly made the glass of the python cabinet disappear, and then the python sneaked out. At that time, many people were frightened and ran around. Only a boy who looked slightly older than himself had the courage to move closer. Moreover, Harry could clearly see and hear the boy communicating with the python, and he could understand the meaning of the boy's words. That day, Harry really wanted to talk to the boy because he felt that he and the boy should have a lot in common, and he was extremely eager to find someone with whom he could share the secrets in his heart. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were furious and took him away because they thought Harry had let the boa constrictor go and thrown their precious son into the boa constrictor. In fact, after that day, Harry secretly bought a ticket and took the bus and subway to go to the zoo in London. However, he waited for a long time without seeing the little boy. Of course, he knew it was stupid, but he had no other choice. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia soon found out about sneaking away to the zoo, which made them furious. Not surprisingly, he was locked in the stair storage room for the whole day. He was very sad at the time, not because he was locked in a dark and narrow room again, but because he felt that he might never find that boy again in this life and never find anyone who could listen to his secrets. People. The saddest thing for a person is not hunger, cold, or darkness, but having no companions around him. Tears flowed silently down Harry's cheeks as he thought of this. "Haha, Harry, you are going to Stonewall Middle School after the summer vacation. I heard that they will press the new students' heads into the toilet," Dudley said in a loud voice. After saying this, seeing that Harry had no reaction, Dudley added with a smirk, "Would you like to go to the bathroom now and let me help you get used to it in advance?" Harry took a deep breath, calmed down, and said slowly, "No, of course, if you want to experience it yourself and describe it to me, I will be happy to hear your feelings." Before Dudley's stupid head could understand what he said, Harry ran away and went to a nearby park. Sitting on the swing in the park, Harry Potter thought about his own thoughts. He had finished primary school, and after the summer vacation, he would go to middle school, and his aunt and uncle arranged for him to go to a comprehensive middle school, which was what Dudley called Stonewall Middle School. This middle school had a bad reputation, and Harry felt that if he went there, he would only continue the fate of being bullied. No, it is possible to be bullied even more severely. This made him increasingly pessimistic about the future. He was somewhat unwilling to accept this because Dudley was going to a well-known local middle school, Smelting Middle School. But what can he do? He has no parents and no money, so he cannot have his own ideas. Thinking about these things, he went home very late. And when he returned home, Dudley and Aunt Petunia also came back from London. "Look, Harry, how does my uniform look like?" Dudley put on a black tuxedo and held a knobby cane, showing off. This was the required dress code at Smelting High School, where Dudley was going. After saying this, he started walking back and forth in the room. His fat body, wearing such a uniform, looked even more ridiculous. Both Uncle Vernon Dursley and Aunt Petunia Dursley were so excited, so happy and proud of their baby son that the aunt almost cried. Harry, who was originally in a bad mood, now wanted to laugh a little because he felt that Dudley now looked like a circus gorilla. Suddenly, he no longer envied Dudley, who could go to Smelting Middle School, because he was happier to be farther away from the gorilla. That night, Harry had a dream. In the dream, the boy he saw at the zoo came to him in a helicopter, and after jumping out of the helicopter, he shouted to him, "Harry Potter, your country needs you." At that moment, he saw the surprised expressions of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, and Dudley was so surprised that his eyes nearly fell out of his head, with jealousy and envy written all over his fat face. Then he woke up happy. After waking up, Harry's excitement couldn't calm down for a long time. Helicopters are the most powerful thing he can think of. This is what he saw in one of Dudley's comic books. He felt that there should be no cooler way to appear than this. But after all, this was just his imagination in his dream. How could it be true? Only in dreams can such things happen. Thinking of this, Harry quickly closed his eyes, wanting to continue the dream and wondering where the boy would take him. However, until dawn and Aunt Petunia's sharp voice sounded, he could not have that dream again. This morning, Harry finished breakfast in a somewhat disappointed mood. Soon after, he helped his uncle pick up the mail. However, he unexpectedly discovered that one of the envelopes read, "Mr. Harry Potter receives." Moreover, the address written on the letter was, "The Storage Room Under the Stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey." Who would go out of their way to include "storage room under the stairs" in their address? So, this letter is really for him? Harry thought about that dream again, and his heartbeat inexplicably became faster. After Harry opened the yellow envelope, but before he could open the letter written on the parchment, Uncle Vernon roughly snatched the letter away. After reading the contents of the letter, Uncle Vernon seemed to be frightened by something terrible and ran to the kitchen to find his wife Petunia. Then, for probably the first time in their lives, they rejected Dudley's request. Dudley was particularly curious about what the letter to Harry looked like. Harry was also confused about this, but it made him even more curious because he felt that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia must be hiding something from him, otherwise they wouldn't be hiding in the kitchen. He muttered things like, "We are being watched and those people are watching us." Who were those people? Harry wanted to know. "That letter is mine," Harry said, scratching his neck after Uncle Vernon came home from get-off work in the evening. "Haha, no one wrote to you, it's because the address was wrong," Uncle Vernon said with a cold snort. "The address clearly says storage room under the stairs, that's the letter for me." Harry was not easily fooled. "Then you don't live there anymore, pack your things and move to the small bedroom upstairs," Uncle Vernon said loudly. For the next 6 days, Uncle Vernon was like crazy, trying every means to intercept the letters addressed to Harry, but no matter how hard Harry tried to grab them, he couldn't get even a corner of the letter paper. At first, the letters were just put in the mailbox, waiting for them to pick them up. After Uncle Vernon picked up a few letters, he nailed the mailbox shut. However, the next day, more letters came through the cracks in the door and windows, and once even appeared in Aunt Petunia's opened raw eggs. So much so that, at one point, 30 or 40 letters flew in from the fireplace like bats. This made Uncle Vernon completely angry and completely crazy. In order to avoid the constant delivery of letters, he drove his family to a faraway city and stayed in a hotel. This, of course, had no effect. The next day, the landlady told them that the front desk had received 100 letters, all signed to Harry Potter. In the end, Uncle Vernon, overwhelmed by anger and fear, rode for several hours and took his family to a rock in the sea and lived in the only broken wooden house on the rock. Now Harry was wrapped in a thin, torn, damp quilt and lying on a fairly flat floor. Outside there was a violent storm. "Probably no one will send me letters," Harry thought with some disappointment as he listened to the movement outside the house. Tonight, Harry didn't feel sleepy. In addition to looking forward to reading the contents of those letters, he was still waiting for midnight to come, because after tonight he will be 11 years old. Harry glanced at the watch on Dudley's wrist and knew that the time was slowly approaching 0. So he drew a cake on the thick, dusty floor with his fingers and wrote the words "Happy Birthday, Harry Potter" on it. The rain and wind continued to rage outside. Harry stared at Dudley's watch, silently counting down the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Happy birthday, Harry Potter," he said softly to himself. For some reason, when he said this, he suddenly smiled. Yes, no matter the storm, no matter the bullying and ridicule of others, he is growing up little by little, and no one can stop him from becoming another year older. Even if no one remembers his birthday except himself, no one says happy birthday to him. However, at this moment, Harry suddenly heard two people talking outside in the violent storm. Among them, one voice sounded a little immature, like a child, and the other voice was muffled but loud, like a very large adult. "Although the storm is particularly atmospheric, this weather is really unpleasant," the child complained in a voice. "I didn't know they would choose this place. That boy Dursley is really good at choosing places," said a muffled voice. "By the way, I'm curious as to how the school knew about this place," the child said in a confused voice. "I don't know. I followed the address on the admission notice. Look, the sea, the hut on the rock, the floor. It should be right," the muffled voice continued. "It seems that our protagonist today is quite miserable. He actually slept on the floor," the child's voice sighed. Hearing this, Harry's eyes widened in surprise, because he probably guessed who the two people outside were talking about. "Okay, let's not be too long-winded. Let's go in and get warm at least," the child said in a somewhat anxious voice. I'll knock on the door," a muffled voice said. "What door are you knocking on? Just open it." "I'll do it." After the child's voice finished speaking, Harry heard a loud B*** G sound on the wooden door of the cabin. However, the door did not open. Harry was stunned for a moment, considering whether to open the door. "Well, I can't handle this door without a wand and a sword, so you should do it," the child's voice said in annoyance. After saying this, the voice added, "Also, we agreed before that I want to be the first to go in." "Well, no problem, you stay away first," the muffled voice said. Then, Harry heard a sound like a giant hammer slamming into the door, and he even felt the entire wooden house shaking. Obviously, Harry's guess was correct, that muffled voice must be a big man. Such a loud noise naturally woke up the other three people in the room. Uncle Vernon hurriedly picked up a rifle and shouted at the people outside who were hammering on the wooden door. "Don't come in, I have a gun. I really know how to shoot." It was quiet outside for a while, but there was another crash. With a harsh creaking sound, the hinges of the wooden door were knocked off, and then, with a bang, the wooden door fell to the ground. And the next scene, Harry never forgot it. In the countless days and nights that followed, it was still vivid in his mind. After the wooden door fell to the ground, a boy wearing a black robe and a red and yellow scarf walked in. He carried a long sword behind him and was playing with a thin silver-gray wooden stick in his hand. The strong wind outside the house blew in, blowing his robes and making his hair a little messy. However, there was always a vague smile on his lips. He looked at Harry, who looked astonished, and the first thing he said was, "Harry Potter, are you ready to come to another world?" In countless midnight dreams, every time he thought of this sentence, Harry felt hot emotions overflowing in his heart, making him burst into tears. He is not sad but happy. There was no helicopter in his dream that day, and there were no heroic words, but he felt that this scene was the coolest scene he had ever seen in his life. Is he ready to go to another world? He doesn't know. However, he is looking forward to following the boy in front of him to a new world. To be honest, Qin Yu had been thinking about the words he came up with for a long time. However, in the end, I only chose the sentence, "Harry Potter, are you ready to come to another world?" Another world, of course, refers to the magical world. This seems to have opened a door to a new world for this child, Qin Yu once discussed with Hagrid seriously. "Oh, that's good." Hagrid just nodded perfunctorily, not understanding Qin Yu's intention at all. By the way, Qin Yu received a letter from Hagrid that evening. The letter said that he was going to send an admission notice to a first-year freshman and asked Qin Yu if he would like to accompany him. Qin Yu calculated the time and happily agreed. Then, he met up with Hagrid and came to the reef together on a stormy night. Hermione, that's right, readers, this guy didn't take me with him and left me alone at home. Of course, at such an important moment, how could Qin Yu miss the opportunity to show off his elegance as a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? So he put on his college uniform, put on his sword on his back, and naturally had a wand in his hand, so he completed the whole outfit. He originally wanted to wear a pair of sunglasses, but considering that the sunglasses were too unconventional and did not fit the image of the magical world, he did not take them out. In short, when he stepped on the fallen wooden door and walked in, at that moment, he felt that he should be very stylish. However, he had to admit that it really took a lot of perseverance to say those words while being pointed at by Mr. Dursley with a rifle. Hagrid, Qin Yu couldn't help but call Uncle Hagrid. Hagrid finally understood what Qin Yu said this time, walked over, grabbed the barrel of the rifle and bent it directly. Vernon Dursley was startled by the giant's actions and subconsciously pulled the trigger, but the bullet shot straight down the curved barrel and into the ceiling. This scene directly frightened the Dursley family. "Mr. Dursley, we come here with no ill intentions, so why are you so excited? Why don't we sit down and have a calm chat?" Qin Yu said, and the old man calmly sat on the sofa in the room. His calmness only made Mr. and Mrs. Dursley feel even more furious because they knew that the calmer someone was, the more ruthless they would be. "It's definitely because I watched too many movies. Please, please get out." "You are breaking into a private house," Mr. Dursley said sternly. "Ha, come on, Dursley, if you didn't stop those letters, why would we be here?" As Hagrid said this, he leaned over and picked up the door panel and blocked the doorway again. "In this way, the storm cannot come in." Then he took his umbrella and sneaked close to the fireplace. After a while, a raging fire burned there and the room quickly became warm and dry. After doing this, he blinked at Qin Yu several times, signaling the "You can't take him away!" Vernon Dursley shouted at the three people outside the door while holding on to the door frame. The storm had not stopped at this time. Qin Yu, Hagrid and Harry were standing outside, but they were not affected by the wind and rain. Hagrid took his umbrella and pointed at Vernon with the tip of the umbrella, signaling him not to have any other ideas. Hagrid has long disliked him. This guy just slandered not only Hogwarts but also Dumbledore. If it weren't for the fact that he was a muggle, Hagrid would have taught him a lesson. "Mr. Dursley, go back to your home. We are just taking Harry to go shopping. He will return to your home on Privet Drive soon," Qin Yu said to Harry's fat uncle. Vernon opened his mouth to say something else, but Qin Yu ignored him and carried an old-fashioned glass oil lamp and led Harry towards the small pier at the edge of the reef. There, two ships were parked. One is a small broken boat that Vernon Dursley brought his family over, and the other is relatively exquisitely made and is the boat that Qin Yu and Hagrid took here. When they got on the relatively exquisite boat, Qin Yu put the glass oil lamp on the bow. Harry's attention has actually always been on this glass oil lamp. When Qin and Hagrid made the decision to leave here immediately, he was worried about the storm outside. However, when Qin took out the glass oil lamp from nowhere and lit it, the wind and rain suddenly avoided them. "It's open." It was as if there was a transparent ball covering the three of them, and now it covered the entire boat. Although rowing in a storm is a little more troublesome, the environment of that wooden house is really bad. If Hagrid and I lived there, your aunt and her family would probably not have a good rest. Qin Yu sat leisurely on the boat and said to Harry explained. "Well, I actually couldn't sleep in that wooden house," Harry said. "Then Hagrid, let's go quickly. When we get to the shore, we can find a place to rest." Qin Yu urged Uncle Hagrid and winked at him a few times. "Oh, you always make me make mistakes." "Seriously, Harry, you must never tell others about my secret use of magic," Hagrid muttered. Uncle Hagrid had his wand broken due to an incident in his early years and was restricted from using magic. However, he had one hidden in his umbrella and would use it secretly from time to time. Under Harry's curious gaze, Hagrid tapped the side of the boat with the tip of her umbrella. The boat, which had been drifting in the wind and rain, began to accelerate and sailed towards the shore through the wind and waves. Of course, Qin Yu can do this kind of simple magic spell, but now that he is outside the school, it is not convenient for him to use magic too much, so he can only let Hagrid come. At this time, although there was a storm raging, the boat they were on was very stable. Qin Yu even took out a pack of candied dried fruits and gave them to Harry to eat. Then, they listened to Hagrid talk about Voldemort and what happened on Halloween 10 years ago. James and Lily, your parents, were ambushed and killed by a mysterious man that night. And the scar on your head is what he left at that time. I don't know why his evil spell didn't work. Then, the mysterious man disappeared. Some people thought he was dead, but Dumbledore said, however, this person is not so easy to kill. I took you out of the destroyed house and later sent you to your aunt and uncle. When Hagrid told the story of that year, Harry couldn't help but touch the lightning scar on his forehead and frowned, obviously recalling some painful memories. Maybe it couldn't be called memories, just some pictures that he couldn't distinguish the specific situation. Qin Yu looked at Harry's appearance and didn't know how to comfort him, so he patted the child on the shoulder. He originally thought that the child might cry, but Harry sniffed and tried to force out a smile. Hagrid, thank you for saving me, and thank you and Qin for sending me the letter today. This made Qin Yu secretly nod, feeling that this child was so tough at heart. For the next part of the voyage, the three of them were silent. Compared with the raging storm, the boat was so quiet that Harry fell asleep without even realizing it. And when he fell asleep, his head rested on Qin Yu's shoulder and he held the corners of Hagrid's coat tightly in his hands. After the ship docked, Qin Yu took Hagrid to find a hotel while Hagrid was carrying the sleeping little boy Harry Potter on his back. After they found a fairly clean railway hotel and Qin Yu paid, the three of them moved into a room that wasn't too big. Qin Yu didn't have many pounds on him and couldn't afford a room that was too expensive. Then, Harry and Qin Yu each occupied a bed while Hagrid slept on the carpet. This kind of environment is already unmatched by the Reef wooden house. The night was already deep. Qin Yu fell asleep quickly while lying on the bed. And when he woke up early the next morning, he found Harry wrapped in a quilt, squatting next to his bed and dozing off. "Qin, are you awake?" Harry's narrowed eyes widened immediately when he saw Qin Yu waking up. "When did you wake up?" Qin Yu asked with a frown. "About daybreak," Harry said hesitantly. Qin Yu sighed and didn't investigate how long the child had slept. He got up and got out of bed and went to wake up Uncle Hagrid, who was sleeping soundly. After the three of them had a simple breakfast, they went to a nearby station to take the earliest train to London. In short, Qin Yu paid for the whole process because Uncle Hagrid was not very familiar with the coins of the Muggle world. This was one of the reasons why he asked Qin Yu to accompany him to deliver the letter to Harry. After arriving in London, Qin Yu and Hagrid took Harry straight to Diagon Alley. When they arrived in front of the Leaky Cauldron, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Walking into the Leaky Cauldron, Harry was just as curious about the various wizards in the bar as Qin Yu was when he first came there. However, Harry was much more nervous and reserved. After all, he was a normal 11-year-old boy, and Qin there is an adult soul living in Yu's body. Unlike the curious and reserved Harry, Qin Yu's face quickly became solemn since he walked into the bar, and his brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about some difficult problem or making a difficult decision. "Host, please make your choice as soon as possible." When Harry was recognized by the bar owner Tom because of the lightning scar on his forehead, the system's urging voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. That's right, not long after Qin Yu stepped into this bar, the system suddenly appeared and asked Qin Yu to make a choice. The reason that caused the system to issue this selection task was the pale young man with a turban on his head sitting in the corner of the bar. Ding! Hello, host! A great adventure often starts with an inconspicuous little thing or a seemingly ordinary person. You saw Quirina's with a hidden identity in the Leaky Cauldron bar where people were mixed. Quirrell, please make the following choices. 1. Expose Quirrell's identity and reward 5 S-level treasure chests. 2. If you don't expose Quirrell's identity, you will be rewarded with 10 consecutive draws of S-level treasure chests. This was the choice given by the system after Qin Yu walked into the Leaky Cauldron and noticed Professor Quirrell. Yes, Qin Yu met Professor Quirrell for the first time in this world. He knew that Voldemort was currently living on the back of Professor Quirrell's head. If the system had not appeared, Qin Yu would definitely not have been obsessed with whether to reveal Quirrell's identity, but would have considered how to reveal it. At least there would have to be a capable helper by his side, such as Professor Dumbledore. However, the system gives 2 different options. Ding! Special reminder, life is like the art of alchemy, nobility is not innate and courage is not born naturally. Those immature seedlings will never grow into towering trees without experiencing wind and rain. You can protect them from the wind and rain once, but it can't replace their growth. Immediately afterwards, there is the so-called special reminder given by the system. The system's reminder was the reason why Qin Yu had difficulty making a decision, because he heard the subtext of the system. That is, if he exposes Professor Quirrell's identity this time, it will certainly make the whole thing easier, but it will deprive those seedlings of a chance to grow. Those seedlings, besides Harry, should also include Hermione. I can protect them from the wind and rain, but I can't replace their growth. Qin Yu said this sentence silently in his heart. Yes, Qin Yu could certainly find ways to kill Quirrell, but Voldemort would be difficult to kill in a short while. If Voldemort finally comes back, will the children he protects be able to face the crisis in the future? Qin Yu is skeptical about this because how can someone who has never experienced ups and downs have the courage and ability to fight against such a situation? Don't say anything, I'll take it all on my own. Qin Yu feels that he is not arrogant enough yet, because even he himself is carefully fighting against the power of Obscurus and working hard to improve himself through training. And his current ability is not to mention catching up with Dumbledore. Even Snake Professor Pooh could easily knock him down. When the time comes, will he be able to bear it? So should he protect them from this storm? At this time, Harry was nervously and somewhat excitedly shaking hands with everyone in the bar, because everyone wanted to get to know the boy who beat Voldemort away or disappeared anyway and express their excitement. Qin Yu looked at this scene and made a difficult choice in his heart. Soon, most of the people in the leaky cauldron shook hands with the legendary Harry Potter and the crowd gradually dispersed. Professor Quirrell, who was sitting in the corner, slowly stood up and approached them nervously. "Haha, Harry Potter, nice to meet you," Professor Quirrell stammered. "Oh Harry, this is Professor Quirrell from Hogwarts. When you start school you will learn defense against the dark arts with him," Hagrid introduced Harry. Harry quickly said politely, "Hello, Professor Quirrell, I'm glad to meet you too. I'm looking forward to taking your class." Harry originally thought that Professor Quirrell would shake hands with him like the others, but the latter kept rubbing his hands nervously and had no intention of extending them. I think you don't need to take this course, Mr. Potter," Professor Quirrell said with a nervous twitch of his mouth and a smile. Just as they were talking, someone new who walked into the bar knew that Harry Potter was here, so he hurried over to the bar. As he approached, Qin Yu stretched out a foot and tripped the man. The man stumbled and bumped into Professor Quirrell, who was speaking. Professor Quirrell leaned forward and bumped into Harry in front of him. Professor Quirrell's hand touched Harry's at the moment the two came into contact. He immediately shrank back as if he had touched live coals. I'm sorry, I'm so excited," the newcomer apologized repeatedly, then held Harry's hand and said, "Are you Harry Potter? I'm really excited to see you. How long do you want to stay here? I'm going to call my friends over now." I'll be leaving soon," Harry said with a grin. "Okay, my friend, we have business to do and we can't delay here any longer." Hagrid pulled the man's hand away and said. Then he turned to Qin Yu and said, "Qin, let's go." "Well, okay," Qin Yu nodded. Then, before leaving, Qin Yu glanced at the pale Professor Quirrell again, then he pulled Harry Potter towards the patio behind the bar. "Choose two." Qin Yu made a choice in his heart the moment he left the bar. Ding. "You have made a prudent choice after careful consideration. This reward will be issued after the death of the key person. Special reminder, before the end of the mission, the host will not be able to reveal Professor Quirrell's hidden identity to others." The system responded. An important reason why Qin Yu made such a choice is that, relatively speaking, the level difficulty this time is not too high. The first level can let these seedlings experience it. At worst, he will help them clear the next levels one by one. Just like what the system said, if he helped them block all the wind and rain from the beginning, in the end, they might all die under the Death Eater's wand. Compared to such an ending, Qin Yu would rather they go through it again or go through part of it. When it's time to be ruthless, you still have to be ruthless, Qin Yu said helplessly in his heart. Then, he noticed another special reminder from the system. The host will not be able to reveal Professor Quirrell's hidden identity to others until the end of the mission. The system uses cannot here instead of cannot and not allowed. Does that mean that even if Qin Yu wants to take the initiative to reveal Professor Quirrell's hidden identity to others, he can't? So what happens if he reveals it? With these thoughts in mind, Qin Yu followed Hagrid and Harry into Diagon Alley and then went straight to Gringotts. They were going there to help Harry withdraw money, and Hagrid was also going to pick up something stored inside. Qin Yu has been to Gringotts more than once, and the goblin clerks still have the same bad faces as before. Of course, this may also be because of their appearance. Hagrid held in his hand the key that Harry's parents left for Harry. After giving the key to the goblin clerk, he took out a letter written by Dumbledore. The clerk looked up the letter and said, "This big gentleman, I must remind you that Gringotts has the most secure vault in the world. I believe you know something about our security measures." "Oh, of course I understand this," Hagrid nodded. "So, are you sure you want to take that thing away?" the goblin clerk asked solemnly. "Yes, we have our own considerations," Hagrid said firmly. "Okay, Griffook, take the three gentlemen to the vault." The clerk called a goblin who was responsible for leading the way. Then, the goblin named Griffook took Hagrid, Qin Yu, and Harry to the underground vault. When Griffook opened the vault that belonged to Harry, Harry was stunned. The piles of gold galleons, silver sickles, and copper nuts told him about the wealth of his family, which made him even more excited. Fa became curious about his origins. However, it seemed that Hagrid didn't know much. He just roughly said that the Potter family was quite wealthy and also mentioned the Black family. However, this was the first time Harry had heard of the surname Black. "Okay, take some money and keep the rest here. If you take too much, you won't be able to use it." Of course, Qin Yu was a little envious of this child from a wealthy family. However, his parents are both dead, so any words of envy would be a bit excessive. Qin Yu grabbed 2 handfuls of gold galleons, 1 handful of silver sickles, and 1 handful of copper nuts and stuffed them into Harry's money bag. He didn't count the exact numbers anyway. Gringotts would keep statistics in terms of money, in terms of amount. This fairy bank is still trustworthy. With money on his side, Harry was obviously confident. When he got on the Gringotts rail car, he nervously said to Qin Yu and Hagrid, Hagrid, I will treat you to something to eat later." No, Harry, don't mention food first, I'm afraid I'll vomit." Hagrid was very uncomfortable with Gringotts' fast and twisty vault rail car. Qin Yu was much better. He loudly introduced several stores to Harry and said, "My sister and I have eaten in these stores and the taste is quite special, but those made with precious ingredients will be very expensive. For example, food with dragon liver will cost 1 or 2 gold galleons to start. After all, 1 ounce of dragon liver costs more than 10 kilos, it's even more expensive." Harry actually didn't know much about prices in the wizarding world, but he only vaguely felt that this dragon liver was probably a very expensive item. "Huh, Qin, you have a sister?" Harry suddenly noticed this and said eagerly. Qin is the first wizard of the same age he has met, and he is also a person he thinks is very good. He hopes to get to know Qin's family as well. Of course, if Harry knew something about Eastern culture, he would probably know that his mentality is called, if you like a person, even the crows on his house will like him. "Oh, Qin, you're talking about Hermione, right?" Hagrid knew Qin Yu quite well. "Hermione? Is her surname also Qin?" Harry asked curiously. "No, her surname is Granger," Qin Yu said helplessly. "Why, you don't have the same last name?" Harry asked confused. "Because just like you, I also live in other people's homes." Qin Yu spread his hands and said. Qin Yu's answer shocked Harry. He didn't expect that he and Qin Yu had this in common. However, judging from Qin Yu's tone, it was obvious that he had a good relationship with the sister named Hermione. This made Harry feel a little envious. After all, his relationship with his cousin Dudley could only be described as enemies. A few people talked, and soon they arrived at the place where the thing Hagrid wanted to take was. Vault number 713. This vault was protected by a special magic spell and could not be opened by ordinary people. The goblin named Griffook, who led the way, also explained to them how unbreakable this vault was. This amused Qin Yu. He really wanted to record what Griffook said so that he could slap them in the face. Unfortunately, he didn't have a magic camera with him. After the vault was opened, there were no golden, white, or yellow coins, but only a small brown paper bag with something unknown inside. Of course, Qin Yu must know that inside is the legendary magic stone, the ultimate product of alchemy, which can turn stone into gold and make people immortal. "What is this?" Harry held back for a long time and finally asked. Of course, he knew that he shouldn't ask this question, and Hagrid might not be able to answer if he asked it, but he still couldn't help but be curious. Sure enough, when Hagrid heard this, he said mysteriously, "Sorry, Harry, I can't tell you what it is. Okay, it's getting late, we should go." However, Qin Yu had no intention of moving. Instead, he looked at Harry and said word by word, "Harry, this is the magic stone." He didn't know why he said this suddenly. He was probably impulsive and wanted to try what would happen if he said it. Then, he saw Hagrid's frown and Harry's blank expression. Harry obviously didn't know what the Philosopher's Stone was. While their expressions were still lingering on Qin Yu's retina, Qin Yu felt like the world was spinning. Then, he found himself on top of the fast-moving Treasury Rail car again. "Why? You don't have the same last name." Harry's confused voice sounded. That expression was exactly the same as before. "Because, like you, I also live in other people's homes," Qin Yu replied subconsciously. Then he shook his head to drive away the weird feeling in his heart. And Harry's performance was the same as before, falling into surprise and silence. Then the rail car stopped in front of the vault door No. 713, and the Goblin Griffhook boasted about their unbreakable protection. When Hagrid took away the paper package, Harry asked with equal curiosity, "What is this?" Before Hagrid could speak, Qin Yu said first, "Harry, this is the magic stone." Hagrid's frown and Harry's blank expression were reflected in Qin Yu's black eyes again. After the world was spinning, he came to the rail car again. "Why, you don't have the same last name." "Because like you, I also live in other people's homes." "We're going to get the magic stone later. The world spins and returns again." "Why?" "Because she is my wife." "Hi." "Hagrid wants to take the magic stone." "Return why?" "We're going to get the Philosopher's Stone." "Keep going back?" In this way, Qin Yu tried the time to say the 3 words, Philosopher's Stone, over and over again, and every time he would return to the rail car without any accident and then face Harry's question again. Of course, there were a few times when he was really too lazy to answer and just said some random words. Anyway, when he said the name Philosopher's Stone again, time would go back. That's right, Qin Yu encountered time regression. The fundamental reason is that he told a secret that shouldn't be told. Ding, host, you have already tried 38 times and there is no point in trying again. I would like to remind you again. The magic stone is a first-level related item. You cannot disclose relevant information to others until the current selection event has reached the necessary stage. When Qin Yu was forced to go back in time, system sounds would pop up from time to time, reminding him, "I know, I have gone back so many times and my mind is in a mess now." Qin Yu felt as if he had replayed a certain movie clip many times, and as if he had had many dreams with similar plots. If it happened a few more times, he felt that he might become insane. "By the way, did I say anything strange just now?" Qin Yu asked in his mind. "Strange words, does child supporter count?" the system replied. "How could I say such incomprehensible and ridiculous words?" Qin Yu was stunned. "Maybe it's because you were a little excited just now and your language center temporarily lost control." The system gave an explanation. "Yeah, I really couldn't control what I said just now." Qin Yu accepted this explanation. "Then let's do it one last time and erase those irrelevant fragments." Qin Yu's communication with the system seemed to be a lot, but in fact it only happened in a short moment. When he decided to go back for the 39th time, he took the Philosopher's Stone directly ahead of Hagrid and said to Harry, "Don't ask, this is the Philosopher's Stone." After the last spin, Qin Yu was cautious in his words and deeds, saying nothing out of the ordinary, and when Hagrid took away the magic stone, he did not explain to Harry what it was. "Okay, we should go, there are still many things to buy," Hagrid urged. After 39 times of backtracking, Qin Yu was finally sure of what the system had said before about the inability to disclose information to others. This is directly forcibly erasing it. Of course, Qin Yu also thought about whether he could use this bug to do something. After all, the ability to go back in time is really powerful. However, when he had such an idea, the system told him in a cold tone, "Don't try to take advantage of this unstable mechanism." What is instability? Qin Yu thought about it for a while, and this probably means that the length of the backtracking time is unstable, and the impact of the backtracking is also unstable. For example, if he wants to go back to before a certain event happened, but the time only goes back to after that event happened, then this kind of backtracking has no meaning. Even if there is any butterfly effect, it may cause even greater trouble. It's good that you know, the system said in an angry tone. You still say you have no emotions. Who are you? Let's talk. Qin Yu couldn't help but ask in his mind. However, the system once again disappeared and there was no news. Qin, can you accompany Harry to buy a robe? I'm dizzy and want to drink something to cheer me up. Hagrid touched his nose and said to Qin Yu, Go on, don't drink too much. Remember, you have something important with you. Qin Yu said pointedly. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Hagrid said happily. So Hagrid patted his butt and left while Qin Yu took Harry shopping. Harry certainly had no objection to this arrangement. In his opinion, having Qin by his side made him feel more at ease. After all, this boy who is slightly older than him is far more calm than his peers. Even Hagrid often asks Qin for advice and is willing to listen to his advice. It can be said that although Qin Yu is not as big as Hagrid, he gives Harry a greater sense of security than Hagrid. Madame Malkin greeted the guests as warmly as ever, introduced Harry into the fitting room, took measurements, and had his clothes altered. The clerk, Miss Witch, also brought Qin Yu a cup of tea and a plate of biscuits like last time so that his waiting time here would be less boring. However, after Qin Yu drank a cup of tea and ate a few biscuits, he suddenly remembered something and got up and went to the fitting room in the back hall of the store. In this small place, two children were trying on wizard robes. One of the children was naturally Harry Potter and the other was a little boy with blonde hair and a haughty face. Have you ever played Quidditch? I have played it and my father taught me it himself, the blonde boy said with a proud look on his face. Harry opened his mouth but said nothing, because he has neither played Quidditch nor has a father. He didn't want to get involved in such a topic. However, my father always said that you have to fly fast enough to practice Quidditch, otherwise you will be chased and beaten. If I go on the field, how can anyone catch me? The blonde boy said arrogantly, Oh, that's it, Harry said perfunctorily. The boy had just said a lot of words that he didn't quite understand and his attitude was very bad. It even reminded him of his cousin Dudley. He originally thought that people in the wizarding world were probably like Qin, handsome, confident, calm, and polite. However, the boy next to him changed Harry's view. It seems that people like Qin are very special beings, whether in the world of ordinary people, he is not used to using the word muggle yet, or in the world of wizards. Harry came to this conclusion. So, did your father tell you that if you are in Hogwarts you must stay away from a person named Qin, especially on the Quidditch field? A lazy voice said in a playful tone said in a tone of voice. Harry and the blonde boy looked back at the same time. The former naturally showed an expression of joy and relief while the latter frowned and looked thoughtful. Yes, the person speaking was Qin Yu. Are you talking about Qin, Gryffindor's strongest first-year batter? The blonde boy asked. You actually know? Qin Yu was a little surprised, especially the adjectives the blonde boy said. He didn't expect that he was somewhat famous. Of course I know, he is the person I want to defeat, the blonde boy said with his chin raised. You are ambitious. Qin Yu stretched out his thumb at him. You're right, my father told me to stay away from this person named Qin. Don't mess with such an uncultured person, but I won't be afraid of him. I am the best at Hogwarts. Student, the blonde boy said with determination. Many years later, when the blonde boy grew up, got married and had children, and his son asked him about his past, he would always think of today's events with embarrassment, and he really didn't want the people present today to talk about it because too embarrassing and shameful. Not bad, keep it up, I appreciate your confidence. Qin Yu clapped his hands and said, Who are you? Why are you saying these things to me? The blonde boy asked in confusion. You will know who I am soon. Qin Yu gave up. There was nothing he could do. Looking at Malfoy's energetic face, Qin Yu felt that this child really deserved a beating. However, it is normal for children to be ignorant. They just need to be trained and disciplined as long as their intentions are not bad. Yes, this blonde boy is Draco Malfoy, the precious son of Lucius Malfoy. It's ready, boy, Madame Malkin said to Harry. Thank you, Mrs. Malkin. Harry thanked him quickly, jumped off the footstool and quickly came to Qin Yu's side. Bye, see you at school. Qin Yu waved goodbye to Malfoy. See you at school, see you at school, Malfoy said unwillingly. He felt that this boy with an oriental face was really weird. However, this guy seems pretty cool. There was no way. Malfoy had always aimed to become the best student at Hogwarts, so he naturally felt that he should be the coolest one. Now that he met Qin Yu, he instinctively felt that this person might be a threat. Of course, he also thought that this boy might be Qin. However, those two people were already far away and he couldn't verify it even if he wanted to. After Qin Yu took Harry out of the robe shop, he briefly explained to him what Quidditch was and answered some of the child's other doubts. As for Uncle Hagrid, he probably felt more at ease with Qin Yu as he hadn't even come out of the bar yet. Qin Yu had no choice but to take Harry shopping and buy him an ice cream. Then, the two went to several other stores to buy back-to-school supplies. It wasn't until they came to the entrance of Ollivander's wand store that they met Uncle Hagrid. In Ollivander's wand shop, the wand with a Hollywood phoenix feather core was handed over to Harry Potter by Mr. Ollivander. Then, Harry waved his wand to try it out and the tip of the wand emitted a dazzling light like fireworks. Apparently, as Mr. Ollivander often said, the wand chose Harry as its master. The core of its staff is the tail feather of a phoenix, and it also has a brother which comes from the same phoenix. It is this brother that left this scar on your forehead, Mr. Ollivander said nonchalantly. These words shocked Harry because he knew who left the scar on his forehead, and now that he was using a similar wand to that person, would he? You want to say, will you become like that person, right? Qin Yu expressed Harry's worries on his behalf. Yes, Qin, I don't want to have any contact with him, so is this wand really suitable for me? Harry frowned and looked at the wooden box in his hand. At this time, they had come out of the wand shop. The wand was put back into the wooden box and packaged by Mr. Ollivander. A magic wand is just a magic wand. You won't become him just because you have something in common with that person. And I believe you will never become him, Qin Yu said firmly. After listening to Qin Yu's words, Harry's brows gradually widened and he nodded solemnly and said, Qin, I won't be him. I will become an excellent wizard like my parents. Hagrid has already told him that his parents have always been very good at Hogwarts, and even became the presidents of the male and female student unions respectively. Harry felt that they were his role models and the goals he strived to catch up to. Well, not bad, that's how it should be. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then he said jokingly, besides, you have already paid. If you go to exchange it now, Mr. Ollivander will be unhappy, and he will have to rummage through the box to find a new wand for you. Haha, then I won't cause any trouble to Mr. Ollivander, Harry said with a smile. Seeing Qin Yu easily dispelling Harry's worries, Hagrid suddenly felt that he was really relieved. Then he thought about what he had to do, so he said to Harry, Harry, I plan to give you a birthday gift. Hi. No, Hagrid, you don't have to. Haha, I actually didn't buy anything specifically. Next, I plan to give you an owl, which is exactly what is mentioned in the item list. Owls are very practical animals. Not only are they very obedient, they can also deliver letters and packages to you. After Hagrid said this, he pointed at Qin Yu and continued, you can ask Qin about this. He raised an owl named Trig. In the past year, Trig has helped a lot. He and Hermione delivered the letter. Qin Yu glanced at Hagrid and thought to himself, why are you cueing me if you are fine? When he heard Hagrid mention Hermione again, Harry looked at Qin Yu curiously. I probably haven't told you before, Hermione only went to Hogwarts this year, so in the past year when I was in school, I would send letters through owls. Well, there were too many backtrackings just now, and Qin Yu was actually a little unsure whether he had told Harry about this. So that's it. It seems like owls are really useful. Harry was looking forward to having an owl. Of course, he still didn't know who to write to. Then they entered the Ela Owl store and selected a white owl within 10 minutes. The store owner accepted that it was a relatively rare snowy owl. Harry was very satisfied with this bird because Qin said that his was also a snowy owl but a male. Then, you'll be called Hedwig from now on, Harry said to the white owl in the birdcage. This was the name he had just accidentally read when buying a book at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. He didn't take a closer look, but he just thought it was pretty good. Goo! The owl made a confused sound, obviously not quite understanding what the little boy said. However, if we get along with each other in the future, we will probably become familiar with each other soon. By the way, Hagrid, you take Harry to the Crucible store to choose a Crucible first. I'll go there to buy something. You know, I've been out for 2 days and I have to bring some gifts back. Qin Yu spread his hands and said, "Oh, then I'll give Hermione something." Hagrid scratched his head and said, "I'll just buy one more and say it's from you," Qin Yu said with a smile. "Okay, when she goes to Hogwarts I will invite her to the wooden house for tea," Uncle Hagrid also said with a smile. So, Qin Yu said goodbye to Hagrid and Harry and walked in the other direction. Hagrid and Harry watched him leave and then walked towards the Patchy's Crucible shop that specialized in all kinds of crucibles. What they didn't know was that not long after Qin Yu walked out, he turned into an alley. Not long after, a man wearing a golden mask and a black cloak walked out of the alley. If someone pays attention to this person, they will find that this person's height and body shape are very vague, or in other words, it is difficult to leave any impression on others. Of course, most people didn't pay much attention to this person. After all, in the wizarding world, such dressing up is normal and cloaks are essential clothing for wizards. This even gave rise to a proverb: Merlin can live without pants but definitely not without a cape. In short, the cloaked man wearing a golden mask walked hurriedly on the streets of Diagon Alley without many people paying attention, and soon he arrived in front of Gringotts. After waiting here, he stepped closer. The goblin guard standing at the door bowed to him. Just when the goblin guard bent down, the man threw a paper ball on the ground, then turned and left. "That, sir? No, madam, no, sir." "In short, that guest, your things have fallen off," the goblin guard shouted loudly. However, the man in the black cloak left without looking back and quickly disappeared into the crowd. The goblin guard picked up the paper ball on the ground and looked at it. He felt that it was probably not something valuable, so he spread it out and looked at it. When he saw the writing on it clearly, he couldn't help but smile. "Because it says in red words, 'Someone will steal the Gringotts vault today. Please be sure to take precautions.' What a joke. Who dares to steal Gringotts? You know, Gringotts has mechanisms, spells, and fire dragons. Anyone who dares to come here to steal must think that life is too easy." The goblin guard originally wanted to throw away the note, but then he thought about it. Since someone took the initiative to warn him, he might as well report it to his superiors to avoid any liability for dereliction of duty if anything happened. Of course, he actually felt that his idea was a bit ridiculous. How could something happen in Gringotts? With such ambivalence, he handed the note to the goblin supervisor in charge of security. As expected, the goblin supervisor also laughed, which made the goblin guard a little stunned. In a hidden alley, the golden mask was taken off, revealing a handsome oriental face under the mask. This person is of course our protagonist Qin Yu. Qin Yu put away the mask, quickly took off his cloak and stuffed it somewhere on his body. Soon, he changed back to his original casual-looking attire. He changed out of the robe after coming out of the hotel. Just now, Qin Yu used his second brother, using the alchemy mask given to him by Professor Swinton to hide his figure and send the warning note to Gringotts. From the current point of view, there is no time backtracking phenomenon. In other words, Qin Yu has a lot of freedom to participate in the whole thing without touching certain high-level related events and items. In terms of his own strength, Qin Yu really couldn't beat Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. After all, even if Tom was half disabled, he was still a famous Dark Lord. Note: Voldemort's real name is Tom Riddle, and he is nicknamed the Dark Lord and Lord. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to kill with a borrowed knife and issued a warning to make Gringotts be more vigilant. In this way, when Quirrell went to steal the vault as planned, even if he could not be tricked to death, he would still suffer some pain. Of course, Qin Yu didn't think Gringotts could really catch Quirrell. This was just his attempt. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Qin Yu walked calmly out of the alley and headed to a store not far away. Of course, he wasn't looking for an excuse to buy something for Hermione. He really wanted to buy it. So, he asked the clerk at Florin's cold drink shop to pack him some ice cream, iced fruit tea, and other things. This store provides a magical packaging box that can be temporarily refrigerated, so Qin Yu does not need to worry about the ice cream melting. "I've got an extra raspberry jam for you, it's free." The young clerk handed the stuff to Qin Yu and said with a smile, "Thank you." Qin Yu nodded in thanks. "You're welcome to visit next time," the young clerk said to Qin Yu with a bright smile. After carrying his things and leaving, Qin Yu touched his nose and felt that the clerk at the cold drink shop seemed a little too enthusiastic. Is it because I often buy ice cream from him and he has remembered me? Well, he is indeed a very attentive person, Qin Yu thought to himself. What he didn't know was that after he left, the young clerk looked at his leaving figure and murmured, "What a pity. I graduated too early and couldn't play with you on the Quidditch field, compete." "Hello, I want an ice cream," a little girl's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Okay, what flavor do you want?" The clerk immediately put on a bright professional smile and said enthusiastically to the little girl, I want this, no, I want that, no, I'll think about it." Well, this is a customer who has difficulty choosing. The young clerk has seen many such customers, so he waited patiently for the little girl to make the final decision. And he took the opportunity to dazzle, thinking about what the old man he respected the most once said to him. "I hope you can be willing to be lonely because I have an important thing to entrust you to do." Well, the job of a cold drink shop clerk was indeed different from what he expected when he was in school, and it also didn't quite match his personality. However, he believed that he was participating in an important cause because he believed in the old man and many people believed in the old man, because that old man is the greatest wizard in the world. Qin Yu put the packed cold drinks into the cloth bag on his body and went to a few more stores to buy some rare fruits and other things that were not available in the Muggle world. Of course, there were also some accessories that the little girl liked, and he bought a lot of gadgets from the old lady in the grocery store. Feeling that he had almost finished his shopping, Qin Yu walked towards the Crucible store. When they arrived at the place, Hagrid and Harry were already waiting there. "Have you bought everything?" Qin Yu asked. "I bought everything, I just checked the list of items." Harry nodded quickly and said. While waiting for Qin Yu, he was really bored, so he checked the purchased items against the list of items 7 or 8 times. "Well, that's good, we should go," Qin Yu said. Harry was stunned by this statement, because he didn't expect the separation to come so quickly. "Before we leave, let's go have a big meal," Qin Yu suggested. "Well, okay." Harry was obviously not in a very good mood. "Don't be unhappy, we will meet again in a month." Qin Yu patted Harry on the shoulder and said. Harry bit his lip, lowered his head and hummed. "Then, if you are willing, you can ask Hedwig to send me a message." Qin Yu looked at the dazed owl and said, "Of course I do, I will write to you, Qin." After hearing this, Harry raised his head and said a little excitedly. Just now he was thinking about who to let the owl deliver the letter to, but now he finally found someone to whom he could write. Just like that, Qin Yu, Hagrid and Harry went to a wizard-specific restaurant in Diagon Alley to eat, and the food they ate was something Harry had never seen before. As the food was eaten, Harry's mood improved. Of course, Harry was still a little sad before parting ways after dinner. He felt that from midnight to now, it was the most fulfilling day of his life, and it was also a day that he had never expected. Qin and Hagrid are the best people he has ever met. Now that the separation is imminent, he will inevitably feel reluctant to leave. "Separating is for a better reunion, isn't it, Harry?" Qin Yu said with a smile. "Well, you're right, Qin, we'll see you in a month." Harry cheered up and said to Qin Yu, "Well, see you in a month." Qin Yu nodded and said. Then they separated outside the leaky cauldron. Since there was no way, Harry was sent to the train station by Hagrid, who asked him to return to his aunt's house in Surrey, while Qin Yu went back to Granger's house. In fact, Qin Yu also felt that he had a fulfilling day today. Well, anyone who has gone back in time 39 times will find it very fulfilling. Of course, in addition to this experience in the Gringotts vault, Qin Yu felt that he encountered a lot of people and things today. Of course, Harry counts as 1 and Professor Quirrell should count as 1.5. And the choice he made really made him confused whether it was good or bad. The good thing is that you can predict a certain direction of events. The bad thing is that he can't choose to quit midway, he can only try to influence. This is also the purpose of his warning to Gringotts. These things made Qin Yu feel a little irritable. He shook his head and decided not to worry about it for the time being. Then, the figure of the little brown-haired girl appeared in his mind, so he quickened his pace and walked to the nearby subway station. He wanted to go back early and see her early and then show her everything he had just bought. In this case, she probably won't be so angry. Well, some rewards are not impossible. Qin Yu thought about the endless thoughts and took the subway back. Crookshanks, do you want me to ignore him when he comes back? Hermione asked seriously, lifting the cat that had obviously grown very big. Meow, Crookshanks called in question. Okay, then I'll ignore him. Who asked him to go without me? Hermione said angrily. Meow tilde woo slash, Crookshanks continued to question. Well, what you said is not unreasonable. He did say that the place he went to this time was a bit far and a bit remote, and he didn't want me to be too tired from the journey. Hermione put the cat down on the leg, he said while stroking its back. Meow tilde Crookshanks made a comfortable cry and purring sounds came from his body. But I'm not a child anymore, why can't I go where he can go, are you right? Hermione said again to the yellow cat on her lap. Meow, Crookshanks barked impatiently. Anyway, it's already summer vacation, but he actually went to another place and left me alone at home for 2 whole days. HMPH, I have to ignore him for at least a day. Well, half a day, what do you think, Crookshanks? Crookshanks yelled out the second half of what he just said. Well, that's it, you can't ignore him, you know, Hermione warned. Crookshanks ignored it, rubbed his little master's legs, found a comfortable position to lie down and planned to have a good sleep. It would be great if there was a car. I don't know if the Weasley family is willing to take action on the flying car. I will have to talk to George and Fred later and ask them to ask Mr. Weasley. Qin Yu said from I was thinking like this when I walked up the stairs of the subway station. When he came back from Diagon Alley, he had to take a long subway ride which delayed him a lot of time. So, he naturally thought of the car modified by Mr. Arthur Weasley, the father of the Weasley family. It was a magical car that could fly. Qin Yu didn't know how Mr. Weasley got the magic. He exploited the internal loopholes and was able to modify the car. In fact, he has also considered connecting Granger's fireplace to the Flu network so that long-distance transmission can be achieved by using a small amount of Flu powder. However, he quickly rejected this idea because he did not want too many things from the magical world to appear in the Granger family, which would have some impact and trouble on the Grangers. As for buying a Muggle world car, he is still young and does not have a driver's license, and he does not have pounds. Gringotts will not give him unlimited exchange for Muggle world currency. There was also a flying broomstick. If he dared to fly around London on it, people from the Ministry of Magic would come to the door the next day and arrest him. Then he would have to wait for Hermione to give him jail time. Well, Hermione. The reason why Qin Yu thinks about these things is to make himself calmer. After all, when he left home yesterday, that look in Hermione's eyes, Tusk, will I be kicked out of the house by my wife? Ah, Hermione, Qin Yu secretly thought in his heart. Okay, 39 times of time retrieval has had a great impact on Qin Yu's thinking and cognition, and sometimes the title is a bit confusing. He decided that before going home, he should clarify the boundaries between reality and that chaotic state, so as to avoid adverse consequences caused by saying the wrong thing. Hermione, I'm back. Qin Yu walked into the house and said with a smile on his face to the girl who was playing with her cat and watching TV in the living room. Oh, you're back, Hermione said calmly. Such a reaction made Qin Yu a little unsure about the little girl's current situation. Well, I bought you your favorite ice cream, which is sold at Florin's cold drink shop in Diagon Alley. The clerk also specially added an extra raspberry sauce. Qin Yu spoke in a gentle manner. He took out the refrigerated packaged ice cream from the Dunpie space bag. Hermione glanced at it, moved her mouth, and then looked at the TV again, her tone still calm, and said, I'm not hungry and I don't want to eat. His tilde. Qin Yu took a breath and thought to himself that he must be angry if he doesn't even eat ice cream. He didn't have much experience coaxing girls in his previous life, so it was really hard for Qin Penghu Yu to deal with such a difficult matter. Even though he has an extraordinary IQ and a wealth of clever tricks, he is also a bit blind when it comes to his own shortcomings. Well, you don't know that the place we went to this time is really too dangerous. It was an isolated reef on the sea. Last night there was a storm there and the strong winds were blowing. In the dark clouds there was a petrel, which was blown into the huge waves and almost drowned, and the boat with Hagrid and I sailed in the strong wind and waves. The boat was really to be overthrown. Qin Yu decided to change his approach. Sure enough, when the little girl heard this, she asked with some worry, then have you Immediately, she realized something was wrong. Her face fell and she said calmly, "Since you are standing here properly, it proves that nothing is wrong with you. My girlfriend's IQ is too high and it's hard to coax her. What should I do? Wait online, it's quite urgent." Qin Yu thought to himself. The cognitive bias seems to have appeared again. How can I have a girlfriend? Actually, we can't say that nothing happened. After we received the person, we had no place to stay, so we found a small and shabby hotel. As you know, I didn't have much money and Hagrid was even poorer. Harry and Hagrid had to sleep in a very small room, and the breakfast the next day was so pitiful that Hagrid didn't even have enough to eat. Qin Yu said in a lamenting tone. "Wait, what did you just say?" Hermione suddenly turned her head, her delicate brows furrowed, and she looked at Qin Yu sharply. "Hagrid not eaten enough," Qin Yu said blankly. "No, it's what I said before," Hermione said anxiously, her hand subconsciously scratching the back of Crookshank's neck. "Breakfast is too little." Qin Yu said this and thought to himself, what's the problem with this? "That's not the case, go ahead." Hermione shook her head. "Before, I didn't bring many pounds. Harry, Hagrid and I could only sleep in a very small room." Qin Yu repeated what he had just said. Then he saw the little girl snorting, looking at him with angry eyes, and said angrily, "So, who is Harley?" Harry, is he the student we want to pick up?" "We returned to the shore from the reef, stayed in that hotel, and then went to Diagon Alley," Qin Yu briefly recounted. "Then you live in the same room with her, and you're still crowded together?" Hermione pursed her lips and said angrily and aggrievedly. "Isn't there no money? She and I," Qin Yu said, feeling that something was wrong. "Wait a minute, why did you use the word her?" "Hurry." "What's wrong with this?" Hermione asked blankly. "Although Harry looks very quiet and delicate, he is indeed a boy." Qin Yu looked at the girl's somewhat dazed eyes and said with a twitch of the corner of his mouth. "Harry?" Hermione repeated the name. "Yes, Harry Potter. Have you forgotten that you read a book about him a few days ago?" Qin Yu said helplessly. I don't remember any of this." Hermione hesitated. Because other things happened that day, she was not so impressed by the name. Of course, even if something else happened that day, if Qin Yu said Harry Potter's full name from the beginning, Hermione would probably be able to recall the name recorded in the book immediately. However, Qin Yu just mentioned the ordinary-sounding name Harry in a bald manner, and Hermione subconsciously heard it as Harry. Because, before leaving, Qin Yu only said that he would go with Hagrid to deliver an admission letter to a new student at Hogwarts without mentioning who it would be for. And Hermione also once thought that the other party might be a girl. There is no chance of this, right? Moreover, every time she thought about this, she became angry for no reason. Therefore, when Qin Yu mentioned a name that sounded a bit like a girl's, she suddenly entered into those previous imaginations. "So Harry is the Harry Potter?" Hermione asked herself to speak as calmly as possible. "Yes, that's right," Qin Yu nodded and said. "Then you guys sleep in the same bed?" Hermione raised her eyebrows and continued to ask, "So what if Harry is a boy?" The little girl thought to herself. "Hi." Qin Yu was stunned, wondering if this girl's focus was wrong. "How big is the bed?" Hermione asked again, getting lucky. "The bed is very small." "Wait, it's not one bed, it's two." "Two very small beds." Qin Yu felt that he was almost trapped by this girl and quickly corrected him. "Oh, that's it." Hermione's face immediately became calm. "Okay, I was wrong, Hermione. I will definitely take you with me next time." Qin Yu took this opportunity and said quickly, "HMPH." Hermione turned her head to the side. "Well, it's no longer the cold violence just now, which is a good sign." Qin Yu made a judgment. "Oh, the refrigeration effect of this packaging box is going to disappear and the ice cream is going to melt soon," Qin Yu said exaggeratedly and then lamented, "Well, in order not to waste, I can only eat these two." It fell. "How dare you, Tilda, that's mine." Hermione turned her head and said dissatisfied. "So, the beautiful and lovely Miss Granger, are you willing to accept my gift that can bring you summer refreshment?" Qin Yu said this, bent over and held an ice cream stick like a rose. Handed it to Hermione. Hermione looked at his approaching face and inexplicably remembered the scene when she read the book about Harry Potter that day. That day, in order to comfort Qin, who was somewhat unconvinced, she kissed him on the cheek. Author. That's not called being unconvinced, that's called being jealous. Then, she was thinking, I'm unhappy today, why didn't he think of giving me a kiss on the cheek? However, when she thought of this, her heartbeat became very fast, her face felt a little hot, and her mouth felt a little dry. Well, summer is here, I'm just a little hot, that's why I eat this ice cream. Miss Granger, who had clear logic, stretched out her hand and took the ice cream that could bring refreshing summer from the hand of the guy opposite. And when she lowered her head to eat the jam on it, suddenly a hand gently held the back of her neck, and then a pair of warm lips lightly touched her forehead and then left quickly. She raised her head and looked at that handsome and familiar face with wide eyes in astonishment. The most gentle thing is the gentleness of the lowered head, like a water lotus shy in the cool breeze. The lips that had just passed over her forehead opened slightly and spoke a piece of huxia that sounded very beautiful. Although Hermione didn't understand what was said, it didn't stop her from thinking it sounded good. What do you mean, Qin? Is this a poem? Hermione said with a slight trembling in her voice. Yes, Qin Yu said, and translated again in English. The most beautiful thing is when you lower your head, you look gentle at that moment, like a beautiful water lotus, shy when blown by a refreshing wind. The appearance. This poem is so beautiful, Hermione pursed her lips and said. Yes, this poem is beautiful, and it was you who made me think of this poem. Qin Yu looked into the little girl's eyes and said seriously. In fact, he felt that he had been a little impulsive just now. However, Hermione's look just now made him think of this poem. Poetry is beautiful and people are even more beautiful. At that moment, he just wanted to kiss her forehead and read such a poem to her. Many years later, Hermione could still remember this day. She remembered that it was dusk and it was hot summer outside, and the handsome boy tried to make her happy with a delicious ice cream. Then, the moment she lowered her head, he kissed her forehead and read the poem. That poem was so beautiful that it filled her heart with a certain joy. This joy has been with her for many years, even if she was briefly separated, even if she was in danger, even if she witnessed the death of familiar people around her. Pain and death, even if despair strikes. But every time she thinks of this joy, she can go on tenaciously, because she wanted to hear him read a poem to her every day. Such a desire is simple yet strong. Meow tilde. The ice cream finally melted and the raspberry jam on top slid down the edge and fell on Crookshanks, making him make a dissatisfied sound. Hermione, just now, Qin Yu really wanted to say that he might have had a cognitive deviation just now. However, before he said it, he felt that such words were simply stupid. So when the words came to his mouth, they turned into hesitation. Hermione smiled, handed the ice cream to Qin Yu and said, "You hold it for me first and I'll wipe it for Crookshanks." "Well, okay," Qin Yu nodded. Then he pulled out his wand and cast a freezing spell on the ice cream. The ice cream that was originally melting quickly froze. "That's amazing!" Hermione's eyes widened and she exclaimed in excitement. "I'll teach you later," Qin Yu said with a smile. "Yeah, okay," Hermione nodded sharply. Is it important to keep a little girl happy by not allowing free use of magic? Of course, this little magic spell will not attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. After Hermione helped Crookshanks wipe off the raspberry jam and some cream, she took the ice cream from Qin Yu's hand again. Then the little girl sat down, ate ice cream, petted the cat and said, "Crookshanks, if you don't want to call him uncle in the future, you can call him daddy." Meow/woo/. Crookshanks made a confused cry. "What do you mean? Is it so difficult to change your mouth?" Qin Yu said with a raised eyebrow. "Meow." Crookshanks looked at the human boy with wide eyes. It was really difficult for him to understand what the two people were talking about. "If you want to serve me, then serve me. What do you always say to me? Can I understand it or what?" Crookshanks thought grumblingly. Sending Harry Potter the admission letter and taking him to Diagon Alley was just an interlude during the summer vacation. After that, Qin Yu and Hermione's life returned to what it was before, and because of what happened that day, it was definitely slightly different. Hermione, who loves learning, naturally focuses on learning magic knowledge. She wants to read all the books before the start of school and let Qin explain the contents. Of course, after studying, they will also have some leisure activities, such as sitting on the sofa in the living room and watching some TV programs. At this time, Hermione would lean on one end of the sofa and put her feet on Qin Yu's legs. This was a very comfortable position she had found. Qin Yu would pinch her toes from time to time and follow his instructions. In other words, this is Eastern acupressure. Well, Hermione felt that this magical oriental massage technique was indeed quite comfortable, and it always made her feel the smooth feeling of unblocking the meridians that Qin said. Or, she will pick up a novel or magazine. At this time, she will reverse her position so that her head rests on his tight legs while her feet rest on the soft armrest at the other end of the sofa. Qin, it's very interesting here. When she saw the excitement of the story, she would read it to Qin Yu with a smile and then exchange it for a grape or a sliced apple. Sometimes, just watching, she would fall asleep without even realizing it. Qin helped her cover her with a piece of clothing or a thin blanket. Once she woke up and found herself lying on the bed in her room. After asking Qin, she found out that she had been sleeping in the living room for too long, so he took her into the bedroom. After that, she occasionally pretended to be asleep and even pretended to unintentionally pull off the clothes or blankets he had covered her with. In this case, Qin could only carry her into the bedroom. She felt herself being held in his arms as if she were on a gently floating boat. Whenever this happened, she would be a little nervous and her body would tighten subconsciously. However, she would try hard to restrain herself and let herself go. He really looked like he was asleep. Then she was placed on the bed and felt Qin's two arms being pulled away from her back and the crook of her legs, respectively. While lying on the bed, she originally expected him to kiss her forehead, a sleeping kiss or something like that. However, after waiting several times, she could not wait. Finally, once, after lying down, she couldn't help opening her eyes, hooked her arms around his neck and gave him a gentle peck on the cheek. Then, under Qin Lu's stunned gaze, she closed her eyes in panic and murmured, "I was sleeping, I was just dreaming." That time, she finally got her wish and got a sleeping kiss on her forehead. Well, her nose was even scratched. At that moment, she really wanted to open her eyes. However, since she had just said that she was dreaming, she could not immediately prove that she was lying, so she had to keep her eyes closed. When Sister He is alive, she spits and nails, saying she is dreaming, then she must be dreaming. Then his cheek was pinched and then the familiar footsteps left the room, and she actually fell asleep in a daze. There is a saying that things should be said in sequence and words should be said in two parts. In other words, when the boy and girl in Granger's family were studying hard and spending their summer vacation leisurely, a swordsman wearing a black cloak stood at the northern tip of the African continent, in Egypt. On a cruise ship on the Nile overlooking the ancient buildings in the desert. The swordsman shook his head and murmured, "Ian, I don't object to your enthusiasm for Eastern storytelling, but please don't call the cloak a cloak. I'm really not used to it." Then the swordsman changed his voice again and said with a sinister smile, "Ho ho ho, Stephen, why are you still so rigid? I just hope that I can stay awake to a certain extent so that I can temporarily forget that I am a madman." The swordsman changed to his original voice again and sighed. "Wow, so you still remember that you are a madman?" a sinister voice mocked. "Of course I remember. Then you still dream about going back and writing to that guy dressed like a bat. That's my freedom. If I can find the legendary power, I think we should be able to separate." "Oh, I hope so. I don't want to share a body with you." The swordsman looked up at the sky, and the sun shone on his unshaven face. It was obvious that he had not taken care of his image for a long time. If Qin Yu were here at this time, he should be able to tell who he is from his eyes and facial contours. However, this person is very different from what Qin Yu remembered because his face it is sometimes sunny and sometimes gloomy, constantly changing its temperament. In front of Qin Yu, he was called Stephen Swinton and Qin Yu called him Professor Swinton, or, one time when he was drunk, he called him second brother. And he also has another name, Ian Stanley. Yes, he is a madman. When he was at Hogwarts, Stephen Swinton had always maintained a relatively stable state. The guy named Ian Stanley only came out for a breath of air occasionally. For example, when he went to the Centaur colony, Dumbledore they left for something and the entire school's attention was drawn to the Quidditch match. In order to find a certain clue, the grumpy Ian Stanley took the initiative. Of course, the effect was good that time and they found the one they wanted. Need clues? However, since leaving Hogwarts and embarking on a long-planned search, he has become increasingly unable to control Ian. After all, it was Ian who made them survive when they were very young. Now that they are embarking on that unknown road, Ian's consciousness has become stronger without knowing it. Stephen didn't think there was anything wrong with Ian, he just felt that the fact that he was a lunatic made him look a little pitiful. "Oh, useless cowardice," Ian said coldly. "You are wrong. I feel this way because of my expectations for the future," Stephen corrected. "Okay, your emotions are of no use to me," Ian said impatiently. As a result, the two people fell into silence. Soon, the cruise ship docked in a small city upstream. The crew shouted in broken English and introduced the special culture, food, and beautiful scenery of this small city. Swinton, or Stanley, who was wearing a black cloak and a long sword at his waist, was too lazy to pay attention to the crew's explanation and stepped off the ship from the gangway. His destination is not this small town, but the depths of the desert more than 100 kilometers away from this small town, so he doesn't care about what places are worth visiting here. When the Muggles weren't paying attention, Stephen used disapparation several times. However, he restrained himself from using this spell out of fear of getting lost or not finding his target. Therefore, his speed was not fast and he arrived at that place before sunset. There, as far as the eye can see, there is yellow sand and undulating sand dunes. In addition, there is not even a cactus or anything like that. However, the map in his hand clearly told him that this was the destination of his trip. So he pulled out his wand and chanted a difficult-to-pronounce spell. The wand traced a trajectory, and finally the tip of the wand pointed towards the sky ahead. Then, like a flash of light, a tall conical building appeared in front of him. That's a pyramid that only wizards can discover. Next to the pyramid, there are some temporary low shacks which are like places for some people to work or live. However, there is no one here at this time. Yes, Bill Weasley and his Gringotts colleagues, as well as the treasure-hunting Nifflers, once worked here and witnessed a white light shooting into the sky from inside that day. Note: Ziu Ziu is a magical animal that can hunt for treasures. They have a strong obsession with shiny things. After that, the place was quickly sealed by Gringotts, and no one was allowed to approach. However, at this time, an uninvited guest suddenly visited. Seeing the scene in front of him, Stephen nodded with satisfaction. After a brief pause, he walked in the direction of the pyramid. And when he came out again, it was already early morning the next day. He stood outside the pyramid, opened his arms in the direction of the sunrise with a comfortable smile on his lips, and said in a low voice, "This feeling is really great. So, where to go next?" He looked at the yellow sand in his eyes, waved his wand, and the figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The pyramid behind him quickly disappeared into the desert again as if it had never appeared before. Cairo, Gringotts Cursebreaker's office. This is not so much an office as a workshop because this large room is filled with all kinds of objects and those objects are very old at first glance. Bill, I really envy you. You can go back to England this summer, a wizard with a beard and a rough face said. Haha, what can be done about this? The boss arranged for me to send Adam to school in England so I can only endure the fatigue of the journey, Bill said in a Versailles-like way. There's no way around it. Being a cursebreaker at Gringotts is a very hard job and you rarely get the chance to go home. Bill, on the other hand, just came to Egypt last year. In the summer, he had to escort a batch of cursed treasures back to England. And this year, I went back again because I had to send Adam to school. How could this not make the wizards in the same office envious? Oh, by the way, Adam is a young Muggle-born wizard in Cairo. The first person to discover his identity as a wizard was Bill. After that, in order to gain favor among the local wizarding community, Gringotts provided key assistance to the child named Adam. Not only did it help him quickly understand all kinds of common sense in the wizarding world, but it also helped him apply for admission to Hogwarts through various connections. You know, Hogwarts is the best magic school in the world. Bill has always insisted on this, and how lucky he would be to study in this school. In order to handle things more appropriately, the local leadership of Gringotts in Cairo decided to send a capable young wizard to accompany Adam to the UK and send him on the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. And this task naturally fell on Bill, who now had the best relationship with Adam. Today is the day they leave for England. Bill, my mother's old habit has happened again. I have to accompany her to see the doctor. We can only leave another day. In an Egyptian house, a thin boy looked helpless and said sadly to Bill, "He is Adam Quinn, the little boy Bill will send to school in England this time." Ah, Elsa is sick again, is it serious? Do you want me to go with you? Bill asked with concern. No need, I can handle it. Adam showed a faint smile. Seeing the child's smile, Bill felt relieved and nodded and said, well, you take care of your mother first, and we will leave after her condition is stable. Yeah, thank you, Bill, Adam said obediently. You're welcome, I told you I will help you. Bill patted the child on the shoulder and said. After seeing off Bill, the little boy walked into the room inside. At this time, an Egyptian woman in her 30s was sitting in a wheelchair. She saw the little boy walking in with a look of satisfaction and horror in his eyes. Tilde. A panic sound came from her throat, however, he couldn't even say a clear word. My dear mother, I originally planned to leave here today so that you don't have to be scared when you see me. However, it seems that someone went somewhere they shouldn't go today and I have to go and take a look. Please be patient, wait a minute, I will leave here soon and go to the greatest magic school in the world. As Adam said these words, he picked up a clean towel with a gloved hand and carefully and gently helped the woman in the wheelchair wipe away the drool from her mouth due to excitement. As for this woman, her whole body could not help but tremble while he was wiping her. At the end, tears flowed out uncontrollably. Woo-woo Tilda. The woman let out a painful and sad whimper. After letting his mother fall asleep, Adam opened the door and left the house. Soon his figure appeared in the desert. Soon his figure appeared at the foot of a pyramid. Next to this pyramid there are some temporary sheds. Then he walked into the pyramid and came to a stone hall inside. In the center of the stone hall there was a human-shaped sarcophagus with Egyptian characteristics. At this time, an unknown person opened the cover of the coffin and put it aside, revealing a body wrapped in thick linen inside. Mummy corpse? Adam approached the mummy with a curious look in his eyes. Suddenly it seemed that there was some kind of unknown sound that sounded in this stone hall. Adam listened carefully for a while, nodded and said, "Oh, so you are a descendant of the agent." Then he listened for a while, shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't make you wake up right now. But I can do you a small favor, you have to get out of here on your own." After saying this, he took off the woolen gloves on his hands, stood on tiptoes and put his hand on the mummy's forehead. And on the back of his hand there was a scar composed of circles and lightning. "Okay, Hermione, you can rest," Mrs. Granger said to her daughter in the living room. "Hey, I'm going back to the room, Mom." Hermione put down the rag in her hand, went to the bathroom to wash her hands and then stumbled back to her room. Today, the house is being cleaned and she is responsible for wiping the furniture in the living room. After working hard for a long time, I wiped the tables, chairs, sofas, and cabinets and now I can finally rest. After sitting down next to her desk, Hermione was stunned for a while, not knowing what she thought of, and a smile appeared on her lips unexpectedly. Then, she opened the drawer, found a notebook with a brown cover, took it out and spread it out on the table. Then, she found another pen and began to write on the blank page in her diary that she had not written for a long time. The handwriting falls on the paper. Sunday, August 26, Sunny, I haven't written a diary for a long time. I remember the last time I wrote a diary was the last time, well, I must have been led astray by Qin. He often talks like this so that when I write this diary now I unconsciously have his style. But it's quite interesting, isn't it? Yes, every day with him is interesting. I still can't imagine that if one day we are separated for another year like before, even if he comes back for a few days in the middle, will I be able to bear the days when he is not around? Just like those 2 days at the end of July when he was not at home and I was waiting for him to come back, especially after my parents went to work, I felt that the whole house was empty. At that time, I really wanted to know where he was and what he was doing. However, I could only wait stupidly at home, talking to Crookshanks stupidly and getting sulky. Thinking about it now, poor Crookshanks must have been annoyed to death by my mother. There is nothing he can do about it because his father is not at home. Writing this, Hermione smiled, picked up a quill on the table, and used the end of the feather to tease Crookshanks, who was napping on the table. After discovering the feather, the little yellow cat immediately she cheered up and stretched out her claws to pounce on the feather. After playing with it for a while, the girl continued writing. I remember Qin said that in the future, when the technology of the ordinary human world reaches a certain level, people will be able to conduct video communications through a phone-like device. If you think about it this way, it is also a very magical technological magic. Qin also said that the Weasley twin brothers are also working on similar things. If that kind of magic device is connected to the Flu network, then no matter how far away he is from me, we can see each other clearly. But why do we have to be so far apart? I hope we can always be together every day at least, not be apart for more than a few hours. For example, he is not at home now, but he went with his father to the hardware store in the next block to buy some tools and materials to repair the fence outside the house. I know he will be back soon. Here, Hermione paused again, looked up at the rickety wooden fence outside the house, and then continued writing. I forgot to mention that there was a big storm in London last night. It was raining heavily, there was lightning and thunder, and the attic where Qin lived leaked. So I suggested that he could come to my room and squeeze in. After thinking carefully for a while, my parents agreed to the proposal. After all, I used to occasionally spend the night in Qin's room. It was not too strange for him to go to my room. However, he seemed very nervous and insisted on putting a pillow between us as a separation, saying that he would never sleep on more than this pillow. Qin was right, he did not exceed that pillow. However, he did not ask me to exceed it. So I leaned over. Who made the storm last night so scary? If I didn't get closer to him, how could I possibly sleep, right? Writing this, Hermione touched her face and felt a little warm. She went to the living room to get a glass of water and came back, took a few sips, thought for a while, and then continued writing. In short, as my mother said, I don't need to deliberately keep a distance from Qin, and I don't need to be nervous about anything, as long as I don't do that thing, because that is what I can do when I grow up. My mother also said that I probably got close to Qin just because I got used to his existence. However, I don't think so. I feel that the appearance of Qin not only accompanied me but also allowed me to see a new world and find another myself. Moreover, I want to see more of the world with him and listen to more stories he tells. I don't know, does he think so too? If he doesn't think so, I will cry. Qin is most afraid of seeing me cry. As long as I cry, he will agree to anything. Hermione pauses again and after a moment of daze shakes her head. No, I can't blackmail him by crying, that's not good, but what can I do? The pen tip stayed on the notebook for a long time and the ink smudged the white paper. Harry Potter Elvis, Hermione crosses out both names and continues writing. Elvis's letters on average come one a week. They all ask questions about magic, especially those related to potions, and don't contain much other content. As for Harry Potter, it seemed that he had just learned how to send messages with an owl. His owl named Hedwig almost hit the ceiling of the living room at home, which was really rash. However, Trig seemed to like the owl, which was all white like him and often flew around her. In short, the content of what Harry Potter wrote was very unfocused. He was always complaining that the vacation was not over yet, and he wrote words such as "hope to see you soon" in every letter. If I see him, I must take a good look at what kind of person he is. Okay, don't think about this anymore, write something else. Hermione glances at the calendar on the wall. September 1st is marked with a red circle. School starts in less than a week. Thinking about going to that magic school soon, I was actually a little nervous. However, I never told Qin this. I'm worried that no one will like me here just like at the previous school. However, at least Qin is there. Even if no one else cares about me, it would be nice to have him here. Well, if I tell Qin this, he will definitely say that I am worthless because, in his eyes, I can overcome any difficulty. He always said that he believed I would become the best wizard in the world. He doesn't know where his confidence comes from. However, looking into his eyes, I seem to really gain a lot of strength. Then, if there are difficulties in the future, I will think about his eyes. In that case, I may be instantly full of strength. Hermione, come out and do me a favor, Mrs. Granger's voice sounded. Okay, Mum, give me a minute, Hermione replied. Just write it here, my mother is calling me. Moreover, Qin should be back soon. I'll go see if I can be of any help later. Next time I write in my diary, I should already be at Hogwarts. Well, hopefully the next time I write in my diary, I'll be by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room and Qin will be there. There is only one village in the UK where pure wizards live, and that is Hogsmeade next to Hogwarts. Then there are some villages where half-wizards live among tolerant or confused muggles, such as the village of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. It was near this village on the south coast of England that a multi-story building that looked like a haphazard construction stood there, as if it would fall down at any time if it was blown by the wind. Of course, this haphazardly built multi-story building is actually very solid because its builder is a wizard. It is a house that has been enchanted. This house has a name that belongs to it, called the Burrow. The family named Weasley lived in the Burrow. As many people know, the Weasley family has a long heritage, and the surname Weasley represents justice, loyalty, bravery, hard work, kindness, and poverty in the wizarding world. And today, the Weasley house welcomed a guest from afar. This guest was brought from faraway Egypt by Bill Weasley, the eldest son of the Weasley family. We went through several portkey transmissions and took Muggle transportation, and then we got here before sunset, Bill said with a tired smile while drinking the tea handed over by his mother. He was very happy to be able to go home again. Portkey is a magical item that can transport people from one place to another. It is somewhat similar to the Flu network. However, portkey is generally used for long-distance transmission. Molly Weasley looked at her eldest son, touched his head distressedly, and then muttered, "Your hair is really messy, I'll trim it for you later." When Bill heard this, he smiled helplessly at his brothers and sisters. Well, the familiar maternal love is back. Of course, the hostess Molly did not ignore their little guest, the little boy named Adam, who looked very well-behaved, quiet, and polite. "Adam, we have limited resources at home. You probably need to sleep with Bill in the bedroom on the 4th floor, or you can live with Ron. You are the same age, so we can probably chat." "Molly Weasley," he said to the little boy in an apologetic tone. "Mom," Ron said anxiously after hearing this. His small room is a bit messy now, and he doesn't really want to sleep in the same bed with this strange boy. "Thank you for taking care of me, Mrs. Weasley. It's fine for me to live with Bill. This is what we discussed on the way here." The little boy Adam glanced at Ron with a smile and said to Molly Weasley said politely, "Well, it's decided. I'll clean up your room." Before Mrs. Weasley went upstairs, she shouted to her youngest son, "Ron, get Adam some food, don't neglect the guests." George and Fred were also idle, so why should I go? Ron complained in his heart but did not dare to say anything after all, and then went to get food for the guests with a slumped face. In the evening, the 8 Weasleys, Charlie was not at home, and their little guest Adam, a total of 9 people, sat around the dining table together, eating a table full of delicious meals. The topic of everyone's chat mainly revolved around Bill and the little guest. When Bill came back this time, he naturally brought some small gifts to his family. Of course, they were not too expensive. Some of them were made by himself or were things he was allowed to keep when he solved the cursed treasure. These gifts made his brother the sisters were very happy. He liked the little pyramid you gave to Qin last time. He also studied it with Professor Swinton in the school for a long time. "I heard that Professor Snape also helped a lot," Fred or George said. The two brothers look so much alike that even family members often get them confused. "Professor Swinton?" Bill frowned slightly when he heard this, showing a puzzled expression. "Professor Swinton is the defense against the dark arts teacher who came to the school last year. This professor is young and promising, and he is very knowledgeable. I often ask him questions, but he only taught for a year and then left." "This is consistent," said by the very studious Percy Weasley. Percy is the 3rd eldest son of the Weasley family. He has Bill, the academic master, and Charlie, the Quidditch captain. He has always been under pressure and has always worked hard to push himself. Of course, this year, Percy got his wish and became the prefect of Gryffindor, which gave him a small sense of accomplishment. "Oh, that's it. What I didn't expect was that Professor Snape was also interested in this." Bill probably thought of Professor Snape's cold face, and there was a look of memory in his eyes. Look, although Bill graduated more than a year ago, he still misses his days at Hogwarts. Even the frosty Professor Snape feels a bit warm when he thinks about it. Hey, you don't know what kind of person Qin is. All the professors in the school are paying more attention to him. Well, how should I put it? Especially Professor Swinton and Professor Snape. They have always had a good relationship with Qin, one of the twins said to Bill, and then added, "Bill, I am Fred. I know you must not have noticed." "Well, Bill, I'm George." "Yes, we also heard some gossip. Before the summer vacation, something seemed to have happened between the 3 of them. Since then, Professor Snape has I don't talk much to Professor Qin and Swinton anymore," another of the twins said. Unfortunately, when we asked Qin, he refused to tell us whether he was dead or alive. If he kept asking, he would tie us to the Whomping Willow. One of the twins, who called himself Fred, shrugged. It seems. You have a pretty good relationship with Qin? Bill asked curiously. Not only is that good, they are Qin's loyal supporters. The three of them stay together all day long and often go to Hagrid's cabin to tinker with some things. Of course, there is also Charlie, who recruited Qin into the Quidditch team, and Qin played a decisive role in several games. Charlie really likes him, Percy interjected. Oh. I didn't expect there to be so many stories between you two. Bill's eyes lit up after hearing this. Among all the people present, Bill was the first to know Qin Yu, but they had only met briefly twice. The impression left on him by that little Oriental boy was that he was cheerful, polite, and looked very smart. This reminded Bill of Adam again. They were both very smart children, but Adam was more introverted, unlike Qin, who gave people a sunny and cheerful feeling. By the way, Adam, we have to go to Diagon Alley before school starts. Gringotts gave me a sum of money that I can use to help you buy things for school, Bill said to Adam. Hearing this, Ron immediately raised his head and cast an envious look. Because almost all the things he needed to start school were used by his brothers, such as Bill's old robe, Charlie's old wand, George and Fred's old textbooks, and even the crucible was discarded by Percy. Well, there is also the pet, which is a mouse that Percy had raised and was left at home to be fed by him last year. Why can't I have something new? Thinking of this, Ron's little face became bitter again. George and Fred looked at their brother like this, looked at each other, and tried not to laugh. Then, they casually told Bill that they also wanted to go shopping in Diagon Alley, and whether they wanted to buy something or not was another matter. It's to relax? Ron, come along, let's see if there are any new broomsticks, wands, or beautiful robes. The one in the twin who called himself George said to his younger brother. No, just hang out. I'll wait for you at the Leaky Cauldron. Ron curled his lips and said. In the next few days, Adam stayed at the Weasley family and received good care. The hostess, Molly Weasley, even treated him with care and kindness and was closer to him than to her own son. In fact, his biological son Ron is not very envious. After all, even without Adam, his mother still has a bad attitude towards her all day long and is always mean to her. Well, he is used to this kind of maternal love. Then, he sometimes felt that Adam was weird. For example, once he heard the little boy seem to be chatting with the mouse Spot. Why are you staying in this house like this? Are you hiding from something? This is what Adam said. Ron felt that Adam might have disliked Scabbers' somewhat embarrassed appearance because the mouse was so old that it had begun to shed its hair and was missing a toe. It looked listless and sleepy all day long. However, after that day, Scabbers stayed away from Adam when he saw him. Even if Ron tried his best to appease him, it was of no use. September 1st is the opening day of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Before 11 o'clock in the morning, there will be a Wizarding World Express train waiting at platform 934 of King's Cross Station in London to pick up the wizard students to school. The little wizards need to go through the wall between platform 9 and platform 10 after entering the station to reach that special platform. That morning, Mrs. Granger sent Qin Yu and Hermione to the entrance outside the station. Then, watching the two children walk into the station, Mrs. Granger finally couldn't help covering her mouth and crying. Last year, one of them was sent away, but this year they both left. Mrs. Granger couldn't stand it anymore as she watched Qin pushing his luggage and Hermione gradually disappearing into the crowd. Jenny, they will be back soon. Mr. Granger put his arm around his wife's shoulders and comforted her. But, I'm really worried about Hermione, Mrs. Granger said, sobbing on her husband's chest. This is the first time that my daughter has been away from the two of them for such a long time, and she will not be able to come back until Christmas vacation. It's no problem. With Qin here, I believe he will take good care of Hermione. Mr. Granger gently stroked his wife's back and continued to comfort her. Yes, even Mr. Granger would be worried if his daughter went to school in such a far and mysterious place alone. However, Qin has always been very reliable, especially after a year of study. He has become more and more calm. Now, Mr. Granger feels that it is reassuring for his daughter to be taken care of by Qin. His words obviously had an effect, and Mrs. Granger quickly calmed down. Well, Jenny, while these two little guys are away, I think we can think about our plans for this weekend. Mr. Granger took advantage of the victory and said to his wife with a smile. Plans for this weekend? Mrs. Granger murmured, blushing at the end. The two have been married for many years, so how could she not understand what her husband meant? Yes, we can go out for a walk this weekend. I heard that the town of Cokeworth is pretty good. We can go there for 2 days. Mr. Granger said his thoughts. Well, I think this is a good idea. Mrs. Granger nodded, pretending to be calm, but she had already begun to fantasize about many things in her heart. Yes, since they had their daughter, it seems that the two of them haven't planned a weekend like this for a long time. Mrs. Granger was originally a little depressed because her daughter went to school and traveled far away, but her husband's words diluted it a lot, and she had some expectations for the upcoming world of the two of them. Haha, Harry, go in and find your platform 934. I hope that platform has been built recently. A person's laughing voice reached the ears of the Grangers. Following the sound, they turned around and saw a fat middle-aged man putting a heavy suitcase on the cart and handing the cart to a black-haired boy wearing glasses. The fat man noticed someone looking at him, so he looked curiously towards the Grangers. The Grangers smiled at the man and nodded. After all, anyone who can name Platform 934 is probably the parent of the little wizard. The fat man was stunned for a moment, nodded to them, and then, as if he didn't want to communicate too much with them, left quickly and got into a car parked not far away. The little boy wearing glasses pushed the car into the station alone, probably looking for that special platform. Qin Yu and Hermione waited for Harry Potter by the wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10. This was the agreement they made in the letter because Harry Potter didn't know where the station was. Qin, we finally meet again, Harry said excitedly after seeing Qin Yu. During the remaining month of the summer vacation, he was looking forward to this day coming soon because his life at his uncle's and aunt's house was not pleasant. Even though they had some changes in their view of him, he became more and more like an outsider. You look good, Harry? Qin Yu looked at the boy and felt that he was much better, at least not as tired as when they first met. Hi, Harry Potter, I'm Hermione Granger. Hermione took the initiative to greet Harry Potter and held out her hand solemnly. I was just guessing that you must be Hermione. Nice to meet you. Harry quickly reached out his hand and shook it politely. Huh, you know my name. Hermione was a little surprised. Of course, you are Qin's sister. He told me about you. I have always wanted to get to know you, Harry said happily. Oh, so that's it. So, what did he say about me? After Hermione said this, she looked at Qin Yu with a smile on her face and narrowed her eyes. His tilde. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that Hermione was only mentioned in the underground vault of Gringotts. Moreover, at that time I encountered a forced retracement triggered by myself, and I should have said a lot of bad things about this girl, such as being greedy, sleeping dishonestly, eating my fingers while reading, and so on. However, fortunately, I made corrections the last time and didn't say anything too outrageous. He said that you have a good relationship. We often go shopping together and eat a lot of delicious food together in Diagon Alley. Harry briefly repeated what Qin Yu said about Hermione before. Hermione listened and nodded with satisfaction, then took Qin Yu's hand, raised her chin, and snorted arrogantly at him. Okay, we should go in. Qin Yu rubbed the girl's little hand twice and urged. Yeah, it's time to go. Hermione blushed slightly and said naturally. Then how do we go? Harry scratched his head and asked. He really didn't know where Platform 9 and 34 was. However, he didn't worry too much because Qin was here and he certainly couldn't lose him. Just as the three of them were about to enter the platform, two voices shouted. Qin, wait for us. Qin, we are here. Harry looked back and saw that there were two red-haired boys who looked exactly the same. They were taller than him and about the same height as Qin, and behind them there was a group of people. George, Fred, hello Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Percy, Ron, Ginny, and this little brother. Qin Yu felt that, among other things, greeting the Weasley family was indeed a bit tiring. The Weasley family also greeted Qin Yu with a smile, and Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically praised Qin for becoming more handsome and taller again. Bill, why are you back again? Qin Yu asked this question. Although your words sound strange, I must explain that I came back for serious reasons. Bill said, introducing the little boy next to him. This is Adam, a young wizard from an Egyptian Muggle family. I was appointed by the local Gringotts in Egypt to send Adam to school. Hello, Adam, nice to meet you, Qin Yu greeted the little boy. Hello, Qin, nice to meet you too, Adam replied politely. Qin Yu was actually somewhat puzzled, because even though he didn't know exactly who the students of Hermione's class were in his previous life, but with such a close relationship with the Weasley family, he seemed to have never heard of anyone named Adam. However, it cannot be ruled out that it is due to the butterfly effect or differences in parallel time and space. After all, Hermione in this world already knew her identity as a wizard before receiving the notification, right? This thought flashed across his mind. Qin Yu was about to introduce Hermione when the Weasley twins said, "This beautiful little girl must be Hermione." We didn't see clearly in the last photo, but we finally saw it this time. Myself. Qin Yu actually saved some of the introduction process. Hermione also sighed with emotion that she was already famous. Thinking of this, the little girl looked at Qin beside her and secretly stroked his hand. However, this guy didn't seem to have any special reaction, which made her somewhat discouraged. If Qin Yu was not Qin Yu, then he would probably feel that this person named Qin Yu would be a little embarrassed to meet Ron. However, he is indeed Qin Yu himself. After more than a year of getting along and going back in time 39 times, Qin Yu was convinced that he had nothing to struggle with on certain things. What should I choose between letting Hermione stay with me or seeing her with someone else? This is a very simple multiple-choice question. Even if the system that calls itself the selection system doesn't give out selection tasks ding ding ding, Qin Yu still knows how to choose. He chose to live this life freely. He chooses to protect the people he wants to protect. When he chooses her, no one can rob her, no one can take her away. Moreover, he was convinced that the girl had entered his heart and he had also entered her heart. If, in the end, it was just his own wishful thinking, then he would admit it. However, when he thought of this, his heart palpitated inexplicably, and a certain force in his body that had not been moving for a long time began to stir. That is one of the biggest secrets in him, and it is also something he strives to overcome obscurus. That power was powerful, mysterious, frightening, and at the same time full of temptation. If he gives himself over to it, then for him there will be no more problems in this world. So, why do I still work so hard to live? Leave it to it, leave everything to it. Qin, Hermione's voice seemed to come from a very far away place. Qin Yu turned to look at her blankly, feeling that although she was close at hand, she seemed far away. "Qin, what's wrong with you?" Hermione called him again. This time, her voice was filled with anxiety and her delicate brows were tightly knitted. Qin Yu subconsciously raised a hand, gently smoothed the girl's frown, and murmured, "Don't be afraid, Hermione." With this movement, his expression changed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he held the girl in front of him in his arms, closed his eyes, and smelled the smell of her hair greedily and deeply, until the familiar breath entered the nasal cavity, stimulating the nerve endings to send out complex and regular electrical signals. Then, the series of electrical signals were transmitted to the nerve center, awakening his brain on the edge of chaos. Hermione also hugged him tightly and said with a trembling cry in her voice, "Qin, what happened to you just now? I told you a lot, but you ignored me. I was a little distracted just now. I'm sorry, Hermione, for making you worry." Qin Yu gently stroked the girl's hair and said softly and apologized. "Well, I hope you're okay." Hermione nuzzled into his arms and smelled his scent between breaths, which quickly made her feel at ease. Of course, Hermione knew that Qin had a secret. After all, his appearance and subsequent actions made it difficult for her to believe that he was just an ordinary wizard. Of course, wizards themselves are not ordinary. However, she believed that Qin's refusal to tell her must be due to some special reason, so she could wait for him to tell her those secrets in person one day. But before that, as long as he can do well. "Hey, Qin, the train is leaving soon. Are you really not going to leave?" One of the Weasley twins couldn't help shouting. "You guys have to go to school together anyway, there's no need to do it like this at the station." The other twin rolled his eyes and said helplessly. At this time, it was already 10:55 and the Weasley family began to enter platform 9 and 3-4. At this time, George and Fred discovered that Qin Yu and the little girl Hermione were still writing ink behind them. Then, when they saw this scene, they felt like they were being fed a mouthful of dog food. When the two brothers shouted, everyone else looked over. Hermione quickly struggled out of Qin Yu's arms, while Qin Yu continued to hold her little hand without blushing or heartbeat. I know, you go over first and we will follow later, Qin Yu said to the two brothers. Everyone smiled and said nothing more. The little boy Adam, who was following Bill, looked at Qin Yu a few more times when no one was paying attention and murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Sure enough, come here, it was the right decision. I met so many interesting people before I even got to that school. Okay, George, you go in first, Mrs. Weasley said to one of her sons. Mom, I'm Fred. As our mother, how come you can't even admit who I am? The guy said with a hurt look on his face. Yes, Mom, I am George, another one also said. Mrs. Weasley snorted coldly and said, George, Fred, you have been playing this trick for several days. Do you think I still believe it? It's true this time. You should know that my nose is slightly higher than Fred's. If you don't believe me, take a look. One of the twins pointed to his nose and got closer. Show Mrs. Weasley. When Mrs. Weasley heard this, she looked at him hesitantly and then said in an uncertain tone, It seems like this. I'm sorry, George, it was Mother who admitted her mistake. The child pushed the luggage trolley to the wall. Before entering, he gave his mother a bright smile and said, Mom, I'm kidding you. Actually, I'm really Fred. After saying this, the guy greased the soles of his feet and penetrated the wall. George also made a face at his mother and everyone followed closely and passed through. Mrs. Weasley was breathing heavily. Harry, Adam, Ron, come one by one, she said to the three little boys. After the three little boys passed, Bill also followed. Mrs. Weasley nodded to Qin Yu and went in with Ginny. Let's go, Hermione, Qin Yu said to the girl. Yeah, Hermione nodded. Immediately, Qin Yu pulled her and stepped into the wall together. When entering the wall, Qin Yu clearly felt that the little hand he was holding became a little nervous. After passing through the wall, they saw a dark red steam train parked there, and the platform was noisy and crowded with people. Looking at this very retro train and the hordes of wizards, Hermione's eyes widened with an expression of surprise and curiosity. Not far away, Harry Potter looked similar. He had received special care from Mrs. Weasley, and brothers George and Fred helped him move the heavy suitcase. Before Harry got on the bus, he originally wanted to ask Qin Yu if he could sit with him. Who knew that George and Fred were too enthusiastic and directly packed him into a box with Ron and Adam. The three of you are all in the same class, so it's just a good time to get acquainted with each other in advance, Fred said. That's right, you might be assigned to the same college, let's get along well, George also said. Then the two of them patted their butts and left. The two brothers were going to find their friend Lee Jordan. They heard that this boy had obtained a huge bag spider. Although they had even seen top-notch things like Acromantula's body to be precise, but I am still a little interested in this poisonous spider from South Africa. After Hermione followed Qin Yu into the car, she discovered that many people, whether they were seniors or juniors, boys or girls, would greet Qin enthusiastically after seeing him. Many girls looked at herself being pulled by Qin Yu and cast complicated looks which made Hermione feel nervous for no reason. However, she quickly adjusted her mentality, followed Qin calmly through the crowd with a smile. Then, as she walked, she inexplicably thought of a story Qin had told her about a fox hiding behind a tiger to show off his power. Then he is now the little fox hiding behind Qin. You see, there is a red-haired guy over there who was scared away after seeing Qin. After walking for a while, Qin Yu and Hermione found an empty box with no one around. He put away their luggage. When the box door was opened again, the room became much quieter in an instant. Are you Elvis? Hermione said to the boy who had just entered. Yes, hello, you must be Hermione, right? Elvis said nervously. Yes, I'm Hermione, nice to meet you. Hermione Jane Granger smiled at the boy and held out a hand. Elvis quickly shook hands and stammered, I'm also very, very happy to meet you. For some reason, Elvis felt a little guilty in front of this little girl. Then, he thought about what he had done in the past year, especially when he thought about the fact that he leaked a lot of Qin's information to those girls. He suddenly felt a chill on his back and broke out in a cold sweat. Did I do something I shouldn't have done? Elvis muttered to himself. Based on this understanding, as well as his unexplained guilt and fear of a certain little girl, Elvis gave up the idea of staying in this box for a while, and after chatting with Qin Yu and Hermione for a few words, left reluctantly. Elvis was not the first person to come to this box and certainly not the last. After Qin Yu closed the door of the box before he could whisper a few words to Hermione and introduce the places he passed along the way, the door of the box was knocked from time to time, and the people who came were all familiar people. In addition to Elvis, there are also Jimmy, Burke, Wilson, and several teammates on the Quidditch team, such as the new Captain Wood, Chasers Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell, among whom Katie Bell was discovered by Wood at the end of last school year and has great talent as a chaser. There is also Money Wanda, a non-staff member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Because she was particularly biased against the Gryffindor team in a certain game, she was disqualified as a commentator by Professor McGonagall. "Okay, I'm going to see Ron. I heard from Fred and George that Ron is crying." When Monty said this, she didn't have any sympathy for her distant cousin. Instead, she looked optimistic, the look of a play. Qin Yu was also speechless about this distant cousin of the Weasley family. Soon, Fred and George came over and told Qin Yu about the South African poisonous spider owned by their classmate Lee Jordan. "The toxicity is average, far worse than the acromantula," George said. "It can only be kept as a pet." Fred shrugged. The two of them had been raising magical animals with Hagrid for a year, and their horizons had long been opened, and they looked down upon these gadgets to a certain extent. After saying this, Qin Yu couldn't help but care about why Ron was crying. "He discovered his wand is new," George said, raising his eyebrows. "Then I found that many things in the suitcase were also new," Fred continued. "Well, we originally thought that we would discover this when he was almost at school, but we didn't expect that we would notice it so early," George said with some disappointment, as if his happiness was half lost. "Yes, we kept it secret for a long time and did a lot of cover-ups. Even when he tried on the robe in Diagon Alley, he was almost bored to death, so we held back and didn't say we really wanted to buy it." Fred also sighed. He took a breath and said disappointedly. When Qin Yu heard this, he was sweating all over his forehead. These two guys are really devoting themselves wholeheartedly to the business of pranking others, and they don't even spare their own brother. Fortunately, the actions of the two brothers were not based on malice or harm, and the reason why Ron cried when he saw those new wands and new robes was probably because he was crying with happiness and joy. Well, Qin Yu could only say, "Let them be." He couldn't control the way the Weasley children got along. "Ron gets along well with that Harry Potter. I didn't expect them to be able to chat," Fred said happily. "I hope this kid can cheer up at school," George said in a slower tone. Although the Weasley twins laugh and laugh all day long, they are actually very meticulous at heart. Since they were young, they have determined to engage in business and make a lot of money, which is more or less related to the poor economic conditions at home. Now, with Qin Yu's guidance and help, the two of them have made some money. Naturally, they want to improve their lives for their younger siblings. Buying Ron a new wand, a new robe, and a new crucible is what they can currently do. Of course, this does not prevent them from pranking Ron, by the way. "Don't worry, Ron is your brother, that is, my brother. When he goes to Hogwarts, I will help you take good care of him," Qin Yu said to the Weasley brothers. George and Fred laughed and said that with Qin's words, Ron could walk sideways in Hogwarts. "What kind of messy description is this? Could it be that I have become the tyrant of Hogwarts?" Qin Yu couldn't help complaining in his heart. However, when he thought about it, these seemed to be mentioned in the stories he had told the two guys, and now they used them on himself. "Okay, we won't disturb you anymore. Bye," Fred waved to Qin Yu and Hermione. "See you at school." George also stood up and said goodbye to them. Hermione quickly smiled and waved, watching the two of them leave. However, as soon as the door of the box was closed, it was opened a crack and the heads of George and Fred appeared there. "Seriously, do you need to put something on the door?" one of the heads said. "What?" Qin Yu regretted it after asking. Sure enough, the two heads said in unison, "Do not disturb." This is a common slogan for hotels in the Muggle world. Hermione had already known it when traveling with her parents, not to mention Qin Yu. As a result, the two of them instantly understood the meaning of these idiot words. Crack. Before Qin Yu became angry, the box door was closed again and the Weasley twins hurried away. Oh, some two people are jumping sideways repeatedly on the edge of death. Their two personalities are like this. In fact, they are quite good people. It will be fine as long as you get used to it. Qin Yu explained to Hermione with a headache. Well, I quite like them, they are very lively, Hermione said with a smile. She believes that since these two people have such a good relationship with Qin, they must be very good people. So, you don't have to pay too much attention to what they say. Qin Yu added. Who knows, Hermione said seriously. How about, as they said, let's find a piece of paper and stick it outside? Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this. However, he soon saw a cunning look flashing in the girl's eyes. So Qin Yu rubbed her head and said angrily, what are you talking about? Hermione leaned into his arms, rubbed her little face against his and muttered. Who lets those people come in all the time? Yes, what was originally a nice private room for two has almost become a mobile living room. Of course, Hermione just said that when someone came in again, she immediately transformed into the cute Qin's sister. Especially the guy named Cedric. When he came in, Hermione cheered up because this guy always looked at Qin with that look. Fortunately, the man just sat there for a while and then left. Before leaving, he insisted on giving Qin a hug and said he missed him very much. It seems that Qin is really popular at Hogwarts. Hermione came to this conclusion again in her mind. Then, the expression on her face became complicated and solemn. Time goes a little further. By the way, Harry, Ron and Adam were originally quiet in that box with no one speaking. Harry was a little shy and Ron didn't know how to talk to this celebrity and didn't want to say anything to Adam. Adam was fine with whatever he wanted and just sat quietly and watched the scenery when no one spoke. Finally, not long after arriving, Ron couldn't bear the silence in the carriage anymore. He cleared his throat and said to Harry, are you really Harry Potter? Qin Yu had just introduced Harry to the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley was very enthusiastic about him, but Ron still couldn't believe it, because Harry Potter seemed to be a legendary figure in the story, and now he was actually in the same train compartment as him and sitting across from each other. Of course, Harry was not surprised by Ron's reaction because there were many people who were similar to Ron at the Leaky Cauldron or even more exaggerated. He didn't say much and lifted up the lock of hair on his forehead with great experience, because this was his most obvious physical mark. Ron's eyes widened when he saw the lightning scar on Harry's face. Even Adam, who was leaning against the window and looking at the scenery, cast a look with some curiosity and concern. So, this was really done by the mysterious man? You really escaped from his hands? Ron's mouth was a little bit open. It should be like this. Harry paused, shrugged, and said, but I really don't remember what happened that day. I only remember there was a dazzling green light. That's it. It's a very terrible curse. It can only be cast by an evil and powerful wizard, Ron said, staring directly at Harry. However, such gaze made Harry feel slightly uncomfortable. Ron quickly realized this and said sheepishly, I'm sorry, Harry, I'm a little too excited. You also know you are really famous. Well, it's okay, Harry said with a smile. Then, now that they were chatting, Harry couldn't help but curiously asked about Ron's family background. After all, the 6 red-haired children in that family were so eye-catching that anyone would want to know about them. So Ron started to complain, talking about his troubles of being born in a family with many children. You didn't see Charlie today because he went to Romania to study fire dragons. Therefore, our family has 7 children. I have 5 brothers and a sister. You should know that my sister has always been that little girl looking at you curiously. Then Ron talked about the pressure his brothers put on him. Of course, he was numb now and even chose to lie down. However, Harry expressed that he was envious of having so many brothers. When you have so many older brothers, you know you can never have something new, like I'm wearing Bill's robes when he was a kid and I'm using Charlie's old wand. In fact, I also raised a mouse which they left to me, but when I left home, it hid somewhere and I couldn't find it. Well, I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. I can show you how old my wand is. It even has the core inside. Ron said this probably to dispel Harry's envy, so he opened the suitcase a crack, fumbled a few times, and quickly took out a thin wooden stick from inside. Look, am I right? Its exterior is worn and the tip of the wand you should be able to see the unicorn hair inside, Ron said as he handed the wand to Harry. Moreover, when he said this, he turned his head to the side because he could probably guess that Harry would have a sympathetic or pitiful expression at this time, and he didn't want to see that. Therefore, he felt a little regretful and felt that he should not expose his poverty and embarrassment in front of new acquaintances. However, he couldn't explain why, but he really wanted to be calmer in front of Harry. But his mentality was still not strong enough after all. Then, just as Ron was thinking about these things, he heard Harry Potter say in a hesitant tone, Ron, this wand doesn't seem to be old, right? It looks very old to me. It's new. Tusk, how can ... it be possible, eh? Ron originally wanted to sneer, but when he turned around halfway through his words, he saw that he was actually holding a brand new wand in his hand. And his tone also changed from sneer to astonishment. Then he subconsciously looked at Adam. The latter looked calm and said to him in a light tone, "You should be able to guess it." Ron immediately thought about what happened yesterday when his family and Adam went to Diagon Alley. At that time, Fred and George insisted on dragging him to visit those shops and even tried out a wand at Ollivander's. Magic wand, but after trying it, they didn't buy it. He looked at the brand new wand in his hand again and found that it looked very familiar. It was clearly the one he had tried out in the wand shop, and yesterday they also visited other stores. So he put the wand into his arms, quickly pulled out the suitcase, opened it, and took a look. There are indeed all brand new things there: new robes, new cloaks, new pointed hats, new crucibles, and brass scales. And on top of those new things there was a note that read, "Haha, be surprised, Ronnie." Ron's nickname. There is a signature at the end, F and G. It's the initials of Fred and George. Thinking about the impatience he felt when being dragged shopping by the two of them yesterday, as well as the vague inferiority complex in his heart, he then looked at the new things in the suitcase. He could even see a small pile of gold galleons in the corner. Ron was just a child after all, so he couldn't hold back. Tears burst out of his eyes and he began to cry. Ron, are you okay?" Harry was stunned by this little boy. He didn't know why the other boy started crying as he spoke. "It's okay, Harry. Woo-woo-woo, I'll just cry for a while. Woo-woo-woo, Fred and George, they are so bad, they know how to bully me," Ron said intermittently while wiping away tears. Harry didn't know what to say for a moment, so he had no choice but to look at Adam, who was sitting next to the window. It seemed that this quiet little boy knew what was going on. "It's kind of a little game in their family." Adam found a description that wasn't quite appropriate. He actually didn't quite understand the way this family got along. Of course, this was exactly why he was interested in the Weasley family. He is always full of curiosity about things he doesn't understand. "Okay, then, Ron, I hope your mood will feel better soon." After Harry said this, he sat down and watched Ron looking through things, wiping his tears and laughing from time to time. This made Harry wonder if the child was stupid. "Hello, my name is Monty Wanda. I am Ron's cousin." When the cool girl with short dark brown hair walked into the box, Harry envied Ron again. Why do we only have relatives like Dudley? And Ron not only has a lovely sister but also a beautiful cousin who seems to have a very special personality. Harry thought to himself. "Ha, Ronnie, I heard you're crying." The short-haired girl raised her eyebrows and said after sitting down. Even though Ron's eyes were a little red from crying, he still frowned and said stiffly, "No, Monty, please don't talk nonsense. I'm just a little sleepy, so I was typing just now." Yawn. Even Harry couldn't stand the boy's lame excuse. Of course the short-haired girl, Monty, wouldn't believe it. She raised her hand and rubbed Ron's head twice, making his already messy hair look even messier. "Why are you messing up my hair?" Ron said, very dissatisfied. "I don't want to see you being fooled by Fred and George. You probably don't know how much money they made with that guy Qin last year. The three of them are known as the capitalists of Hogwarts," Mengnai said, rolling her eyes. "Well, this nickname was actually given to them by her because every time there was a party at Hagrid's cabin, Qin and the three of them paid for a lot of food." Hearing Mengnai mention Qin, Harry immediately became energetic. "Hogwarts capitalists?" Ron said blankly. So Monty briefly told what she knew about Qin and the Weasley twins reselling the Forbidden Forest's products. Harry and Ron, who were present, were stunned. They didn't expect that just a first-year student and two second-year students could already do so many things and make so much money. Harry's eyes were full of eagerness and he thought to himself, he is indeed Qin. Adam, who was sitting in the corner, had been listening to Monty's story quietly without any special reaction, just like a bystander with no sense of existence. So, they just spent a little money to buy you some new things. You can be a little touched, but there is no need to cry because of this little thing. Do you understand, Ronnie? Monty finally concluded. But, hey, Ron's emotions were quite complicated after hearing her words. Okay, don't think so much. Capitalists' money will not be wasted until it is wasted. After Miss Monty said this, she grabbed the galleons that the Weasley twins had secretly stuffed into Ron's suitcase, picked one, opened the box, and walked out. At this time, a woman pushed a cart slowly passing by in the aisle. The cart was filled with all kinds of small commodities from the magical world. The woman shouted sales pitches and asked the children in the box one by one if they wanted to buy them. Her words can roughly be translated as, pumpkin pie, all-flavored beans, chocolate frog licorice balls, come out and check out whatever you want. In short, this is the guy that girls with short hair are looking for. Hello, I need to buy some things here, Monty shouted. Okay, young lady, I'll be right over. The woman nodded with a smile and quickly approached while pushing the cart. When shopping, Mengni didn't pick and choose. She took some of everything and spent a gold galleons on it. Finally, she bought a lot and put them all on the empty seats in the box. Seeing that Monty bought so much, Harry couldn't help but take out the money from his pocket and buy a bunch too. The main reason is that he is a little hungry now and he has a lot of magic world coins on him. When he sees others buying them, he also has the desire to buy them. Harry bought less and only bought something worth 11 silver coins. Note, currency of the magical world, 1 gold galleons equals 17 silver sickles, 1 silver sickles equals 29 copper nuts. So the 4 children in the box ate those weird snacks from the magical world. For example, Bibi's multi-flavor beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pie, crucible-shaped cake, etc. Regardless of anyone else, Ron enjoyed his meal anyway because the lunch his mother prepared for him was a corned beef sandwich, which was so dry that his mother often forgot that he didn't like it at all. Of course, it was difficult for her to be too meticulous when she had to take care of so many children by herself, and Ron didn't have much to complain about. This is a chocolate frog. There are celebrity cards from the wizarding world in the package. Your card is Merlin. You should know Merlin, right? Ron said, pointing to the thing in Harry's hand. Merlin's beard, Harry remembered what Qin Yu once taught him in Diagon Alley. Yes, that's him. However, I have collected a lot of Zhang Malin. What I am missing now is Agrippa and Ptolemy, Ron said. Harry had never heard of either of the 2 names he mentioned. After Monty stuffed another pumpkin pie into her mouth, she said to them, You kids are really passionate about this thing. I collected a dozen of them before and then gave up. You're not that big either, Monty. You're only 3 years older than me, Ron said unconvinced. Hey, little devil, I'm 3 years older than you, so I'm older than you. After saying this, Mengni reached out her hand again and ruffled Ron's hair that he had just arranged. Looking at the annoyed Ron, Monty clapped her hands with satisfaction, stood up and said, I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to find Linda. Girls are much cuter. Just like that, Monty suddenly arrived, and after taunting Ron, she bought a bunch of snacks, ate some of them, and finally left simply. Ron, on the other hand, calmed down from the initial violent mood swings after his cousin made fun of him. Of course, he didn't think Fred and George were capitalists, but since the 2 brothers bought him things and gave him money to spend, he should be happy. At worst, he could just pay them back when he grows up. In short, Ron happily enjoyed the snacks bought with his brother's money and discussed with Harry the collection of cards on chocolate frogs and tried many flavors of Bibi's multi-flavor beans together. The 2 chatted and laughed and gradually became familiar with each other. We networked together and eventually became like friends we had known for many years. Adam, on the other hand, sat there quietly all the time. While Harry and Ron were discussing those topics, he was playing with a card on a chocolate frog. On the card was a man with silver white hair and long hair. An old man with a beard. The back of the card reads, Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry finally saw Qin Yu again. This time it was Qin Yu who took the initiative to knock on the door of their box. Hermione was there too, and there was a fat, silly little boy accompanying them. Neville's toad is lost, we are helping him find it. Qin Yu explained his purpose. However, neither Harry nor Ron have seen it. So Qin Yu and the others left. Before leaving, Qin Yu also took some snacks and handed them to Hermione and Neville. The main reason was that when the snack cart passed by, Cedric was in the box, enthusiastically discussing the Quidditch training plan for the new semester with him, so he missed it. Now seeing that there is so much food in this box, how could Qin Yu not take some since there are no outsiders anyway? When we get to school, I'll treat you to Hogsmeade delicacies, Qin Yu said to the three people in the box. Well, the kid named Adam is always so quiet that people almost ignore his existence. Not long after Qin Yu and the others walked, they met a little boy with blonde hair and a pale face in the aisle. After the blonde boy saw Qin Yu, he immediately showed an expression of surprise and embarrassment, because he finally confirmed who the two people he met in Mrs. Malkin's robe shop that day were. Our master Draco Malfoy has received a lot of praise and support on this magical express train. This made him feel a little elated for a while. However, what the students talked about the most was Qin, the popular figure in the school, and Harry Potter, who escaped from the hands of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Of course, they would not call Voldemort by his first name. I'm really looking forward to Qin's performance in the new school year. The Gryffindor Quidditch team has really changed a lot since we have Qin. But Charlie graduated and left, and he didn't know who would be the seeker on their team. It doesn't matter. With Qin as a batter, anyone can be a good Gryffindor seeker as long as he's not too bad. Then you try it. Hate, isn't it, because they don't want people from other colleges. Moreover, I will defend the honor of Hufflepuff College to the death. Whispering sound. To be honest, I heard that Qin's sister also came to Hogwarts to attend school. I wonder if she is also a very powerful person. That's definitely worth looking forward to. The Quidditch game made Qin Yu well known to everyone, and when people got to know him better, they found that he was also a person with excellent grades, reviews from teachers in various subjects, excellent character, feedback from some first-year freshmen, and popular. A lot of people feedback from some first-year freshmen made him quickly become a high-quality figure on campus. Of course, Qin Yu's reputation is limited to the school. He is a tyrant in the novice village and he is just a stranger when he goes out. However, he doesn't care about this. He can learn things in school, upgrade secretly, and then have fun. As for the name Harry Potter, it has been circulating in the wizarding world for 10 years. However, everyone has only heard of his name before but never seen his name. This time he finally saw him alive. The boy is in the front car. I passed by and took a look. He looked quite quiet. Then he is very powerful, isn't he? He must be very skilled in magic if he can escape from the mysterious man. Not necessarily, it looks pretty ordinary. But it's certainly not ordinary. That's true. These people's comments made Malfoy a little jealous. However, he felt that if he gave time, he would definitely be very famous in Hogwarts. Before that, he also wanted to see what those two people looked like. So he took his two friends, followers Crabbe and Goyle, and walked towards the carriage. Then he saw the man he met at Madame Malkin's robe shop in the aisle. The most important thing is that some students passing by smiled and greeted the man and called him Qin. Are you really Qin? Thinking about what he said that day, Malfoy's expression became somewhat unnatural. I didn't expect to meet so soon, Draco, Qin Yu said with a smile. You actually know my name? Malfoy's pupils shrank and he exclaimed. Because I have met your father several times and I am very impressed every time. Moreover, you have your iconic white golden hair and your face that always makes people uncomfortable. Really just like your father? Qin Yu said coldly. Every time I meet Lucius Malfoy, I feel like a complete mess. Seeing his son Draco Malfoy at this time, how could Qin Yu have a good face? I don't know what happened between you and my father, but I hope you speak more civilly, Malfoy said with some guilt. He finally understood why his father would let him stay away from Qin, because the two of them had a grudge. In fact, the main reason why Lucius asked him to stay away from Qin Yu was that he was too impressed by the first time he saw Qin Yu whip Jerome, and he was afraid that his son would also suffer. Oh, civility. Well, remember your words. If I find that you are uncivilized in school, I will have a good talk with you, Junior Malfoy. As Qin Yu spoke, he approached Malfoy, who was slightly shorter than him. At the end of his words, he reached out and patted the child on the shoulder, which made the latter tremble. That's for sure. The Malfoy family has a long heritage and is a pure-blood wizard family that is elegant, civilized, and polite. How could I do something uncivilized? Malfoy raised his little face and tried to make it sound. Calm yourself down. There was nothing I could do. Qin Li was too close and my heart couldn't help but beat wildly. I was really afraid of him and a little frightened. Very good, very good. I will reward my junior with a jelly bean. Qin Yu said and handed Malfoy a Bibi multi-flavor bean. By the way, Crabbe and Goyle, who were both silly and strong, were given one each. What is this? Master Malfoy has never eaten something like this that is only eaten by common people. Delicious food! Qin Yu also stuffed one into his mouth. Well, luckily, it's strawberry-flavored. Hermione, Neville, let's go. I guess that toad has gone to another carriage. Qin Yu greeted his sister and the fat little Neville to leave. Malfoy swallowed and couldn't help but drop the Bibi's multi-flavored bean in his hand into his mouth. Immediately, his facial features immediately wrinkled in pain. So sour, Malfoy whispered. He felt that a lot of saliva was secreted in his mouth instantly. However, after the initial strongest sour taste, there began to be some sweetness in the mouth and it seemed quite delicious. Such stimulation of taste buds was something Malfoy had never experienced before, and it made him like the strong sour taste for the first time. Qin, I will definitely catch up with you. Malfoy quickly chewed the jelly beans, swallowed them, and shouted to Qin Yu, who was walking away. I'm waiting for you, Qin Yu said without looking back. After Qin Yu and the others went to another carriage, Crabbe asked, Malfoy, are we still looking for Harry Potter? Go, why not go? Maybe he can also go to Slytherin. I hope he can understand the situation and choose to be with us. Malfoy had just seen Harry Potter's figure from a distance and had already confirmed that he was the little boy wearing glasses that he had seen in the robe shop. I came here this time to draw Harry into their small group. Of course, the most important purpose is to make the celebrity Harry Potter become friends with him, and it is best to listen to him. In that case, he will be too proud. However, thinking about this, Harry Potter and Qin knew each other. Malfoy felt that the goal could be lowered and they could just become friends. Then, the Malfoy trio knocked on the box where Harry Potter was. Even thinking about what Qin Yu had just said to him to pay attention to civilization, Malfoy was still extremely arrogant after meeting Harry and Ron, and even made fun of the poverty of the Weasley family. Harry Potter naturally became more and more disgusted with this boy. Let alone being friends, if he didn't know any magic at all, it would not be impossible for him to fight on the spot. After all, Malfoy's words that mocked Ron sounded serious to Harry. It's about being angry on behalf of a friend. In this way, not only did Malfoy fail to make friends with Harry Potter, but the relationship between the two parties became tense. Oops, my stomach hurts. It must be the problem with that bean just now, Gore, who was both naive and strong, said, holding his stomach. Me too, Crabbe also covered his stomach. At this time, Malfoy's stomach began to growl. As a result, the three Malfoys who were originally arrogant left the box in embarrassment. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This made Harry and Ron burst into laughter. Adam, who had always had no sense of presence, slowly put down his slightly raised hand and muttered to himself, What three noisy guys. Shopping, dirty, Tilda. The train speeds past. Along the way are vast mountains, rivers, forests, and wilderness, as well as the occasional Muggle town. On the train, the little wizards were chatting and laughing, sitting quietly or admiring the scenery along the way, waiting for it to reach its destination. However, Qin Yu and Hermione failed to help Neville find the toad after all. Fortunately, after the little fat man was sad for a while, he temporarily forgot about it and ate the delicious food Qin Yu gave him. After seeing off the little fat man, the two of them were finally no longer disturbed by other people, because everyone had to make various preparations before getting off the bus. Qin Yu and Hermione also put on their respective wizard robes. Seeing Hermione again transformed into a cute little witch, especially with her chin raised and her arrogant look on her face, Qin Yu's heart felt hot and he couldn't help but reach out and pinch her little face. This girl looks so cute. If she were at home, it would be more than just pinching her cheek. No big deal, just read another poem. If you pinch it again, it will swell, Tilda, Hermione said, rather dissatisfied. I'm not trying hard enough. Then let me pinch you and give it a try. Come anyway. HMPH, then don't move. It hurts. I obviously didn't use so much force just now. Really? Then I'll be gentler and try again. Hey. Don't hide. You'd be a fool not to hide. Hey, you can't hide. Well. A certain girl fell into Qin Yu's arms because she couldn't stand firm for a moment. Then she was too lazy to move anymore and took a rest. In 5 minutes the train will arrive at the terminal. Please don't carry too many things with you, just leave your luggage in the car. We will help you deliver it to the school dormitory. A voice echoed in the carriage. Hermione was awakened from her sleep by the sound. Standing up from Qin Yu's arms in confusion, the little girl said blankly, "Are you here so soon?" "What else? Have you not slept enough?" Qin Yu said as he helped her straighten a few messy strands of hair. "I really didn't sleep enough. I actually didn't get a good rest last night. I wanted to go find you, but I was afraid you would drive me away." Hermione rubbed her eyes and mouthed. He muttered and finally yawned. Qin Yu didn't expect that this girl was so nervous that she had insomnia last night. However, he thought back to his mood when he came to Hogwarts at the beginning of last year. Even though he had the experience of being a human being for 2 lifetimes, he was still very excited. "This is true for me, let alone the little girl Hermione." "Okay, don't be nervous. Hagrid will take you by boat to Hogwarts Castle later. You have met Hagrid. When you arrive at the school auditorium, you will be sorted, put on the sorting hat, etc. Just follow the assignment." Qin Yu held Hermione's little face with both hands, talking about the process of freshmen going to school and rubbing her face to help her wake up quickly. Hermione nodded her head twice in his hand. Then, Qin Yu let go of the girl and went to get some of his own things to take with him. As for Hermione's luggage, he put it away separately and would be sent to her own room when the sorting was over. "Yeah," Hermione suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu looked over curiously. "Qin, my clothes are wrinkled." Hermione pointed at the robe she was wearing and said in distress. After changing into her robe just now, the girl fell asleep in Qin Yu's arms. Due to her dishonest sleep, wrinkles appeared in her robe. Hermione said, pulling at it with her hands, trying to stretch it out, but the effect was not obvious. "Hands away, I'll do it." Of course, Qin Yu didn't reach out to help her pull off her clothes. Instead, he took out his wand and cast a simple spell. Hermione's robe immediately became smooth and ironed again. Knowing some commonly used household magic, isn't this an essential skill for a qualified brother-nan-brother Peng Yu? "Qin, you are so awesome." Hermione looked at Qin Yu with bright eyes and said, "Qin cast the spell so handsomely." If it were at home, she would definitely give him more than just a verbal compliment. Well, she is now always reminding herself that she is about to go to school and she must pay attention to her speech and behavior as well as her identity as a little wizard. The train stopped slowly and the wizard students poured out of the door. It was very crowded for a while. "First grade students gather here, first grade students gather here," Hagrid's voice sounded. Qin Yu took Hermione to say hello to Hagrid and also chatted with Harry, Ron, and Adam. Harry and Ron looked uneasy. Qin Yu felt that they were not sure which foot to take first when walking. On the other hand, Adam was not nervous at all. Instead, he had a faint smile on his face and looked curious. "Look here and there." "See you at school," Qin Yu waved to Hermione. "Yeah, see you at school," Hermione nodded solemnly. Harry, Ron, and Adam also waved goodbye to Qin Yu. Then, Qin Yu went with Elvis and others to get on the carriage pulled by the magical animal Thistral along the tree-lined path by the lake and returned to Hogwarts first. Along the way, several people chatted about what they had done during the summer vacation, especially Elvis, who once again thanked Qin Yu for his letter guidance. Soon, they entered the castle. After getting off the bus and walking down the long corridor, everyone felt extremely friendly. The same is true for Qin Yu. This magic school has carried his campus time for the past year. The plants, trees, bricks, and stones here are all so familiar. They seem to be welcoming his return. However, many familiar people cannot be seen here, such as Charlie, who graduated and went to Romania, such as Professor Swinton, who left Hogwarts to search for ancient ruins, and some people who have a good relationship with whom they cannot name. Gryffindor Senior? Instead, there are those freshmen who are about to enter the school and he has become their senior. Thinking about it this way, there is indeed a feeling of things are different and people are different. Qin Yu followed the crowd into the auditorium of Hogwarts with emotion. At this time last year, it was here that he and his classmates were assigned to their respective colleges by the Sorting Hat. Now it was replaced by Hermione, Harry, Ron, and other first-year students. Not long after the senior students sat down at the tables in their respective houses, the door to the auditorium was pushed open. Professor McGonagall, the vice principal of Hogwarts School and head of Gryffindor House, led the group of young students. The wizard came in. Hermione in the crowd, after following everyone in, subconsciously looked for Qin Yu's figure. When she saw him, her expression immediately became calmer. The same goes for Harry. After finding where Qin Yu was sitting, he couldn't help but look towards him. After all, his only acquaintances here were Hagrid and Qin Yu. The next step is for the Sorting Hat to decide which college everyone will attend. The person whose name I read out comes up, sits on the stool and puts on the Sorting Hat. Professor McGonagall said, taking out a list written on parchment. Then, the first-year students walked on stage one by one for college assignments. A little girl named Hannah Abbott was the first to take the stage, and the Sorting Hat quickly shouted Hufflepuff. After that, more than 20 students were assigned to the 4 houses of Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger, Professor McGonagall called Hermione's name. After hearing this, Qin Yu became a little nervous for no reason. He probably felt like an old father watching his daughter grow up. Bah, this is nothing to think about, someone complained in his heart. He saw the little girl trotting onto the stage and sitting down on the stool. The Sorting Hat was placed on her head. She pursed her lips and blinked a few times, waiting for the Sorting Hat. Assign results. Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat quickly called out the name. An expression of excitement and joy suddenly appeared on Hermione's face. After taking off her hat, she bowed politely to Professor McGonagall, then turned around and trotted down the stage again, heading straight to Gryffindor's room. Go to the long table. After approaching, she immediately slowed down, moved her steps, and slowly sat down in the empty seat next to Qin Yu. The Gryffindor students responded with warm applause to Hermione's arrival. The little girl responded with a polite yet elegant smile. Adam Quinn. Following Hermione on stage was Adam. Qin Yu couldn't help but look towards the stage. He had an indescribable feeling about this boy with an ordinary name, not very eye-catching appearance, and a dull personality. After all, although this child did not have much sense of existence, he appeared in his sight many times. His intuition told him that this in itself speaks for itself. Of course, he also felt a little bit that he might be overly concerned. After all, if the other party was a suspicious person, the system would not pop up and give a prompt or something. Etc. Why does the system definitely give me a prompt? Is it so trustworthy? Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a chill in his heart. However, when he thought about it, he knew the plot of the story after all. Apart from Voldemort and Death Eaters, what other villains could there be in this world? And Adam was so young, he couldn't be a Death Eater, right? I may be too sensitive. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. These thoughts just passed by in a flash, and Qin Yu quickly turned his attention to the stage again. At this time, the Sorting Hat was shaking his head and muttering something, obviously thinking about how to allocate the place of the little boy below him. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, you seem to be able to go anywhere. It doesn't seem to be a good fit anywhere. You are an unexpected person, the Sorting Hat muttered in a dazed tone. Sorry for embarrassing you, Adam said calmly in his heart. So, no sir, which college are you going to? The Sorting Hat actually asked in a somewhat respectful tone. Let's go to Gryffindor, that college seems quite interesting. Adam glanced at the direction of Qin Yu, and this thought flashed through his mind. That's right, interesting people do often appear in Gryffindor. Since this is your choice, then Gryffindor. After muttering a few words, the Sorting Hat shouted out the name of the house. Name. Adam stood up immediately with a faint smile on his lips, took off his hat and walked towards the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindor students naturally gave the new member a warm round of applause. Unexpectedly, you are also a student with difficulty in sorting. Qin Yu put down his clapping hands and said to Adam with a smile, and a trace of undetectable thought flashed in his eyes. The so-called students with difficulty in sorting are students who were unable to make a sorting decision for the Sorting Hat within 5 minutes. Historically, this was not very common. However, Adam only took about 1 minute and only made the sorting hat difficult for a short time. Obviously not included in this list, Qin Yu just borrowed the concept of difficult students in sorting. Adam was slightly startled when he heard this and then said with a smile, "Mr. Hat may think that I am not talented enough, so it is difficult for me to make decisions." You don't have to think too much. The sorting hat cannot decide a person's future. In short, welcome to Gryffindor, Qin Yu encouraged. Thank you, Qin, Adam nodded. Next, another person appeared who made the sorting hat think about it for a long time before making a decision. That is the little fat boy Neville Longbottom. Of course, our future Gryffindor sword master was sorted into the cell as expected. Lanfindor. However, the sorting hat's hesitation was due to Neville's slow reaction at this time or because he could not see the future development trend clearly. Draco Malfoy was very fast. As soon as he put on the hat, he shouted the name Slytherin loudly. Master Malfoy immediately left his stool with a smile on his face and came to the Slytherin table. When it was the turn of the last name starting with the letter P, Harry Potter was called up to the stage. As for where Harry Potter should go, the sorting hat hesitated between Slytherin and Gryffindor. After Harry looked anxiously in the direction of Qin, Ron, and Adam, and looked at the table where the arrogant Malfoy sat with disgust, he said to the sorting hat in a very soft voice, "Number go to Slytherin." "Oh, not going to Slytherin? Another one who wants to go to Gryffindor. Why did I say what? Okay, since it's your wish so strong, then Gryffindor." The nagging sorting hat made the final decision. Harry Potter showed a look of joy, took off the sorting hat, and hurried to the Gryffindor table. Then, he sat down next to Adam facing Qin Yu. Because Weasley's last name started with W, Ron was the second to last one on stage. On such an occasion, when it was the turn of someone so late in the order, this child was extremely nervous. His little face wrinkled together and his waist was hunched over as if he had a stomachache. Fortunately, the sorting hat made a decision quickly and called out the name Gryffindor without hesitation. After all, it is normal for the Weasley family to go to Gryffindor. Finally, when the last student whose last name started with the letter Z was assigned, the annual sorting ceremony at Hogwarts came to a successful conclusion. Then, the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, stood up and gave the opening speech. The general meaning was that he welcomed the new students, encouraged the old students, and hoped that all students would make further progress in their magic learning in the new school year. Finally, he asked everyone to enjoy today's food and let the teachers on the stage enjoy the wine. And as his words fell, the 4 long dining tables instantly transformed into tables full of delicacies. Seeing this scene, the first-year students suddenly let out exclamations that they had never seen before, and even Master Malfoy looked happy. Even though Hermione heard this from Qin Yu, her eyes still widened in surprise. Needless to say, Harry was amazed by the magic again. Second-year students like Jimmy and Wilson put on a calm and reserved look, showing the composure that an old student should have. "Open your mouths." Hearing these familiar words, Hermione opened her mouth subconsciously, and then a piece of fragrant and tender lamb steak was stuffed into her mouth. After chewing twice, the girl suddenly froze when she remembered the occasion. She closed her mouth and looked at Qin Yu with her eyes full of shock and her cheeks puffed out in shame. The meaning in those eyes seemed to say, "This is at school, not at home. Eat quickly, there's a lot more." Hermione heard this and subconsciously continued to chew, because the lamb chops at Hogwarts were so delicious. She was still a child, how could she resist the temptation of delicious food? After she swallowed it, another piece was brought to her mouth. She opened her mouth wide and bit it in one bite as if accepting her fate. Anyway, that was the end of the matter, so don't let down the delicious food. Seeing how much she was eating, Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and fed another piece of carrot to supplement her vitamins. "Miss Granger, this is Hogwarts, your home for the next 7 years. Do you need to be so reserved?" Qin Yu said, handing over a bowl of soup. "Home." Harry Potter, who was sitting opposite, raised his head after hearing this and repeated the word home. And when he said this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He didn't want to pick up the fight, but he couldn't help it, because home is such a longing for him. Qin Yu looked at Harry and several first-year freshmen, raised his voice slightly and said, "Yes, Hogwarts is your home. So juniors and juniors, you must be too polite when eating." After saying this, he said to the second-year students sitting next to him, Jimmy, Wilson, show them, let the juniors and juniors see what Gryffindor's dining style is. No problem, since you said so. The two of them had long been fed up with being decent seniors. One pulled a big chicken drumstick and the other held a piece of buttered bread and chewed it in a vicious manner until his mouth was full of oil. Qin Yu couldn't help but smack his mouth in embarrassment as he watched the two men perform with excessive force. However, the effect is still good. When the first-year students saw the seniors looking like this, they all showed expressions of eagerness to try. Ahem, then, what are you waiting for? Qin Yu said seriously to the first-year freshman while he was not embarrassed enough to avoid the two guys. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat that fried potato. Please pass me some gravy. This roasted chicken is so delicious. After all, they are all children. Once there are no restraints, let them go. Of course, few of them were as hungry as Jimmy and Wilson. Harry was much better, but Ron's eating habits were exactly the same as Jimmy's. Looking at the lively first-year students, Elvis looked at Qin Yu and felt that it was completely normal for Qin to be there. As the newly promoted captain, Percy also nodded secretly. He learned some experience in mobilizing the atmosphere from Qin. As everyone knows, when Qin Yu said this, he just thought that Hermione was too reserved and he couldn't stand it, so he fed her a few pieces of meat and carrots. In short, no matter what, the dinner on the first day of school became sumptuous and lively. Even Adam, who has always been mild-mannered, was like a hamster, munching on a plate full of vegetables, especially broccoli and pea shoots, both of which he had a special liking for. Qin, I want to eat this. Qin, I want to eat that. Qin, I want to drink juice. Qin. What happened again? I'm a little full from eating and feel so uncomfortable. Then don't eat it. But I haven't tasted that little cake yet. Then take a break and eat again. A certain little girl, if she lets go and eats, the consequences will be that she will be able to hold on until she is full. Of course, she is still in the early stages of development. If she eats more, she will only grow taller, not fat. Qin Yu has reason to believe that if she eats this way, this girl will be able to grow taller in a year. When they return home for the summer vacation, the Grangers will definitely be surprised. After dinner, the first-year students were led back to the dormitories of each college by the male and female prefects of each college, while the old students went back on their own. The entrance code to the Gryffindor dormitory this time is Dragon Slag. After Qin Yu, Elvis and others read this command, the portrait of the fat lady moved away, revealing the doorway. After they got in, they came to the public rest area that they had not seen for a long time. After taking a quick glance and not seeing Hermione here, Qin Yu returned to his dormitory first. The room is still the same as before, whether it is the bed, table, chairs, or the various small ornaments on the table, there is no difference from before. Even the unique atmosphere of the castle in the air is exactly the same as before. These familiar things rushed towards Qin Yu's face, awakening Qin Yu's memories of the past year and gradually pulled him back to the life track before summer vacation. After a brief tidying up, Jimmy, Wilson, and others sat on the bed, sharing the things they brought from home, mainly some food and toys, and excitedly talked about today's sorting ceremony. Teasing the first grade, the freshmen looked nervous when putting on the sorting hat, and they felt a sense of pride and superiority as senior students. As everyone knows, they were not much better last year. This is really like Qin Yu's college life in his previous life. From this point of view, there is actually not much difference whether it is a muggle or a wizard. At this moment, a second-year student who lived in the next dormitory came in and said, Qin, your sister is in the common rest area. She seems to be waiting for someone, hee. When the boy said this, he had a smile on his face, and after speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Qin Yu. Qin Yu punched the kid, said Q, and then hurriedly left the dormitory and went to the common rest area. I came to inform you, but I got punched in vain. What's the point? Are you right, Elvis? The man rubbed his shoulders and said to Elvis, who was sorting out his books. Hearing this, Elvis touched his nose and nodded yeah. He actually wanted to say something more, but when the words came to his lips, he forgot the name of this classmate. After all, after not seeing each other for a summer vacation, this person appeared out of the blue and he really couldn't remember his name. Okay, let's not talk anymore. I have to go back and pack my luggage. Have a happy new semester, Elvis. "Happy new semester," Elvis quickly replied. Then, after the person left for a while, he couldn't remember the other person's name, as if some force in the dark grabbed his thoughts and prevented him from touching that name. When Qin Yu approached the public rest area, he saw the girl's figure next to the fireplace. Brown hair, white shirt, red and blue scarf, loose and decent black robe outside, and between the gray-blue skirt and black stockings is a fair and slender calf. At this time, the two slender calves were being lifted up and down in the open space in front of the fireplace, allowing the owner of the legs to pace back and forth. It could be seen from the frequency of her pacing that she was slightly anxious and anxious. Impatient. When the girl walked back and forth and turned around again, her delicate and lovely face looked up, and her eyes caught an oriental boy who had just walked into the public rest area. Qin Tilda, the girl smiled, and her original anxiety and impatience disappeared. Qin Yu did not respond but gently stroked the girl's long brown hair twice and murmured, "It's just as imagined." "What's the same?" the girl asked blankly. "Well, it's just like in the dream. I dreamed that you appeared here and then you were wearing a wizard's robe, just like you are now," Qin Yu said slowly. "Me too." The girl raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes seemed to be full of emotion that was too strong to be resolved. "What's the same?" Qin Yu looked into her eyes and repeated the question she just asked. "I also had the same dream. I dreamed that you were here, also wearing a wizard's robe and," the girl murmured but stopped abruptly at the end. "What else?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. "Nothing, just chatting and talking together." As the girl spoke, she felt a strong arm hugging her and then her body fell uncontrollably onto someone's chest. "Is this true?" someone asked. "I won't tell you." The girl rubbed her little face against his chest. She felt the tension and fatigue from the day come over her instantly, and she really wanted to sleep. However, the occasional footsteps of a Gryffindor wizard passing by made the girl suddenly realize that this was not home. However, she then thought about it, who said that Hogwarts is our home. So, it should be okay to hug for a while, and everyone is packing their luggage and there are not many people in the rest area. Qin Yu considered that the girl might be thin-skinned, so he let go after a short hug. Then, he took her little hand and found a place to sit down and chat. Of course, it was mainly Hermione who was talking because she really went through a lot today. This place is even more magical than imagined. The castle is so big and there are so many corridors. The magic dome in the auditorium is 100 times more beautiful than what is described in the book. I couldn't imagine what it would be like for a hat to talk. Also, the dinner was really delicious. I met so many wizards at once and I was actually a little bit nervous. Qin, were you nervous when you first came here? How should I put it? The most nervous time was when I appeared in the attic of your house. Since that day, I have become less nervous. Qin Yu thought for a while and said, "Ah." The girl leaning on his shoulder was startled. She raised her head and looked at him with wide eyes. Then she pursed her lips and said guiltily, "Did I scare you that day?" Seeing her like this, Qin Yu couldn't help but reached out and ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "How is that possible? HMPH, if you dare to say that you were scared by me, I will bite you." Hermione wrinkled her nose and said fiercely, "Well, this girl seems to be becoming more lively and naughty now." Of course, Qin Yu doesn't think this is a bad thing. Being happy is the most important thing in life. It's just that the way she looks, well, it's too foul. Qin Yu held her in his arms again and said softly in her ear, "How could you scare me? The day I open my eyes and see you is the most important day in this world for me." There are many meanings in these words, some of which cannot even be mentioned to others. However, even if she didn't know all the information hidden behind this sentence, the girl was still very happy. That day was also my most important day in this world. Not long after, everyone had probably tidied up their dormitories and more little wizards came to the common rest area. A certain 2 boys and girls also became upright and serious. The girl even took out a course schedule and discussed the courses she would take next, showing the seriousness and thirst for knowledge of a top student. Well, she is really looking forward to those magic classes, especially the transformation class. She thinks the transformation between items is very interesting and challenging, as the principal, Dumbledore, attaches great importance to the opening day of Hogwarts every year. He would prepare an opening speech for the day, and when he was in high spirits, he would tell a joke that he had been thinking about for several days. Most people find his jokes confusing because he takes so long to prepare them and they are too advanced and unreasonable. It was the same this year. He did tell a joke on stage, but no one seemed to notice that it was a joke. Of course, these are not important. As long as he sees those energetic children sitting in the auditorium full of expectation and admiration, Dumbledore feels an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It was this sense of satisfaction that kept him going for so many years. Because, from a long time ago, Dumbledore has positioned himself as an educator, not a great wizard, careerist, or powerful person. Even if he wants these things, he can get them at his fingertips. It's such a tempting trap at your fingertips. It was precisely because he wanted those things that were within his reach that he lost more. Later, he discovered that his mission was to do things that seemed difficult, such as cultivating innocent children into kind and brave wizards so that they could face it calmly. This world may not be perfect. This is not easy or even very difficult because many children easily succumb to ambition and lose themselves after being tempted by power. After saying the password, the door to the principal's office and living room opened. Dumbledore walked in holding the Sorting Hat. At this time, there was only one person, one bird, and one hat in the room. Phoenix Fox was already very old, squatting there motionless as if taking a nap, and did not make any big reaction to Dumbledore's return. "Oh, dear Professor Dumbledore, congratulations on your new group of students." The talking hat couldn't help but speak first. "Tell me, who among the children this year is more special?" Dumbledore, who had long gray hair and beard, said to the Sorting Hat on the table after sitting down in his own chair. "Haha, of course it's Harry Potter, he's really special," the Sorting Hat said with a smile. The laughter was sharp and could not be called pleasant. "You know, I'm not asking about this child." Dumbledore's old eyes glanced at the hat through his half-moon glasses. "Then it must be Neville Longbottom. He is a child with a somewhat confused brain but a promising future. He will become a brave Gryffindor wizard in the future," the Sorting Hat said in a high tone. At the end, it was sung like an opera. "Old friend, it seems that you have concerns. Do you want me to remind you?" Dumbledore said quietly to the hat. "Dumbledore, please don't say so much. You know, our existence is different from you wizards. We also need to be reverent, a higher level of existence." The Sorting Hat became hesitant and did not dare to go on. "Don't worry, this room has been cast with a spell to prevent detection," Dumbledore said with relief. "Not enough," the Sorting Hat said timidly, its tall hat twisting in a panic as if it was looking around for something suspicious. "Then I'll reinforce it," Dumbledore said, waving his ancient knobby wand, and a powerful and quiet spell instantly covered the area of the principal's office. Then this world and even people outside this world cannot find out what is happening inside or what is being talked about. After separating from Hermione, Qin Yu returned to the dormitory. It took him a long time to stop the illusion that he could still smell the smell in his nose. Then, his mind began to calm down, thinking about today's events, especially what happened in the auditorium. At the end of the banquet, Dumbledore mentioned one thing as expected, which was that students were prohibited from going to the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Qin Yu knew that there were obstacles set up by Dumbledore to protect the Sorcerer's Stone, and the first hurdle was Hagrid's three-headed dog Luwei. Well, he was partly involved in this matter. After all, he helped Hagrid buy the three-headed dog with his own money. Regarding the magic stone, as we all know, it is the ultimate alchemy product that can turn stones into gold and create elixirs of life. And most importantly, it is something that Voldemort covets, and it is the key to helping Voldemort resurrect. Qin Yu really wanted to have a good chat with Dumbledore and tell him to be careful about a suspicious professor who would try his best to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, he had already made that choice during the summer vacation, which he couldn't do at all. "It really feels like I've been tricked by the system," Qin Yu couldn't help but curse it in his heart. In addition to the magic stone, Qin Yu is also thinking about another thing, and that is Professor Swinton. After the banquet, Qin Yu caught up with Snape, who was slowly leaving, and asked him if he had any news about Professor Swinton. "I only received a letter from him some time ago. In the letter, he said that he was going to Egypt to visit an ancient ruins. After that, I never heard from him again." Snape finished speaking. As if remembering something, he continued to Qin Yu. Oh, by the way, he asked me to tell you that I wish you a happy new semester. When he said the latter sentence, Professor Snape's mouth twitched obviously. In fact, what Qin Yu didn't know was that Professor Swinton's original words in the letter were, "Severus, I won't write to Qin alone, you just need to inform him of my current situation. Let me wish our little brother a happy new semester." Obviously, Swinton wrote the word younger brother intentionally. After all, he was so far away and he didn't have to worry about being inhumanely destroyed by Professor Snape. I haven't seen Professor Swinton for such a long time and I haven't received much news from him. Thinking about his various behaviors before leaving, such as the loneliness that occasionally flashed in his eyes, Qin Yu was inexplicably worried. Since Professor Swinton was traveling around at this time, it was difficult for him to have a fixed address. Qin Yu could not take the initiative to write to him and could only wait for his next letter to arrive. With his mind full of thoughts about the situation Professor Swinton might encounter and his unmentioned secrets, Qin Yu gradually fell asleep. Hermione Huh. On Qin Yu's first night back at Hogwarts in a mysterious neighborhood in Paris, a tall man was sitting in a bar drinking. He was Professor Swinton, who Qin Yu had been thinking about before going to bed. To be precise, his face is Professor Swinton's face and his body is also Professor Swinton's body, but he is not Swinton. "Ian, won't you buy me a drink?" A blonde girl sat down next to this man. "My pleasure." The man showed a bright smile, but his eyes were staring straight at the girl's cool upper body. That look was bold and playful. The girl did not show the slightest displeasure but responded with a charming smile and said in a tired voice, "I have asked you about your matter and they are happy to have you join. However, you have to go to North America yourself, that a man named Garrett Abernathy is in New York right now." "Thank you, Camille," the man smiled at the girl. "Is it as simple as just saying thank you?" The girl pouted, pretending to be dissatisfied. "Then what do you want?" The man looked directly at the girl again. "Of course, it's up to you, Tilda." The girl stretched out her hand and lightly traced the man's face with her fingers painted with scarlet nails. Soon, the man and the girl left the bar together. After leaving his job, Professor Stephen Swinton, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, visited his hometown on the banks of the Devon River in Yorkshire, and then set off for Egypt. After visiting Egypt for a period of time, he locked his target and went up the Nile River to the ancient pyramid hidden outside the Muggle world and walked in. And something happened in that ancient ruins. So when he came out, it was just Ian Stanley. At this time, the moonlight shines through the large glass window into this medieval-style bedroom. A white arm rested on his broad and thick chest. The owner of that arm had a blush on his cheeks and had fallen into a deep sleep. But Ian's eyes were frighteningly bright against the moonlight. The light in his eyes was the uncontrollable ambition and desire in his heart. "I will not be like that fool, a teacher who only teases children," he whispered coldly. After coming out of that pyramid, he got rid of his biggest shackles and seemed to have gained a new life. After that, out of some instinctive vigilance, he did not stay in North Africa for too long but returned to Europe and went to the magic school where he, or they, once attended, Beauxbatons. They had many not-so-good memories in that magic school. Of course, there might also be some memorable things in that guy's memory. For example, the girl named Apolline should be a woman now. In the memory, she has a delicate face, long golden hair, and a slender and graceful figure that seems to exude a silver halo. The young Stephen Swinton was once deeply obsessed with her, but Ian Stanley, who was hiding deep in his consciousness at the time, ridiculed him that he was just confused because the girl had half of the Vila blood from her mother. Later, due to ridiculous inferiority or other reasons, the guy let the girl slip away and received news of her marriage not long after. Now think about it, when young Stephen got the news, he looked really pitiful. "Haha, what a pathetic guy," Ian commented in his heart. Also on the day he returned to Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Ian saw a girl who looked very similar to Apolline on campus. That girl has a delicate face similar to hers and also has long golden hair and a slender and graceful figure. She exudes a charming temperament from the inside out at a young age and is simply a replica of Apolline. Especially when he saw her blue eyes, Ian was stunned for a moment. And this absence made him feel inexplicably afraid and angry because he felt that this was the reaction that Stephen should have, not him. Therefore, on the day he went to Beauxbatons, he left, even putting aside his original intention of making trouble for certain people. Fleur de Lacquer. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but read the girl's name. So similar, that damn delicate face, damn long blonde hair, damn slender figure. Ian's anger reached its peak at this time. He looked at the sleeping woman next to him and stood up angrily. Ian, you. Again, the woman was awakened by his movements and couldn't help complaining. Shut up! Ian roared angrily, and the voice seemed to scream from his chest. The moonlight did not change its original brightness and spread leisurely into the room, but the people in the room were in confusion and rage. People always hope that they are just themselves, but they are afraid that they will become someone else. Little do they know, you are never just yourself. The next day, Ian Stanley got up energetically and had breakfast. Then, under the gaze of the beautiful witch named Camille, whose eyes were full of water, she left this residence and left Paris. He wants to find his own way. After coming out of that ancient pyramid, he was determined to make a career, regardless of light or darkness. Therefore, he traveled around Europe looking for an opportunity. However, in recent years, Voldemort had become somewhat popular, but he had long since disappeared, and the Death Eaters had become street rats and prisoners. Naturally, Ian would not choose to join them. Then, in the wizarding neighborhood of Paris, he heard some news about GA, that is, Grindelwald's army. In less than a year, this group of forces has taken root in Brazil and the Americas and continues to grow, becoming a headache for the local Ministry of Magical Congress, and has even begun to spread to Europe. And this is exactly the opportunity that Ian longs for. So, he entrusted Camille to help find out the information. He had more ways to deal with women than Stephen. Now that he knew that the GA leader named Garrett Abernethy was in New York, North America, he naturally went to meet him for a while. He believed that he was exactly what they needed, and they are also the capital and soil he needs. Just like what is written in an Eastern poem, when he goes, the autumn wind meets the crystal dew, which is better than countless encounters in the world. If we raise our sights higher, then raise our sights higher and then move sideways to the east of Paris. There, we will see a majestic mountain range called the Carpathians, which is the eastern extension of the Alps and is known as the backbone of Romania in the country we see. And just at a corner of this semicircular mountain range, there is a fairly open area of hills and grassland. If we suddenly drop our sight here, if we are lucky enough, we may see 1 or 2 flying dragons. Of course, the premise is that we are not muggles and can see through the illusion spell set by the wizards here. Yes, this is one of the most famous dragon farms in Europe, the Romanian dragon farm. And there is a young red-haired wizard who has just applied to be the fire dragon researcher here. Charlie, the little guy, is missing. Let's look for him separately. A sturdy wizard with a beard walked into a wooden house in an irritable mood. Okay, Benny, I'll go as soon as I finish writing this letter, the young wizard in the wooden house replied. After saying this, he wrote his name at the end of the letter, Charlie Weasley. The letter's header is, Dear Qin. Yes, this person is Charlie Weasley, the former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team who just graduated from Hogwarts. In the past few days, Charlie had calculated the day when Hogwarts would start school and planned to write a few letters to his former classmates and friends, and Qin Yu was one of them. After putting the letter into a brown paper envelope and writing the recipient's information, Charlie called an owl and asked it to send several letters away together. Of course, this owl will definitely not be able to fly to the UK, and it will have to go through some transit before it can finally reach Hogwarts. Charlie doesn't have to worry about this, since he has already paid the postage of 1 silver sickle. After doing this, he walked out of the wooden house where they rested and went to look for the lost little guy, if a 3-meter-tall fire dragon could be called a little guy. And he soon found the fire dragon in a canyon with rugged rocks. However, what he didn't expect was that he actually witnessed a girl knocking away the 3-meter-tall fire dragon with one punch. It was a black-haired girl who was not too tall, about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing red clothes and her long black hair was tied into a neat ponytail. When she jumped up when he punched the fire dragon hard on the head, Charlie felt that it was like a giant hammer hitting a wooden pile. The sound of the impact shook the valley and made him feel nervous. Tremble. Huh, red-haired one, is this the dragon you raised? The girl saw Charlie and raised her chin and asked. That's right, this is mine. Charlie replied subconsciously, but he immediately shook his head. It doesn't count as mine, I'm just a researcher. Researcher, it's so complicated. Forget it anyway, it stole my food and I beat it. Does this comply with your rules? The girl asked. Consistent, Charlie nodded confusedly. Well, that's good, the girl nodded. Then the two fell into silence amidst the soft whine of the little fire dragon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Charlie Weasley. Can I know your name? Charlie asked bravely. Oh, my name is Pusey, the girl replied. What's Pusey? I mean, what's your full name? Charlie continued to ask after seeing how easy she talked, even a little cute. My name is Puxy, Puxy's Puxy. The girl felt that what she said should be clear enough. Well, Pusey, nice to meet you, Charlie gave up asking. After all, compared to her ability to knock away the Charmander with one punch, the fact that she didn't have a last name seemed so normal. For some unknown reason, Charlie invited the girl named Pusey back to the wooden house where he lived. Probably, maybe it was because he really couldn't stand the thought of such a petite and cute girl going to eat a wild boar, the food she was protecting from the fire dragon's mouth. The encounter between Charlie and Pusey has only just begun. The second son of the Weasley family had never thought about what would happen to this girl in the future. He just instinctively believed that the girl was not a simple person and there would be no harm in getting in touch with him. This was also nonsense. He could kill a little girl with his bare hands. How could it be simple to hit a person with a dislocated jaw from a fire dragon? Then, he also felt that at least he knew some of the cooking skills he inherited from his mother, Molly Weasley, so that he wouldn't have to watch the little girl open her mouth and directly eat the raw meat with bloodshot eyes. And when the girl named Puxy ate the wild boar steak that Charlie had grilled, her eyes widened. Her mouth was full of oil while eating, and she vaguely praised Charlie's cooking skills. Well, it's delicious ... from now on. Well, just make this for me every day and I'll hunt wild boars. Well, I want to eat it for the rest of my life, the meat you grilled. The girl's words directly made Charlie's old face turn red with shame, and Charlie also knew very well that Pusey did not know the specific meaning of the latter sentence on certain occasions. No problem. The second son of the Weasley family cleared his throat and agreed to the girl. Well, isn't it just cooking? It's a very simple thing. Eat slowly, I'll make you tea. I learned this from a big friend. If you eat too much meat, drinking tea will make your stomach feel better. Charlie said this. A kettle was set up on the stove and began to boil water. Tea? I haven't drunk it yet, thank you, the girl said with squinted eyes and then continued eating barbecue. Looking at the girl who was eating happily, the corners of Charlie's mouth curled up slightly unconsciously. What a strange but energetic girl, he thought to himself. Then he regretted that he had sent his letters too early. If he had sent them later, he could have written down what happened to him when he met Puxy. That boy Qin should really want to hear some weird things, and this guy, there are always many ideas that are different from others. Thinking of this, Charlie couldn't help but miss his life at Hogwarts. It was really an unforgettable memory. Here, please eat some meat. Once you are full, you will feel better. The girl suddenly handed Charlie a piece of barbecue ribs and said seriously. She probably noticed that the red-haired boy's mood suddenly became a little depressed. Thanks. Charlie took the fragrant and tender piece of barbecue, and after hesitating for a moment, he imitated the girl and started to eat it. Not to mention, eating so much meat makes me feel much better. The water is boiling, the tea is brewed, and each person has a cup. The girl holds the cup with both hands, blowing the hot air inside, taking small sips of this unique drink that is bitter but sweet. Her eyes are bent into crescents in comfort, while Charlie looking at her clumsy and happy look, her eyes gradually softened. Life in Longcheng seems to have become less boring. The encounter between single mother-in-law Charlie Weasley and the wild and cute girl Pusey is like a meteor falling to the earth. It seems accidental, but in fact it is inevitable. Of course, the two parties involved were not aware of the arrangement and fooling of the hand of fate, and they just enjoyed the joy of meeting each other for the first time. One was happy because he ate meat, and the other was happy because he watched the other person eat meat. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years for a small tree to form a shade. Changes in personnel cannot be achieved in just a few years. All these can be regarded as a starting point, so I will not list them here for the time being, waiting for the follow-up. Next, let's catch up with Charlie's letters, ride on the wings of an owl, pass through several magical transmissions, and then transfer to another owl and finally arrive at the great magic school Hogwarts. It is the first week of the new school year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The disturbances from the outside world seem to have been excluded from the school by some invisible hand. The entire campus looks lively and lively. Among them, there is the restlessness after the holidays that senior students cannot suppress, and there is also the novelty and recklessness of first-year students. Among the senior students, such as the twins Fred and George, they tried to get Professor Quirrell to take off the garlic-smelling headscarf, but they were each deducted 10 points for causing trouble. Among the freshmen, such as Harry, Ron, and Adam, the three of them were often scolded by the administrator Argus Filch for appearing in corridors where they shouldn't be, even though Harry and Ron explained that they just walked in the wrong direction accidentally. When they got there, Filch continued to scold them for a long time. As a second-year student, Qin Yu is not like the Weasley twins who seek death, and Hermione is not like ordinary first-year students who get lost in the complicated corridors and stairs of Hogwarts. The reason why Hermione quickly became familiar with the terrain of Hogwarts was simply because she had a qualified guide. I have already taken you to the classrooms, herbal greenhouses, operation rooms, and object rooms that you often visit, and those stairs and doors that will suddenly turn or disappear. Pay attention. Finally, if you get lost, do you remember what I said about what to do? Qin Yu pointed at the simple layout diagram one by one and looked at Hermione at the end. "Stay where you are and blow the whistle," Hermione said solemnly. "Well, not bad." Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. The whistle Hermione was talking about was not an ordinary whistle. It didn't even make a loud sound. It was made of a special alchemy material. When it was blown, Qin Yu carried another piece of the same property with him. The alchemy material will resonate. In this case, he will know immediately that Hermione is encountering a situation and can roughly sense her location. Of course, this material was also given to Qin Yu by Professor Swinton before leaving, and Qin Yu spent about a summer vacation thinking about how to refine it into a warning whistle. In short, as soon as he made it after school started, he paired it with Hermione and taught her how to use it. It was breakfast time, and the industrious owls flew into the auditorium carrying various letters and packages, fluttering and throwing things down. Qin Yu's white owl also dropped a letter into his hand. After receiving the letter, Qin Yu subconsciously raised his head and looked around as if looking for something. However, he quickly shrugged and gave a self-deprecating chuckle, feeling that he might be a little nervous. There was nothing he could do about it. Recently, he occasionally felt like someone was staring at him, but he couldn't find the source. Is it because I am the protagonist and there are observers from a higher level watching me? A strange thought came to Qin Yu's mind. Thinking about these, he opened the letter. It was written by Charlie. He talked about his life at the dragon farm in Romania, which seemed quite interesting. He also invited me to come and have a look when I have the opportunity. Qin Yu read it over briefly and said, Hermione said as she kept poking her head next to her. Dragon farm? Are there really dragons there? Hermione said with bright eyes after hearing this. Of course, but he doesn't have a camera there, so he can't take photos and send them over. Otherwise, we should be able to see a photo of him and the fire dragon. After saying this, Qin Yu sounded quite helpless. After all, in my previous life, I had a mobile phone with tens of millions of pixels, so I could take pictures of whatever I wanted. Nowadays, it's really not that convenient. Even if you want to take daily photos of your sister, girlfriend, etc., you have to find a classmate with a magic camera. Alas, it's already 1991 and our Mr. Qin hasn't even taken a video. Qin Yu, author, if you use words indiscriminately, I will make you a mess, believe it or not. After breakfast, they went to class separately. Qin Yu and Hermione went in different directions. When she was about to reach the corner of the corridor, the little girl looked back, waved to Qin Yu, and showed a bright smile. Then, Qin Yu saw Hermione's roommates Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown biting their ears and talking. Hermione's face immediately turned red and she said a few words to the two roommates, then turned and ran away. Seeing the cute little witch disappearing around the corner, Qin Yu couldn't help but smack his mouth, packed his mood, and went to the second-grade classroom with Elvis and the others. In the direction Hermione was going, a cold-faced magic teacher with long hair and a black robe walked into the underground classroom. Potions class is on Friday morning in first grade. Potions teacher Professor Snape was in a bad mood today. There were two people who made him feel bad. One was a Gryffindor student and the other was also a Gryffindor student. The first one was Harry Potter. He had an annoying face that was very similar to his father, James Potter. When Snape saw it, he couldn't help but think of the experience of being bullied by James when he was young. That was not a shame. Happy memories. The second is Hermione Granger, who has the same persistence as her brother Qin, always trying to break something. In the former, Snape silenced him with a few very simple questions, and he also tried to quibble and refute. If such a student is not strictly disciplined, it is not impossible for him to become James #2 in the future. Perhaps, for this reason, Snape thought it was reasonable to deduct 1 point from Gryffindor. And the latter, Miss Granger, was the one who raised her hands high when Snape asked questions. With a brother like Qin, it was normal for her to know the answers to these questions, and she, like her brother, Snape likes to be in the limelight, which disgusts Snape. However, thinking that Hermione Granger is Qin's sister after all, she can also be regarded as her own sister. No, there is no such relationship. In short, Snape just couldn't say anything too harsh. Miss Granger, if you raise your hands back, you can sit down. I'm afraid you will break the ceiling of this classroom if you stand up, Snape said indifferently, looking at the eager little girl. Well, I got it, Professor Snape. I won't stand up when I raise my hands next time, Hermione smiled back. It's just like Qin, it's hard to feel happy. In view of the bad mood caused by these two people, Snape gave the first-year students a series of severe reprimands in the following time. This left a very deep impression on this group of children. Most of them were extremely afraid of Snape and felt that the potions class could be ranked first among the most hated classes in Hogwarts. Location. And because she knew about Professor Snape's temperament from Qin Yu's letter a year ago, Hermione really didn't think he was as scary as other classmates. In fact, on the contrary, she liked Professor Snape's teaching style: clean, concise, and to the point, which is what a good teacher should be like. Of course, relatively speaking, her favorite teacher is Teacher Qin Yu. He will be very detailed when explaining the content. He will also pat her head and encourage her from time to time because she learns quickly and can draw inferences from one instance. Or occasionally he will look at her with a very special and gentle look, pinch her cheek gently, and then, we are in class now, we can't be distracted, we can't be distracted. Hermione quickly calmed herself down, not thinking about Qin's eyes or the sudden acceleration of her heartbeat when her cheek was lightly pinched. Then, she methodically stirred the thick liquid in the cauldron, watching their colors change, gradually excluding someone from her attention. It turned out that Hermione's progress in completing the magic potion configuration was very fast and good without some guy appearing in her mind to interfere with her. She even had time to stop little fat Neville from adding the porcupine quills to the boiling crucible in advance, thus avoiding a possible melting accident of the crucible. Mr. Longbottom, you should thank the caring Miss Granger for reminding her. If you had been a little later, you would have been covered in boils by now. Professor Snape looked at Na, who was still smiling naively with a stern look. Will Longbottom? The little fat man was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips, shed tears, and said intermittently, "Yes, I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I hope you can learn a lesson and really know where you went wrong." After Snape left these words, he ignored Neville. Then he turned to look at Harry Potter beside him and said coldly, "Miss Granger is stopping him from making mistakes. What are you doing, Mr. Potter?" Harry was stunned by the question. Not only did you not remind you, but you were indifferent afterwards. You were probably laughing at Mr. Longbottom's carelessness, and you were even expecting someone to make a mistake. I don't. In view of your performance, 1 point will be deducted from Gryffindor. Harry wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by Ron. Ron told him in a low voice that Professor Snape had a bad temper and was simply unreasonable. He often deducted points from George and Fred. "Professor," Hermione couldn't help but stood up and said, "Miss Granger, what do you want to say?" Snape looked at Hermione. "I don't think you should judge Harry's thoughts so subjectively and deduct 1 point from him," Hermione said boldly. "Oh, really?" Then, Professor Snape paused, stared at the little girl and continued, "Since you questioned and contradicted the teacher in class, 1 point from Gryffindor will be deducted." He was quite expecting this little girl to cry suddenly, just like the little fat guy just now, so that no one of them would dare to be so unscrupulous in his class. As for what will happen to that boy Qin when he finds out, do I need to care? Totally unnecessary. Hermione's eyes widened after hearing Snape's words. She didn't expect that this professor was more difficult to deal with than she imagined. However, Qin said there was no need to be afraid of him. Thinking of this, Hermione straightened her back, raised her chin and said, "Professor Snape, even if you want to deduct my points, I will stick to the point I just made." "Okay, you are brave." "Another point will be deducted from Gryffindor?" Snape did not give in at all. Hermione's mouth tightened and her eyes immediately turned red. However, she held back her tears. "I want to tell Qin. I want to tell him that he is wrong. This professor is really unreasonable." Hermione breathed heavily through her nose and shouted in her heart. Looking at Hermione, who finally calmed down and sat down, Professor Snape raised his eyebrows slightly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. 1 gave him a headache last year and 2 this year. Snape felt that they were probably sent by Merlin to punish him. Although Hermione was angry because of Professor Snape's unreasonableness, she did not complain too much after seeing Qin Yu because she felt that she could handle such a small matter, otherwise how could she catch up with Qin Yu? Follow your footsteps and become the new top student at Hogwarts. She didn't want anyone to think that Hermione Granger was Qin's sister when they mentioned her in the future. What she hopes is that when someone mentions Qin in the future, they will say, "Look, he is the Minister of Magic." Well, this imagination is indeed a bit unrealistic. Who makes Qin always say that she can become the Minister of Magic? Sometimes I feel that she will really become such a big shot one day. "What are you thinking about? Is the potions class not going well?" Qin Yu asked curiously when he saw the girl's head was dazed. The two of them were having lunch in the auditorium at this time. Ever since Qin Yu sat down, he noticed that the first-year students were looking at Hermione a little strangely, and Hermione was occasionally in a daze. Thinking about Professor Snape's usual temperament, Qin Yu could make a rough guess. "It's okay, but Professor Snape is a little too harsh." Hermione found a wording that she thought was more appropriate. "How can you call him harsh? He is just unreasonable and deliberately targeting us." Harry couldn't help but said angrily, "It seems that you have also been deducted points," Qin Yu said with a shrug. "Huh." Several children looked at Qin Yu. Of course, except for Hermione, none of the other first-year students knew that Qin Yu had been deducted many points. "Yes, I was deducted 1 point when I took the first potion class," Qin Yu admitted openly. Seeing their surprised expressions, Harry even looked relieved and excited. Qin Yu was afraid that these children would go astray, so he continued. "However, my grades in potions class are excellent, and the reason why I was deducted points is not because I was not serious in class or did not get good grades." So he briefly talked about the reason why he was deducted points. If he hadn't mentioned it at this time, he would have almost forgotten about the point deduction. "Okay, let's talk about your affairs." Next, Harry mainly narrated, Ron added, Neville said sorry, and Adam occasionally nodded. At the end of the sentence, Harry, Ron, Neville, and the first-year students around them all looked at Hermione with admiration. There was no other way but to dare to confront a terrible teacher of Professor Snape's level in class was definitely the embodiment of courage. Hermione's image in their minds instantly became a big sister-level existence. Instead, Hermione felt a little embarrassed. She looked at Qin Yu, bit her lip and hesitated. I actually just said what I wanted to say." Well, Qin had told her before not to be so eager to perform in Professor Snape's class, and also said that the professor had a weird temper. "However, I was not obedient." "Good job." Unexpectedly, Qin Yu touched her head and praised with a smile. He didn't let Hermione show off too quickly because he was afraid that Snape would scold her and cry. However, it turns out that Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor by the Sorting Hat because she did not lack courage. There were many things that she could not stop even if she wanted to. After all, this girl was a very independent person. In short, Qin Yu was surprised and pleased with Hermione's performance today. He felt that he might have wanted to protect her too much before, but instead forgot that our Miss Granger is a very powerful person. At least, she is on the way to becoming powerful. After all, he is the person who will become the Minister of Magic in the future. I think that when people introduce me in the future, I will say, "This is the Minister of Magic's brother Nan and brother Ren." Well, it is also a very honorable thing. Qin Yu's support and encouragement made Hermione smile. She felt that she could hold on until she was deducted 5 points next time before losing. When other people saw it, they suddenly felt that the topic just now was really boring. Look, we are condemning Professor Snape, but you are openly spreading dog food. Hugh, is it the Ministry of Magic? Is there no one to take care of something as inhumane as dog abuse? Many people around me had similar thoughts in their minds.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.